She's in every paper moaning today. Prince Philip hasn't even said sorry. He's Prince Philip, dear. Get over yourself. He doesn't pop round and go, I just had to bring you a box of chocolates or something, some flowers, terribly sorry. My car flipped over, yours didn't. That's the kind of... I mean, who cares? He had an accident. Well, we've yet to find... He must have been going some speed to turn a car over. I mean, I've pushed mine, I tell you. I've done 60 miles an hour. Don't frighten me. And you go round a corner, you think, oh, that was it. Because there's a bit on the motorway, on the M3, where the corner is quite sharp coming into Sunbury. And if you're not careful, you can veer a little bit. Luckily, my car is like a limpet on the road. It clings on. But his one didn't cling on. To be honest with you, how he survived it, I'll never know. I know the papers were talking about it, and it goes on today. Injured mum, he could have killed us and must quit driving. Listen, he could have killed you. He didn't kill you. That would be the plus point. But you're not going to get... I would have thought maybe he could have done a handwritten card or something, thinking of you, with a bunch of flowers on the front of it, or perhaps, a free sort of £20 voucher to the farm shop at Windsor would be quite nice, or perhaps something from the Sandringham estate, perhaps free Christmas trees for life. But as I say, nobody can actually stop him driving. It has to be a decision. You can have somebody's licence taken away. It's quite a process. It involves the DVLA sending you a form. You then have to take it to the doctor, and between you and the doctor, if you think that you've got a relative who is a bit too old to be driving, then you can have the licence taken away from them. I didn't realise that, and I heard that, actually, I think on James O'Brien's show. He was talking about some bloke who'd phoned and said, my father, I think it was his father, was a danger. He was too old to be driving. But I've seen Prince Philip driving. They've used him when they filmed him for a documentary about Windsor Castle. They go out with him and he does everything else. So he obviously thinks that he's capable of driving. Most of the places he's driving is on private land. So it doesn't, like sort of Prince Andrew, who can smash through a farm gate, and then sort of go, I'm not getting out to open the gate, They're above things like that. Only the Queen could stop him driving, and even then, I don't think she could. She couldn't get him to put his seatbelt on, could she? We had a bit of trouble with that the other day. Mind you, I'm as guilty as the next person. I'm terrible. I have to sort of physically force myself to put the seatbelt on, because I don't like to be restricted. I like to be sort of free and easy, and you put the seatbelt on and immediately I feel I'm rooted to the spot, even though I've got airbags all over the place. Seriously, airbags everywhere, and I've often wondered how fast they react. Is it really going to pop out of the steering wheel and envelop me, and I'm going to go, thank God for an airbag, but I'm never going to be going that fast, but then it's not generally my accident, it would be somebody else's accident. Women buy 80% of the wine sold in the UK. No surprise to me there. No surprise to me. You see, they've done more programmes on women being secret wine drinkers than anything else. Women go out there, if they're not working and they've got sort of something to do at home during the daytime, like clean, or do the washing up, or the washing, or something like that, a little glass of, spumante goes down quite well, or some Pinot Grigio. People like a little glass of that, sit down with it with maybe a chocolate biscuit, or a wafer, and enjoy a small glass of wine. And then to go, well, to hell with it, let's finish off the bottle. We've opened it, there's no point. Don't want it to go flat, do you? And so people go, and some wines are very drinkable. Pinot Grigio is very drinkable. Prosecco is very drinkable, but they've now brought out a non-alcoholic version. What's the point of that? What are the point of a non-alcoholic drink? Is that for sort of like snowflakes? They can go, I'm having a drink. You go, there's no alcohol in it. So you could drink an entire vat and still be stone cold sober. What's the point? The whole idea is you drink half of that and you fall over, and everybody laughs at you, and then they take your thing and they send it into You've Been Framed, and you get £250. That's the whole idea. You have to make it work for you. Going into you imagine going into a pub that only served non-alcoholic drinks. What a bore! They'd all be sitting there staring at the floorboards, looking at the barmaid, going, How many cherries are in the jar? Do you think? How many slices of lemon can you get out of a whole lemon? You worry about that. Let's play the fruit machine. Let's go home. Let's stay in. Let's not go out ever again. So we got the other... Oh, Windsor Davies died. Strangely, I only spoke about... I'm frightened to mention people on this programme anymore, because I mentioned him last week, because I knew that he lived in France, and the Windsor Davies, lovely boy, you saw on the television, was not the Windsor Davies in real life. 88, lovely man, lovely man. Mum struggles with me as the only gay in the village, says Matt Lucas. His mother is still clinging on to the hope, clinging being the operative word, that he's going to bring a girl home. Yeah. maybe a girl who used to be called Brian, I should imagine, or something like that, because there's no chance. He is the only gay in the village, and he does it very well. Thank you very much indeed. The nurse who slapped 4 female bottoms. Do you know, that's what I hate about things nowadays. You can't go up and just slap somebody on the bum, you know, which you do. Hello, how are you? You know, I mean, it was just sort of added to it, didn't it? Hi, Joe, you're the major in town. Come here, you gorgeous little thing, you. You know, and that went on. Anyway, this is a nurse who's been suspended for 6 months because you can't do it. I don't think you could ever actually do it, but they did it in all the films. You know, I mean, constantly in the Carry On film, the Carry On films, there was always some randy old major somewhere saying, come here, little thing. And they did it in Are You Being Served? As well, where the elder Mr. Grace used to have a nurse up there whose bosom could barely be contained inside her brassiere thing, and he'd be always, you know, and that, so it goes on all the time. So why should people be surprised? The NHS, bless their heart, this will ring a bell round here, gave 458 fellas a bionic penis last year. I'm looking at the reaction I'm getting for it next year. It's like, oh my God, he sussed out the story. You know, it's a case of, you know, he now thinks we've all got bionic penises. In fact, the producer had the audacity to say to me, ask me, if you please, you know, an upstanding citizen of this parish, barely over the age of legality, you know, what's a bionic penis? I thought, what are you asking me for? I've got no idea. Only just learnt what a rabbit was the other week, so let's not go down the route of bionic penises. 458 of them got them, and apparently it's to do with erectile dysfunction. I didn't think I'd be saying that on a Sunday morning. I feel slightly in awe of myself for saying it, because it's just not the kind of thing here on a Sunday morning, is it really? But some people are affected by that. The assistant producer's gone into complete paroxysms of this one. He's fascinated by this one. We're all going to be looking up on the internet. What is a bionic penis? You know, could I have a spare one? You know, is it possible to keep one in the bedroom? Is it in a box, you know, by the door, or in the top of the wardrobe? Take it out and surprise people. The Gemma Collins story rumbles on a little bit. Again, she's sort of droned onto a few papers, or she might not have done. I can't tell which is true and which isn't. She wants an apology from Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby. And I don't know why. Just get on with it, dear. Stop thinking it's all about you. It's not. Okay? It's not. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes. Rose West's son, Stephen, has broken his silence after 22 years. You might not know this, but in fact, Stephen West did the very first interview after his parents were convicted on LBC. He did it with a guy called Robbie Vincent. I remember it. I remember the day he came in, and he did, I think it was either half an hour or an hour. Whatever it was groundbreaking, because nobody had spoken to him. Nobody really cared about him. Now he's written a book 22 years on. He'll be turning up on television programmes and interviews and all sorts of things like that, because he knew, you know, well, he didn't actually know exactly what was going on, but he thought there was something strange. And tomorrow the moon turns red. The moon turns red for the first time in 11 years. It's going to be another 11, so catch it tomorrow. It's something to do with the shadow that goes over it. And 11 years, and then it'll come back again. So there's no chance of me waiting around, so I better catch it tomorrow night, otherwise I'm going to miss it completely. And the telly star jabs risk. This is somebody from the Real Housewives of Cheshire, who started giving these injections out. They say, really, she shouldn't be. But there again, I've always said you wouldn't trust anybody, would you? Oh, like, you know, would you really want Fern McCann to tell you how to lose weight? I don't think so. 84850. Apparently a person involved in an accident is not allowed to have contact, no flowers, chocolates or visits. I don't think he wants to visit. But, I mean, normally you would say something, wouldn't you? As it's an admission of... Well, there is no admission of... I mean, we don't know. They just had an accident. He's not been charged with anything. He wasn't drinking, which is very good. Malcolm says, use your common sense regarding wearing seat belts rather than talk about feeling less restricted can save your life. You're a bit silly, aren't you, Malcolm? Goodness sake, honestly. Perhaps we don't all drive as badly as you do. Some of us are very sensible when they're out there, but obviously you need things like that. Also, another one here. A lot of people talking about the allegation of Donald Trump instructing his ex-lawyer to lie to Congress. I haven't followed that one at all, actually. I just don't believe anything that he says anymore. I've never believed anything first time round. It's like, you know, politicians, I don't believe them at all. And little Julie, Oh, Julie is one of our regular spikers on a Sunday morning. We got the biggest spike going. Sunday morning spike is even bigger than during the week, as if it were possible. As if it were possible, which is good. Jeremy Corbyn, willing to meet terrorists. This is an old headline from last week. Why not Theresa May? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. I suppose because he can't add anything to it. Mind you, Diane Abbott kicked off about her treatment on Prime Minister's Question Time, which I thought was the most dismal experience we've ever had. I sometimes wonder whether or not there are two Diane Abbotts, the idiot who pops up on television programmes who seem to know nothing at all, and the other one who seems quite normal and sensible. Seriously, she was losing her way. She cannot answer a straightforward question. It was very, very poor. But she's complained about it. She's complained that they were taking the mickey out of her. Well, don't set yourself up, dear. They were apparently taking the mickey out of her and Corbyn's relationship. I know, we're all coming to terms with that one. That was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? Good Lord. Delish for a Sunday morning. Delish. I managed a pub in London. Windsor Davies used to come and have a drink and talk to regulars. Very friendly. Nice person. Born in the East End of London, says Kevin. I know. He moved to France years and years ago and seemed quite happy. France seems to be the place to go to. I know a number of people who have moved over to France because they like it. The hospitals are great. They've got little cottage hospitals and stuff like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And we've got the world's first flying soldier, which is not such a unique story as you might think. It's these jetpacks again, only this is a jetpack belt, don't bite your nails, that goes around your body. But we had this years ago. We had it in the Los Angeles Olympics. They've used it for all sorts of things where, you basically got a rocket pack strapped to your bum, and off you go, and it can take you. It looks frightening to me. It looks really frightening, but people seem to think that's the way that soldiering is in the future. I don't quite see that. We haven't got enough money to equip an army at the moment. How are we going to come up with jetpacks? Perhaps it'll be one shared between a unit. Sort of. Mason's got it today, sir. What, the jetpack? Since when was that? I swapped with him. I'm supposed to have Tuesday and Thursday, and he wanted Wednesday and Friday, so we've actually swapped. Well, get it back, lad, get it back. It's the only one we've got. Poor jetpack. Also, what was the other one, actually? There was another one which I quite liked. Oh, I didn't really get this. Sainsbury's under fire for stocking e-cigarettes. What's the matter with that? Why shouldn't they? I see people smoking e-cigarettes. I mean, it depends what your take is. Are they actually better for you than normal cigarettes? I know you get more smoke. Loads more smoke, you really do. When you watch somebody inhaling, and I can always tell it's an e-cigarette, there's clouds of it. It's like watching an old John Wayne movie. And people sending smoke signals up. It's certainly far more than a cigarette. Supposedly better for you. Whether it is or not, I've got no idea. I'm not very good with things like that. And the BBC chiefs, who've said, ditch the Generation Game conveyor belt. No, ditch the Generation Game. I think that's what they missed out, because I think you'll find it's Mel and Sue doing it. It was so disastrously yuck that they had to reverse round I think they recorded 3, and they've said they might go for some more. But if you keep the conveyor belt, the BBC have said it encourages greed. No kidding. Imagine. What? All these items are going to pass in front of you, and provided you've got a fairly good memory and you can remember most of these things, you can take them home with you. I went to watch the Generation Game being recorded years and years ago, and they help you out. Cuddly toy, set of fruit knives, television, jar of sweets, cuddly toy. No, I've said cuddly toy. And then what they have to do, they have to stop the programme recording. So what they do is they have to set it all up at the BBC Theatre at Shepherd's Bush, which was the Empire, and so you wait. Then they set all the things up, and then the conveyor belt. And what you don't see, if it pulls back, there's a bloke at the end putting the items on the conveyor belt, and then somebody taking them off the other ones. There'll be a car crash. And so they do it. And then at the very end, they play it back to you, the audience, so that you can see that all the items they mentioned they get. Then they put up shelving and arrange all the items. A right bunch of naff crap. It really is ghastly stuff. But it looks funny. Yeah. If you come from a council estate in Wigan, you're going to want a giant teddy, aren't you, in a set of cutlery? Because you wouldn't have known about it up until now, because all the rest of the stuff you get is plastic. So to actually get a set of cutlery is like, whoa, you could see them on Family Fortunes with Les Dennis. And he goes, and you want a trip to Belgium for 2 people. And they go, wow! And I'm going, don't go. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's the most awful place. Honestly, Belgium, God, even their Brussels sprouts are smaller. But they've sort of got everything over there, and they win things. So it shows how much we've actually changed, isn't it? Here's an item that we tempt them with, John Benson. Yes, what would you give for this? It's an alarm clock. And they go really excited. But do you remember years ago, they used to have the American The Price is Right, and they'd give away a house. Or you've won 2 cars. Oh, seriously, the American show. Look at Ellen DeGeneres. She gives away the 12 Days of Christmas. Every member of the audience goes home with a 60-inch television, 100... Oh, you've never seen Nike. It's all promotion stuff. But they had the American... I think it was like a version of The Price is Right, and they were winning things. Then they showed you the Zimbabwe version. Top prize, a set of glasses. Second prize, a paperback book. And I can remember sitting there with the tears rolling down my cheeks thinking, it's changed me. One of them, you could win a refrigerator, but only if you'd sort of won about 16 rounds through it. It was amazing. Really good stuff. But the Americans, they just get... People who go, oh, you won a house. Oh, I didn't want the house. I wanted the spade. Oh, all right, we'll give you the spade. Do you want the sweets? Sweets! Good Lord, you never told us about the sweets. I love it. There was... what was I watching on YouTube earlier? It was another one of those brilliant things. Oh, it's people getting angry about things. Going into a shop. There's a woman who goes into a shop and she asks for a book. And the bloke goes, I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. And so she stands there and she brazens it out. And she goes, you've never... Just for example, Sidney Sheldon. It isn't Sidney Sheldon because everybody would know who he was. Except you. And so, consequently... And so she says, you've never heard of this guy. She said, what sort of cockamamie bookshop is this? You've never... And so she shouts, you've never heard of this author. So he said, I can order it for you. I don't want to order it. I want it now. It was just the most... I wasn't sure if it was a setup. It looked a little bit set up to me. And, Steve, I'm just driving through Slough, and somebody just passed me in a convertible Porsche with the roof down. Excuse me, it was in town earlier on. And I tell you how I know that, because it was parked next to me. And I remember looking, thinking, what sort of brazen-headed person would actually drive a Porsche with the roof down? How stupid were they? Yeah, they were driving round London earlier on. Obviously, they headed home for Slough, because a car like that, they're 2 a penny. It was a Porsche with the roof down in the middle of this. So I saw the same thing. Isn't that funny, actually? Isn't that funny? Steve, it's quite possible that the old Duke did volunteer to surrender his licence. I don't think so. I don't think break. That's the trouble. If only he'd braked, he'd have been all right, wouldn't he? But he didn't and flipped it over. Goodness sake. Oh, break! Oh, Lord above, you can't be serious. The producers investigated, and we've discovered a prosthetic penis. Apparently it's all inside, as opposed to being external. It sounds even more ghastly, doesn't it? I'm sure I've heard of these things before. I mean, does it look like one? Or can you sort of go in and request a model number? Or something like that, you know, we'll have the, has it got pictures? Show me a picture. This is where the programme finishes abruptly. You can always tell, can't you? Is it? You're obviously not going to show it to me. Is it? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. All I've got is a blank screen, which doesn't really help. I do. No, I'm just quite curious, because there's however many that... Heavens above. well, looky here. Aren't they amazing? There's one that comes in oh, they're all different, aren't they? I didn't realise they'd all be different. How amazing. How amazing. You wouldn't... It's just bizarre, isn't it? But they did a lot last year. It's a £9,000 operation. Just to make it, I should imagine. You definitely have to... Oh, anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, there you go. That's livened up Sunday morning, hasn't it? You'll all be checking that one out later. Another one here. So a lot of people telling me about people being involved in an accident, not allowed to have contact. Well, they must have had contact. That's how they got the accident in the first place. And little Julie says, just listening, heard my name mentioned. Wasn't me, but I can tell you your Spikers group is growing. Full of lovely members. Talking of lovely members, here they all are on my screen. How doctors made Andrew's bionic penis. Imagine, why would you want to do... Oh, right, gets a pump and, everything. Good Lord above. Oh, well. I suppose there must be a need for it, mustn't there? Wasn't there? Yeah, I don't know. Never know, you might need one of these things one day. It's worth £9,000. So apparently they take skin and muscle from your left arm. Oh! And apparently a vein from his right leg. Oh! Oh, it sounds even more horrendous. Oh, I thought the whole thing was just pretend. I didn't realise that that it's taken from your own body. Oh, Lord, we don't like that idea, do we, Henry? That's not a nice thing. Good Lord, honestly. If your girlfriend had discovered that a few years ago, life would have been slightly different, I should imagine. But anyway, another one here. It says, the thought of him permanently wandering around whichever palace they happen to be staying in was too much for the Queen to handle. Also, she decided the licence remains. Well, they're at Sandringham, aren't they? He was driving off to Sandringham Estate. He does that to go and see people for lunch. I still like him. I'm not sure whether I think, somebody's saying he hasn't even apologised, because he's 97. He's 97. Perhaps he doesn't remember these sort of things. You forgot, says Neil, the Generation Gave fondue set. Oh, goodness me. Pete from Tunbridge Wells says, don't knock it till you've tried it. Driving with the roof down in the winter, that is. Oh, good Lord above. I've got a sunroof. But I've got loads here. I've got chocolate ones, got different sorts of cookies and everything else. Really nice. But yeah, no, seriously, you eat it, honestly. Just don't come back to me. No, you mustn't feel guilty, seriously. Paul says, a bionic penis on the NHS gives a whole new meaning to the film Free Willy. Well, it would do if you spelt Willy properly, but I mean, WH is not really the way to spell it. I mean, try again, I think. Listen, it's obviously much needed. Much needed. I don't remember the Generation Game fondue set. I never had a fondue set. Have you ever had fondue? It's the most boring thing under the sun. Apparently, I went to a Japanese restaurant in Vienna ages and ages ago, and a friend of mine said, oh, you'll love it, it's Japanese. We had to cook the food ourselves. They bring you the fondue set, which is the hot oil, and then you take a bit of meat, stick it on the end of a skewer, and dip it into the hot oil and cook it. What's the point of that? Pat says, I agree with Nick Abbott. The Duke is a rude old man who's never been corrected. He's the Duke of Edinburgh. You can't correct him. He's the Duke of Edinburgh. That's why he's the Duke of Edinburgh. He's never had to be corrected over anything before, because he's the Duke of Edinburgh. He can say whatever he likes, and does. But it's slightly disturbing. We don't know the full story of it, do we? We haven't quite worked out how he managed to flip the car over. I mean, in itself, quite an achievement. Harry Potter conjured up an incredible £32.8 million alone in e-sales of the hit books. On e-sales. Unbelievable. And Victoria Beckham gets up at 4 a.m. Hello. She gets up at 4 a.m. to update her Instagram before a 2-hour workout. Who cares? Still, the business is losing money. What's the point? It's obviously not working, is it? And she said she's always itching because she wears pre-production sample clothes that don't have any lining in them. Oh dear. Other insights into her extraordinary life is that Dave does the cooking. Yeah, right. Yeah. You can just see him in the kitchen, can't you? How do you heat takeaway pizza? That's what it'll be. He can't actually cook anything. We've never seen any picture of him cooking. They had this quasi thing a short while ago that Dave could have done a cooking show in America. That never came to anything. David's a really good cook. Yeah, right. Test that one out. You'll find he can't. Oh, I don't know how to do it. Yeah. You see Brooklyn's girlfriend. Just like Victoria. Amazing, isn't it, really? But there again, I always think that sort of Brooklyn's a slightly strange child. A useless photographer, useless barista. In fact, doesn't do anything apart from wanders around looking like a little sort of carbon copy of his father, something out of Peaky Blinders, which you'd probably have to explain the plot line to as well. But persistent rumours about the state of the marriage. Well, of course, listen, well, you actively seek the publicity. And, Steve, wouldn't it be more appropriate to take Skin and Muscle from... Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know whether or not. Perhaps not. And I love the idea that somebody's writing to Matt Stadlen at this time. He's gone. He's gone home. Okay. But I don't know, Martin. I don't know the answer to that question. I shouldn't think so. I don't think so. I think you have to help it. Okay, that's all I'll go, because I'm not medically qualified to talk about these things. I love the Royals, says the crash victim, her shock at the lack of apology. And then she says, but I feel ignored and rejected and I'm in a lot of pain. Well, whatever. I don't think there's an answer. We could see 4x4 and kept thinking it would stop, but it didn't. I was terrified. Her name's Emma. Obviously, Emma has been paid money for a story. I don't know why. Oh, news. Oh, good Lord. Oh, heavens above, news. What have we got? We've got 5:30. You sure that's who's reading the news? Is it? Oh, it is, okay. Every Sunday morning, I still can't believe that somebody saw the same Porsche with the roof down and two blokes in it, looking like, just complete and utter idiots. Kevin, the lorry driver, says Dukey, Ed shouldn't be driving at 97. Far too fast. Yes, I mean, I should imagine he's I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know what your faculties are at 97. I don't know whether or not he would be good or whether he's not good. There is no age limit to renewing the licence. I mean, they can, if they want. They can have him taken off the road. If they think, put it this way, he only has to have another one like this, and they would take him off the road. It's as simple as that. And all he'll do, I mean, I wouldn't mind, but he had a detective with him. The detective could have driven. But he obviously likes driving. It's as simple as, I can understand people saying that. I can really understand people saying, but I really like driving. You go, yeah, but you're not safe. There is that danger that you might nod off or have a heart attack or something. You can't really risk it, not for the sake of other people. In real life, he was a big, cuddly teddy bear, a kind man with real warmth. That's what George Layton said of his Ain't Half Mum co-star, Windsor Davis, who has died. Goodbye, Sarge. And he was there with Melvin Hayes, and it was lovely. I liked the programme he did. He played an antique dealer. Do you remember an antique dealer? Do you remember that one as well, which I love it? Never the Twain with Donald Sinden. That was great. Those on repeat are great. Just so the opening credits go on for about 2 minutes, which is a shame. He did Carry On Behind. He was a nice man. He also had a big hit single in the charts with Whispering Grass with Donna Stell, who fell on hard times, and Don died a few years ago. Take Me Out presenter Paddy McGuinness said, Tad here, one of my faves from the childhood televiewing years, has passed away. Fond memories of Never the Twain and Ain't Half Mum. Yeah, Never the Twain was great. You had a good antique stealer. Well, they were both good antique stealer. And then the other one who was sort of thought he was actually better. Interesting. Mia Diva. I want Holly and Phil to say sorry before today's show. Well, you can't... Thank you. You can't... What? You can't dance, can you? Unfortunately, you're just a bit of an embarrassment. And so she's decided that she wants them to apologise. What for? What for? I mean, to be honest with you, if I'd been the producer of the programme, I'd have got rid of her immediately. The moment any of these silly stories started, I'm sorry, you're bringing wrong publicity to the programme. Get rid of. Somebody says, everybody seems to be assuming it must be the Duke of Edinburgh's fault. No, where'd you get that from? Nobody's ever said that at all. I think you must be hearing things. It's entirely possible the other driver was at fault. We don't know who's at fault. Nobody's ever suggested anything at all. They've just mentioned the fact it's the Duke of Edinburgh. You mustn't put words in people's mouths. You get into trouble. Get into trouble for things like that. Nobody's ever mentioned the fact that it was his fault. It was a case of they haven't done all their inquiries, and so they will. I don't know, the only person who seems to be assuming is you. You seem to be the only person, Dallas, because nobody else has said that it's his fault at all. He was out on the road, the car flipped over. I mean, who knows? Until we get the result, we've got no idea. It's all up in the clouds, as they say. Up in the clouds. So the Gemma Collins thing runs, and she says, why would people keep booking me for jobs if I was so rude? It's because you're a joke. Don't you understand that? I mean, come on, you can't be that thick. The former car salesman also told how the week has taken its toll. Oh, God, honestly. Because her partner was outed, I believe, some while ago. While she refuses to read the negative comments about them on social media, she says they've driven Matt to the edge. See? Can't keep your big mouth shut, can you? Why would you say that? He's not on the edge at all. Load of old rubbish. Load of rubbish. Also, I do want to read the book. The House of Horrors killer Rose West has told, told how his warped mum once begged a judge to jail him for life. The sick pervert that is Rose West, I mean, frankly, should have done the same as her husband, hanged herself in prison. So much easier, so much easier. But anyway, they said that Stephen was troubled. I don't think so. He's the most sensible person I'd heard on LBC in a long, long while. And sadly, his mother's still alive. I think she's applying to sort of get out of prison. Don't think that'll be happening anytime soon. And the House of Horrors at Cromwell Street has gone. Same way as the producer was saying, he used to live down the road from Rillington Place. And I said, I know, we used to have a studio down the road from Rillington Place. And they decided, because it became sort of like a mecca for sort of people to go to, because it was famous for what it was, they decided to pull it down. They put up a block of flats, which is much easier. You don't want a place to become sort of ghoulish. It was bad enough, when we looked at Cromwell Street and all the crowd standing outside the barrier watching bits of bodies coming out. Somebody sent me a thing the other day saying, well, Dale's will has now been read, and how much did you get? And I said, why would I get anything? Why would I get anything at all? He's not in my will, so I wasn't in his will. I think he left, he sold the house. I think the house went for 2.6 million, and the end result was 2.1 million, because apparently you have to pay a load of money to the government for just basically dying. And so he left it all to Russ Lindsay. He left it to a straight BBC executive. He's the father of his godchildren, for God's sake. I mean, how wrong can you get it? Of course it was always going to go to Russ, and then he'll distribute it the way he sees fit. You know, that's the way it works. So people say, oh, shouldn't he have left you money? Why? We went out. I paid for dinner. He paid for dinner. He paid for dinner. I paid for dinner. He paid for this. I paid for that. So it went on. We didn't ever... it was ever discussed. Ever discussed. You know. Have to correct you, Steve, says Kevin. The Duke didn't have security inside the car with him, but had them following, but couldn't keep up. There you go. And James says, why bother with Dr. Peepees when a nice hot cup of cocoa will do? I agree totally. I've always been a big fan of a cup of cocoa. Don't know why. Sandy says, -2 degrees in Peterborough, but no snow. There are a few pictures in the papers of snow in certain parts of the country, and it does look very pretty, but it's not very pretty if it's driving a blizzard, is it? Really not good. Russ the Postie, not in shorts. What happened to the remains of his vehicle? Old Winston Wolfe from Direct Line got there pretty quick. I've never heard of such an insurance company replacing a vehicle within 24 hours. I don't think, actually, they own the vehicles. I think they're all Land Rovers, aren't they? Don't the royal family all get them? We know Prince Andrew's got one. Loads of people get them. It's like, you know, your freebie car. I don't think you have to pay for these things. I don't think so. Could be wrong, but I have a sneaking feeling not. Also, a footy ace. This is Cyril Regis. I don't know anything about Cyril Regis, but he was a footballer, and he left £900,000 and a host of memorabilia for his family. Because Dale, who left, just going back to that one briefly, he left 2.6 after deductions. It was 2.1 million. Well, that was it. So there was obviously no cash. So that was probably the reason. Because Dale was a high-end spender. Take my word for it. You know, even in the early days when we didn't have any money. And he had a little bit of money. If we went out and I bought a bottle of aftershave, he'd buy 3 bottles of aftershave. If I bought a pair of shoes, he'd buy 3 pairs of shoes. That was the way he always did it, like that. He never ever sort of accepted the fact. It's a bit like somebody talking about Jordan, saying she never takes responsibility for everything, for anything at all. She has no concept of money or anything. She just thinks that it's going to magically appear out of nowhere, which of course it isn't. But always quite funny to watch. Always quite funny to watch. So I don't think Dale had any money. I think he moved into the rented accommodation with the idea of seeing, because there was a short lease on the house. Wasn't a long lease. Long lease, you could have got more money. Because a friend of mine's doing it at the moment to get the lease extended. It's going to cost him £20,000. £20,000 to get a lease extended, which seems ludicrous. Ludicrous. But anyway, so I don't think there was any money. He had the cars. Most of them were leased. I don't think he ever bought a car. I don't think he ever bought a car. I seem to remember, even in the early days, they were sort of leased, or before that, I think his mum helped him out. But no, that was it. So never any expectations of what you get when somebody passes on. People saying, oh, perhaps he'll leave you this. I wouldn't have expected anything, absolutely anything. Just to know him was quite enough. Thank you very much indeed. I don't, he left it to who he wanted to leave it to, and that should be the end of it. Whether it's a BBC executive who's got 3 boys and a wife, doesn't make any difference, does it? It really makes no difference at all. It was his will. It was his last will and testament, and that's what he wanted. So that's what he did. I should imagine Meryl might get a little something out of the will. I don't know what, because she spoke at his funeral, and she was there to help him in the early days. She, used to feed him and give him little bits of money and everything else to help him out. So, that's the way it goes. But still fond memories. Kim says, good morning, fellow Spikers. And then Lucy says, I remember many years ago seeing Windsor Davis and Donna Stell in pantomime at Wimbledon Theatre, where they sang Whispering Trees. No, I think it was Whispering Grass. Whispering grass, don't eat the trees, No, the other one, I talk to the trees, but they don't listen to me, was from Paint Your Wagon, okay? I also love Never the Twain. Yes, I've got sort of a box set, and it's got some of them. I'm trying to find the other ones, and I couldn't get them. So I'm still always looking for something, still always looking for things like that. The Dales are courting Adam Thomas, who's pinning his hopes on a return to Emmerdale. He quit at the end of 2017, saying he wanted to challenge himself in new roles, but it seems the big challenge has been landing jobs that fast. Because once you've been on a soap opera, and once you've been dropped, it's very difficult to get back in again. It's a lot warmer on the inside than it is on the outside, trying to get back in again. Also, the Strictly Come Dancing boss, Sarah James, determined the lineup is confirmed in good time this year. So every time they get a celebrity in the audience, they always approach them. Do you want to do it? So far, Mary Berry, no chance. Sophie, Countess of Wessex, no chance. Hugh Edwards, big mistake. How could anybody ever take him seriously again? Radio host Chris Evans, he'd do it. He'd enjoy it. How he'd I don't know how he sleeps, and there you go. Actress Jodie Comer, no idea. And Catherine Tilsley, who hasn't worked since she left Coronation Street. She just turned up to a few little bits and pieces, but I don't think there's been any actual work. Time check. I know you want a time check this morning, so you're going to get one. What's a max? Oh, a max... Is that a car? What's a maximum? Oh, you'd have 2 cars max... Oh, right. So we're talking about people who have cars, and that the Queen's Range Rover came up for sale, and it was worth more money because it was owned by the Queen. It had provenance and probably very low mileage, because she doesn't go out driving that often, but she does go out driving. Whereas, unfortunately, for poor Katie Price, nobody's remotely interested, and so all the baloney they gave you that her little pink car, this little pink, I think it was a Vitara, was worth £66,000. I mean, you could pick it up for 450 quid. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. Are there any jewels in the Jewel Tower, says Jackie? No. No. When you say the Jewel Tower, are you talking about the Tower of London? Because in the Jewel House, yes, they've got all the crown jewels. That's where they are. Protected. And in fact, quite cleverly, because what you see as you go round, and it's a conveyor belt that takes you around like a moving staircase kind of thing. You go round. Oh, yes, they're all genuine. A lot of people don't have genuine things because they won't get insurance, but no, in the Jewel House in the Tower of London, they're all genuine. That's why Colonel Blood tried to steal the jewels, but didn't get very far, I'm afraid. Now they all sink below ground at night. They're not always permanently on display. The whole thing sinks down in, and they're very seriously protected. Well, I say seriously protected. I'm sure people have thought about it. Ian says, I worked for 23 years at Land Rover, my job looking after the royal cars. They were all given one, and we serviced them. Technically, Land Rover owned them. They were on loan to the royals. Yes. That's the way I always saw it. I didn't think it'd be anything else. They're the sort of vehicles that they like, the off-roaders and all the rest of it. And so they're owned, and then when they need to be upgraded, they'll just swap them over, and they will then sell them. But because they've got the provenance of this was driven by the Queen, then, you get a bit more money. Bit more money. So quite clever, Ian, quite clever. Up there in Solihull. The UK set to shiver for weeks. Forecasters warn the country is facing a prolonged spell of cold weather, which will last into February. Which is not very good, is it? And so we're going to have a cold snap. You might get snow, you might not get snow. They're always a bit vague, aren't they, really? And so I'm hoping that when I see pictures of people in the snow, it's probably not a current picture. It could be an old picture. 10 to 6, when comedy biopic Stan and Ollie hits cinemas. You must see it. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Superfan Paul Allen, no relation, wasn't resting on his laurels. He's an ex-market trader, and he loves Stan and Ollie. He absolutely loves them. So much so, he's got 4,000 items, including autographs, postcards, photos, videos, at least 200 items. It's taken over the kitchen. He's got so many of them now, and he's got more than 100 films, including Way Out West and The Music Box. His favourite item in the collection, a TV guide, once owned by Stan, and a 1937 comic book called The Laurel and Hardy Book of Wisecracks, bought for 25 quid, now worth 500. So there you go. What is amazing, what I wanted to hear, and I wish they would release them, the only person who can probably do that is Steve Coogan, who's obviously heard them, people who would phone up Stan when he was retired, and he was listed in the phone book. You could phone him up and he would talk to you about the films and stuff like that, and some of the fans recorded the conversations with him, and Steve Coogan had heard them. And I remember thinking, now that would be worth hearing. Somebody from the dim and distant past, somebody who you've, absolutely loved for ages and ages, and you think, well, I'd love to hear what he sounded like. Love to hear. Freddie Flintoff has confessed he crashed 3 motors. They're all doing it, aren't they? I tell you, it's just absolutely non-stop. The Duke crash victim speaks out after he fails to apologise. Ant lets rip in quick zip quote. Smiling Ant McPartlin. He's made a wisecrack about Simon Cowell's dodgy flies, because his flies were undone. And he made a thing. He's wearing he's not wearing a Peaky Blinders hat. He looks like he's wandered out of sort of Boris Yeltsin's Russia, by the look of it. Katie Price's ex, Kieran Hayler, has blasted her over a drink and drug demon, saying she never takes responsibility for anything. No, she doesn't. She never has done. That's why she's in the mess she is. She split with him, and since then she's spiralled out of control. He said it's good she pleaded guilty. He also said that Katie now dating Chris Boyson, needs to stop blaming Peter Andre. Kieran claims his marriage to Katie was fake. Well, that's good, isn't it? Everybody takes a mickey out of her. Some people go out with her just because they can say, "Oh, I've been out with her." But to be honest with you, she's not the full ticket, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. Rose West's son, she was waged war on me from prison. She blames him, not Fred, for her being jailed. She's a sick psychopath. It's as simple as that. And to be honest with you, if we'd had the death penalty, he sort of did the decent thing, and she didn't. But now she's fighting to get out of prison. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Soaring cremation and burial fees made £95 million of profit for town halls. Lord above. I never thought about that. I have to keep forgetting that. I thought you just paid for the funeral director. But apparently you have to pay to be... That's like when Matt Stadler was saying, did you bury your pets? Which is, I mean, so a friend of mine did. My friend, yes, a friend of mine from years ago, actually. He had boxer dogs, and they were all buried in the garden with little sort of gravestones, little stone things over the top, because that's what people do. Oh, that's lovely. Henry's goldfish had a gravestone. That's actually what killed him. The goldfish was underneath the gravestone when it fell on him. And consequently, now we've got 4 goldfish. You can't bury a goldfish. People put them down the toilet. That's what you do with goldfish. So they go to... It's called Dumbledore. It's a goldfish. They don't have hearing. You tap on the side of the thing. They don't hear... You're like, oh, look, I'm being called. Perhaps we're being fed. I saw a horrible thing. There's a zoo in China where they feed live animals to tigers, but you can buy them. So if you want to buy a cow, it costs you like $50 or something, and they will tip a live cow out of a lorry, and you're sitting on the tour bus and you can watch the tigers laying into it. It doesn't stand a cat in hell's chance. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. It's on YouTube, yeah. It's on YouTube. It's Chinese zoo kills tigers. No, sorry, kills cow, I think. Something like that. I saw a lovely one as well of somebody trying to burgle a shop naked. Oh, it's horrid, isn't it? I know. But there was somebody trying to burgle a shop naked. He just had his pants on. And the shopkeeper, who obviously knew better, was going, yeah, you think you're going to get out in a minute? He pushes the button, the front door's lock, and he pulls the slide across, and now he's protected. This bloke's trying to get out, and he can't. He says, police are on the way, police are on the way, you're going to prison. And all this in America, they just spend most of their time. There was a shoplifter as well. She'd managed to cheat them out of a garment, and as she walks out the front door, 2 of them grab her and drag her back inside. Fabulous stuff. I love it. It's always good. We love a good shoplifting story. We do. There was that family in New Zealand, wasn't there? The British family, Pond Life, Chavs, and they're apparently well known for thieving. And they're on holiday in New Zealand, and they thieve. They thieve. Can you believe it? Why would you go... I mean, you're that sort of person. Why Philip Schofield and Holly have to apologise to Gemma Collins? Is it for having talent? Maybe, she should remember the owner. Well, she came for it. She used to sell cars. Can't imagine she was particularly successful as that. But, and then she's tried sort of various things. She hasn't actually done anything really of any note at all, and they just basically said, we're looking for a bit of professionalism, because the one that, of course, she's believed and bought into the idea that I'm the GC, and somebody said the other day, there's 2 people, there's the Gemma Collins, and then there's the idiot called the GC, who is really just a complete waste of space. Party complained about Abbott. Yes, Labour complained about this one, over alleged racist treatment of Diane Abbott on Question Time. The Sunday People understands party chiefs have lodged an official protest after calls for an apology from Fiona Brew. She's only just started the programme and having to apologise. Apparently, the Shadow Home Secretary, Ms Abbott, has accused the programme of legitimising racist abuse against her as a black woman in public life. That's just because she talks gobbledygook. Actually, there is something... What was the thing I watched? Oh, it was very good. It was police in America. And they pull over a car. The car has got 3 people in it. Very important to remember, 3 people. OK. And there's 2 girls and a boy. The boy driving. There's no insurance on the car. It's got no MOT. It's got an order against it. In fact, it shouldn't be. So these 2 state troopers pull the car in, get them out of the car, and they say, listen, we're doing you for this, 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 and this. You've lost the car. Anyway, one of the girls then makes a phone call to her mother. Her mother is something to do with officialdom. She looks after 4,000 police. She is a pain in the rear end. OK, so she says to the police officers, OK, bearing in mind, her daughter was a passenger in the back. OK, the police officers have stopped the car, and she says, can you explain to me why you've stopped this car? They've said, no, we're not telling you that. It's nothing to do with you. So she says, and she persists with this one for half an hour. She threatens them with everything, and then she resorts to bad language. She is the complete idiot of all idiots. And so she's arguing, and she then starts accusing them, you are idiots. You are doing this, you're doing that, and then he says, thank you very much indeed. How they kept their cool, I've got no idea. Because in the end of it, you are literally willing this woman to be arrested, or at least pushed to one side, and he says, you can take your daughter away now. Don't you tell me, she says. I'm going to be having a word with the police commissioner tomorrow. I think it's a case of, do you know who I am? You have to watch it because it's very interesting. She's losing it big time, but she's too stupid to realise what an idiot she's making herself. And it came in under the "do you know who I am" kind of quote. And so he didn't know who she was. You know, she's given, that's who I am, and she gives him a card. He said, well, I don't know who you are. It's got nothing to... Whereabouts do you come from? We're police officers, we're from down the road and all the rest of it. She's trying to do all of this, and she keeps saying, you're just not very nice, are you? She said, you know, you've completely ruined their holiday. No, I don't think so. Anyway, in the end, cut long story short, this debacle, which is all caught on camera, the police camera, and the sound as well. You can hear her arguing. She's a bit thick. In fact, she's very thick, because she's basically threatening them by saying, I'm going to be having a word with the police commissioner tomorrow. Why do you think you have the right to take this car away? It's got nothing to do with you. Go away. Shoo. But they didn't say that. That's what I was shouting into the blasted YouTube thing. And eventually she sort of gets in. She goes, and they go, she says, oh, I hope you have a nice life. And they go, you have a nice day now, thank you. I think it's called the don't you know who I am thing. And it's a police car with a car in front and a woman arguing with the police officers. It must be there somewhere because I watched it earlier on. Have you found it? It's American. It's American. It's whatever it was. The following day, she was kicked out for being basically a buffoon, a complete and utter idiot. But you have to listen to it because she thinks she's being really clever and threatening them with their jobs. Yes. Yeah. You must send it to yourself at home and watch it because she gets so irate and they're keeping very calm. Will you tell me what they're being stopped for? No, we won't. You can go to the police station and find out more about it. I don't want to do that. I'm asking it. It's nothing to do with you. Who are you? Just some old woman who's turned up in a car. Oh, she was horrid. Oh, she was horrid. I was glad she was kicked out and everybody went, you know, that's the best thing that should have happened to her. Coming up, the news at 6 o'clock this Sunday morning. He's back behind the wheel again. Yes, Prince Philip is back out on the road. Sainsbury's under fire for stocking e-cigarettes. The I'm a Celeb Winner's horse business. This is Harry Redknapp has lost 130,000. We were trying to work out why he did I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Obviously the money's running out. Not so good. Stan and Ollie's biggest fan, a collection of 4,000 items. That's a fan. Corbyn presides over the exodus of Labour loyalists ripping up membership cards. The telly star Jab Risk, I'll tell you about that one. She's from Cheshire, and I think some Z-list celebrities had it, said, oh, it's marvellous. Usual sort of rubbish, isn't it? Ant, My New Love Saved Me, and the moon will turn red tomorrow. You don't get it turning red again for another 11 years. Catch it while it's there. 20th of January, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. What are you not doing? What is the sport that is dying out? I couldn't believe it either. Fishing. Apparently not as many people are fishing as used to. Well, my brother's a fisherman. Neil's a fisherman. Probably quite a lot of you listening who are fisher people. And in fact, a service is going to be held in memory of a British fisherman once voted the greatest angler of all time. And this is John Wilson, who hosted Anglia Television's Go Fishing from 86 to 2002. He died aged 75 in November. He got an MBE. And I've seen fishing programmes on the television. Neil will tell you, my brother will tell you as well, I have no interest whatsoever. When I was younger, when I was about 9 or 10, my cousins, Stephen and Martin, on my mother's side of the family, used to go fishing, and they thought I wanted to go fishing as well. So consequently, they would come and collect me from school down in Chelmsford, and we would go fishing. We'd be stuck on the side of a riverbank with a box of maggots, and I used to dread it. I hated it. Worst thing I've ever had. And they go, right, you take the hook and you put it through the maggot. And, oh, God. And you do it through, and then you sort of throw it. And I used to pray that no fish would eat my maggot. I used to literally, please don't bite. Because if ever the fish bit, then you're supposed to yank, and that sort of pulls the hook into its upper lip, or in the worst case scenario, into its eye. because that used to happen. And then I'd pull the fish out and go, oh, God. And we were doing guppy, perch, dace, stuff like that. So, seriously, I couldn't identify these fish, but that's how I knew what they were. And then oh, God, I'd be sitting there all by myself on the side of the riverbank thinking, I need somebody to take this fish off. I didn't even want to touch the fish. And for some reason, they thought that I enjoyed fishing. And as I say, I don't know how many years it took to sink in that fishing and Steve were not the kind of things that I wanted to do at all. Do you know what you're also doing? You're not eating breakfast cereal. Try telling that to my producer, Chris, during the week. He cannot go through a programme without a box of cereal. He has those little variety packs. He brings in a variety pack, and then he'll sort of have a different one every day. It was never enough in there, are there? Have you emptied out one? I mean, excuse me, is this a portion? For whom? For a child? Certainly not for an adult. But breakfast cereal sales have plummeted by £14 million. So it means at this time of the morning when you're all getting up, you're not eating cereal. What are you eating? Scrambled egg on toast? Sausage, pancakes, all sorts of... I mean, the Americans do a different thing. But somebody said to me, they stayed in a hotel a few weeks ago, and they said the breakfast was to die for. And I said, oh, right, I like a good cooked breakfast. I like a buffet. I like a buffet meal. So you can go and help yourself. You've always got bigger eyes than your stomach, haven't you? You started eating, and you look at it, you think, I'm not going to eat all this. But I think you always load your plate up because you think it's going to evaporate. It never does, of course. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve Allen strikes again on top of the spike each day, says Anthony. Roger Whiteside, CEO of Greggs, was on Profile on the radio last night. Keep eating them bacon rolls, Steve. What's the vegetarian? I haven't tried the vegetarian sausage roll. I should do, really, because then I could talk about it. But, I mean, I've tried their normal sausage rolls. They're very cheap. They're about 90p. And if you buy 3, you get a 4th one free, I think. Here's me talking like a student, makes me sound a bit like sort of person who can't afford to buy proper. But you can't buy proper. I want to go and buy a sausage roll. I want to buy puff pastry wrapped round a sausage, not minced up, whatever it is. I've said before, and I'll stand by it again. You go to Waterloo Station and some of these places, pasty companies and all sorts of things, they do a sausage roll. What is in it? That's what I want to know. I think they should print a list of all the ingredients, because I reckon meat isn't top of the list. I was seriously, it was like eating the inside of a sofa. It was just awful. And the Greggs ones are the same. I mean, why can't they just put a sausage inside, when it sort of goes in like that, and you just put the sausage in, and then you just eat it? A sausage roll. It doesn't say sausage meat roll, it says sausage roll, which of course is a blatant lie, because it blooming well isn't. Sorry, don't get me started on that. It always annoys me. Because they used to do a very nice one at Pret-a-Manger. And it was a piece of puff pastry with a hot dog sausage with cheese drizzled over the top of it. It was yummy, yum, yum. And then they stopped doing it. Why do they stop doing all the good things? Talking of the Generation Game reminded me of Blankety Blank with Les Dawson. How he used to take the mickey out of the real bad prizes. The contestants won. They were, but that was how he did it. I loved Les Dawson. To watch him, I think he did the Royal Variety performance more than anybody else. And he would do his sort of piano playing, which was all out of tune. He said, go on, keep up. And he was very clever at doing that. People talking about Gemma Collins. It's a case like me, you've missed it, writes Rachel Bletchley. And she says it's sort of between Gemma, her fellow contestants, and the show's host, Holly Willoughby, because it turns out that during last week's rehearsals, the former Towie star kept everybody waiting while she had a kip. Now it's kicked off into Blade Wars, because apparently she didn't have a break for kipping and all the rest of it. And Gemma has accused jealous backstage bullies of trying to destroy her Dancing on Ice experience. Grow up, get over yourself, all right? You're boring, dull, tedious, talentless. There you go, solved that problem, isn't it? Anyway, Rachel says, I heard these 2 young workmates arguing with some gusto about whether Gemma is a fake or a reality TV genius, which to me, she says, appears to be exactly the same thing. It is. She's just a silly little show-off. Mind you, she's dragging around that carcass, which is Argent. That's the one who's now ballooned to twice the size that she is. Unfortunately, it's gone beyond funny. It's gone beyond a joke. It's just some big fat bird with lots of hair and really badly done makeup. And she's not dancing at all. She's gliding on the ice, and she's not even gliding on the ice very well either, which is not good. Not good at all. Prisoners ordered quinoa crisps and non-dairy chocolates. Prisoners? Well, you go to prison and you can have a choice. Apparently porridge has gone vegan. You see, I have had Have you got some bad Les Dawson playing? Is this from the Royal Variety performance? Is it? Oh, okay. No, well, you might as well try it. Listen, I mean, I think I probably know the song that he plays, because I knew most of them. It's, I think, We Ain't Got a Barrel of Money. It could be, anyway. Just him. We miss comedy talent like that. But when he went on the Royal Variety performance, you go, oh, I'd like to dedicate this song to... And he would play this song, and the audience would attempt to sing and keep up with it, and they always lost quite badly, actually. But it was a talent. You don't see anybody else doing that now. You really don't. Nobody has picked up on that at all. You know, I'm always looking for some new act, somebody new who's going to take it to a new level, as opposed to terribly middle-class comedians who've done a stand-up show and things like that. You know, getting out there, doing the same stuff that everybody else is doing. It's all very clever, but nobody does what he did. Nobody does that. Matt Lucas reckons his mum still hopes he'll date a woman. He plays Daffyd Thomas, the only gay in the village, and he's open about his sexuality. He's always been open about his sexuality. Seriously, he does not have a problem with it, but he says his mum found it very difficult when he came out. It was tough. He says, she struggled with my sexuality. Well, I don't know why, because he's charming, he's lovely, he's witty, he's funny, he's everything. He's so talented, seriously. But he lives mainly in America. He's got a big place in America. I think that he's getting back with David Walliams. I would hope so. I would like to see that. But they bonded again because they were both at Dale's funeral. April, that was. April. Good grief, honestly. Can't believe it. Time goes by so fast. Oh, we haven't had a gay doctor for ages, so here he is. Dr. Range is in the papers. Apparently he's just another gay doctor, of which I'm sure there must be millions. Strictly was a million times harder than medical school, so you're going to be bored with him now, so he'll be turning up on every programme they can think of, you know, because we don't... Oh, you're a bit novel. What do you do? Gay doctor. Unbelievable. I don't know why people get excited about these sort of things. You'd be telling me next, sort of, you know, gay Speaker of the House of Commons at one point. You know, gay Prime Ministers. Good Lord, that'd never happen, would it? All of these things. It's all so difficult nowadays. People get very carried away about the way things work, and they sort of go... It's like when they used to go on to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. There'd always be somebody on there, and they go, I've got a secret. And I go, oh, here we go. It was never that exciting. I could always spot the trans a mile off. They were all, you know, you think, you haven't got a secret, dear, because I can do that, actually. Kate says, I'm new to the official Spiker Club, listening here in Australia, as I'm travelling around solo for a month. Keep up the good work. That's what my brother's oldest daughter's doing. Bless you. She's going touring. Not to Australia, I don't think, actually. And who's this one? This is off to Monte Carlo for the 44th Circus Festival. You would love it. Look it up. Oh no, I know all about the 44th Circus Festival. I've got it on DVD, and it's on YouTube and everything, and it's where the greatest circus acts in the entire world all come together, and it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, if you're an animal lover, you might not like the animal acts, but you have to marvel at how brilliant some of these things are. It's not just... I mean, I have tried tightrope walking, not very high off the ground, only about 9 inches, which I think is quite high up enough, and all of these sort of different things. But the circus, I'd love to be able to juggle. I can't. I've tried it. I have no hand-to-eye coordination. I'm absolute rubbish. Sitting on a beach in Koh Samui, listening to Steve Allen, who I've never heard of in my life, but laughing my head off. Such a funny man. Made my afternoon, and from good old Essex. Oh, heavens above. Debbie says, I didn't know you prefer the back of a sofa than sausage rolls. I just want a sausage in the roll, not sausage meat. It just says a sausage roll, and it isn't. It isn't. I want a sausage, or a hot dog. Something like... I just want anything. Actually, I don't really care. What I really want is just sort of luxury food wrapped round my body. Do you know you can order something now? If you have a dinner party, you're looking for something unusual, a person will turn up naked, and they lie on your table, and you cover their body with food. And then you eat off their body. You ever heard of that one? No. Was it on Eurotrash? Yeah. I remember seeing somebody lying there, and I remember thinking, well, that's a bit novel, isn't it? As sort of edible tables go. And you lie there. In fact, they did it. I'm sure they've done it on Come Dine With Me. I'm pretty certain. I quite like the idea, actually, of sort of, you know, debating which end you're going to start at first. Who knows? I don't think they have gravy. I think mainly it's salad. I think they do a lot of salad, which, of course, as you know, is so boring and dull. I mean, who eats salad nowadays? I had a salad the other day in... What's that place that does chicken? Nando's. Oh, God in heaven. Whoever has salad, a few leaves and some gojo berries or whatever it is, something thrown in on them, and and I thought, this is the most boring thing under the sun. Where are the chips? But I was determined not to have chips and not to have chicken and try and be healthy, and I left most of it. I was eating with my friend Paul, and he ate all of his, but he's actually very good, very good. Just back from the Barrier Reef. Well, that sounds a bit exciting. Just back from the Barrier. 32 degrees centigrade, very lovely, but Britain is best for breakfast. They have the full Australian. I know, we've seen some of them on Neighbours. They look very full, don't they? Just like the full English. Guess they want to distance themselves. Been watching It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. Made me laugh again. Wouldn't go to bed when I was at the point till I heard Windsor Davis shout, "Shut up!" I can't do it. Otherwise we'll be breaking microphones. And have to blame Gemma Collins' agent for telling her she's got talent and I can get you work. What'll be her next booking? A panellist on Question Time? No, I don't think so. I think we're rapidly running out of things. She's done most things now, like most of them. It's like I just felt immensely sorry for Spencer Matthews. Parents give him a very good education, fairly well heeled. He ends up doing tatty reality shows about wife has baby, and you know how thick she is. We saw her on that Celebrity Mastermind. God, that was embarrassing. The misery of being forced to miss the jungle. He's back again. Yes, this is Ant McPartlin. He said, definitely Holly won't be doing it again. It was painful to watch Dec and Holly. Yeah. I love the way he sort of turned it round and made it sound like it's our fault or somebody else's fault, which it isn't. It's his fault all the way through. He says it was a good wake-up call. So, if nothing else, we achieved something there. Look, it's that fake Fern McCann wearing somebody else's hair stapled to her head. She's filming her son, First-Time Mum in the Sun. That's called First-Time Mum and Still Single in the Sun. Not exactly a role model. And, oh dear, Julian Clare is upset. All the people down in Chatham. He thinks Chatham's an absolute hellhole. A hellhole. And apparently the local MP, Tracy Crouch, says to denigrate the town because a few punters didn't laugh at his jokes 15 years ago is frankly out of order. Yeah, grow up, get over yourself. Local MP. A local MP for local people. He doesn't like it. He's allowed to have an opinion. Not a snowflake like you. Goodness sake, honestly, what is the matter with people nowadays? Oh, I know. People worrying about the time check. It's coming up at 7, the Weekend Breakfast Show this morning with Andrew Castle, up for discussion today. Inside the Superstate School, getting dozens of pupils into Oxbridge. I saw this one during the week. I did that during the week. I didn't actually do it, but I mentioned it because they've all done so well. So well. Donald Trump expected to outline the shutdown deal offer in an address to the nation. And actress Vicky Michelle joins the programme to discuss the life of Windsor Davis, lovely boy, who passed on the other day. All of that and more with the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle from 7 this morning. And don't forget, I'm here this evening with In Conversation. It's a good In Conversation this week. So that's 9 o'clock this evening. 9 o'clock this evening, In Conversation. More of your texts and emails. I've just watched a woman in a bookshop on YouTube. Yes, this is this stupid woman. I thought she was fake. I mean, I don't think that this person ever exists that she's talking about. She was shouting, I can't believe you don't know about this. I don't, why do you not know? And then she starts shouting. I'd have had her escorted off the premises. That's why I thought somebody was obviously filming her and she just sort of decided to carry on, which is a bit embarrassing. She must be the laughing stock. Well, she's mad as a broomstick. I don't know why a broomstick should be mad, but I'm sure this one is. Steve, we buried our goldfish in the back garden, says Alex. We put it in a little box lined with cotton wool. And I believe there is a Yulin festival in China when they steal pet dogs and then eat them. I have heard of this. There was a charity that was exposed the other day which saves dogs from being eaten, and it turns out they've destroyed most of them, so the money keeps coming in. I'm very wary of any charities from abroad unless we know all about them. Russ the Postie from Southend says, my wife says I've developed a habit of slurping my tea and then going, lovely. You're probably right, actually. She's blaming my work colleagues. Exactly. It is good, though, isn't it? When you have a cup... I know it sounds a bit ridiculous. It's a bit ridiculous. But when you have a cup of tea in the morning, there's something nice about a cup of tea. I had to buy myself some tea bags the other day. I don't normally keep tea bags in at all. And somebody says, we haven't had a gay Prime Minister. No. Well, whatever. Wasn't there a certain person a few years ago who was doing a good impression of one? But I don't know. Imagine you can say anything about somebody once they've passed on. The dead can't sue, as they say. What a start to Sunday morning, says Elaine. Bionic penises in the first 15 minutes, then eating food from naked bodies. I thought I'd finished with hot flushes until today. You want to see them next door? They've been checking out where you get them, how much they cost. Can you just buy one off the peg? Well, not necessarily the peg, but, you know. Yeah, Nick's got an appointment on Monday. Is he donating again? He's been very good at the donating side. I think that's very generous of him. Very generous. What a caring person. When it comes round to Christmas, I know what I'm going to be getting from Nick for Christmas. Which will be love it. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So off to Monte Carlo, says Lee. It's for this 44 Circus Festival. I didn't know it was Lee who wrote this one. I only just got the end of it. But it even made it to the Daily Mail at last, a good article about circuses. Do you know, and you know what I love about them? And I've discovered it's the same with fun fairs. It's the fact that they pack up onto lorries and then it disappears into the night. You can have a circus down at Richmond on the grass next to the swimming pool. Not my idea of fun. Sharing water with other people. You wouldn't invite them round to have a bath, would you? Let's face it. And some of them look very grubby. And then the circus sets up and all the lorries go all the way around the outside and you think, that's exciting. I mean, I've been to quite a few circuses. I'm a big fan of circuses. Sorry? Zippo. I've done Zippos. I've got a lovely series of circus programmes, which my brother bought me from Christmas. Pristine condition from Bertram Mills Circus and a few other, Billy Smarts as well. Really lovely. And I like things. I don't get them out and have a look at them every so often, you know, but it's nice to know that you've actually got things like that. You've got to have a hobby. You know, years ago it was sticking stamps in a book, and that was as boring as heck. Who wants to stick stamps in a book? Little stamp hinges. You nick them and put, I used to hate the taste of the glue. Why they couldn't make glue taste nice, I've got no idea. Another one here. This says, everybody telling me about this. What is a breakfast sausage? A breakfast sausage. Is that different from a normal sort of sausage? But separately on piano, do you remember Victor Borge? Yes, of course I do. I'm that old. Of course I remember that. I remember the war years. What are you on about? I remember all of these things. You have to remember them. If you do any programme on radio, you just watch any sort of thing. I've just watched the video. Says Kevin, if that was my relation, I'd be well embarrassed. She just kept going on as if the police did something wrong. Should have been arrested. Oh, absolutely. I absolutely would have had her arrested immediately and gone, I'm sorry, you're friends with who? Friends with the police commissioner? Right, you're under arrest. Mainly for, what could you use against her? It's not involvement. It's something like, basically, she's getting involved with something that's nothing to do with her. Nothing to do with her. Was your daughter the one who's having the car taken away? Well, then go away, you silly old bag. Stupid woman. And then threatening me. I should be seeing the police commissioner. You're not... What does she call them? She kept giving them horrible names and things like that. It was just rude about police officers trying to do their job with a silly interfering old bag who just wouldn't take no for an answer. I'm not telling you. You can ask the driver. I don't want to ask the driver. I'm asking you. Well, we're not telling you. It's nothing to do with you. Are you that thick? Do you not understand? Answer, she is that thick. And no, she didn't understand. 84850, Steve at LBC. You have to watch it, though. You really have to watch it. Steve, I'm in Chelmsford at the old Marconi Club for a fair later. I agree. Fishing is in decline. I've been angling since the age of 10 and have covered, says Frank, the full spectrum from freshwater to deep sea. And after 55 years, I am hanging up my rods. Most freshwater venues are overfished and overpriced, and the fish are almost tame. I know, they almost, in some places, throw themselves onto the hook. They really do. At least with sea fish, I could take them home and eat them. Lovely. Yeah, it's true. I didn't realise. I thought that fishing would always be... My brother still fishes. I mean, whether or not this year he's got the... Because he's getting married this year, which is all very exciting. And so we'll have to wait and see. I don't know anything about Boo the dog. Who's Boo the dog who's died? Is Boo this little cute dog that I saw a picture of in the paper? Little Pomeranian. Why would that be... Is there something remarkable about Boo? Does Boo talk or something, or add up? Just an extra cute Pomeranian. They're all extra cute, though, aren't they? I was watching the Super Vet the other day, Noel, and, I mean, sometimes he does absolute miracles. Seriously, he could sort of take an animal, strip it down and put it back together again, and it moves. But sometimes they discover all sorts of problems. It's like, they never tell you, though. I want to know. I'm nosy. How much are these people paying to have these operations done? Because I don't see it being cheap. I really don't see it. I think it costs thousands to get these things done. But there was one of them, and it was a cat, and it was a Maine cat, which is big. They're bigger than the normal cat. And this one was lovely. Absolutely lovely. And it had something the matter. They were trying to do something with its legs, I think. Anyway, they then discovered that this cat had a tumour. And so Noel calls the owner in, this very nice man, and he says, listen, these are the the three options. We've got the tumour here. If we take it out, you know, there's no guarantee that the cat will survive. And so, anyway, it came down, the last option was, or we put the cat to sleep. And so the bloke says, well, I thought about this. And Noel says, I know you'd have thought about this. Because when you go to the vets and they say, listen, it's not great news, you have to face that time that your pet, your beloved, is going to be taken from you. And so he said, I've decided to put it to sleep. And so I thought perhaps they'll arrange it like a week in. No, they did it there and then. They did it there and then. I was sort of horrified because I've seen it done before on the programme, and it is like an injection and the animal goes to sleep. But he said it'll be very quick. Very quick. And it was very quick. By the time you've literally turned around, this thing had gone. And he said, do you want it cremated? And he went, no, I'll take it home. And he took it home in its carry case, which I thought was really sad. It was quite a bit. They're big cats, these sort of Maine. And he went back, and I thought, oh, that's so sad, isn't it, really? Because people get used to their pet. Have you got your pets, Henry? I can imagine you having something. Oh, probably not, no. Have you ever had a pet? Have you ever had a little pet or something like just the goldfish that died when the slab fell on it? How could you... It didn't happen, I know, but I mean, it's good for the programme. We've got to make up stories about things. Goodness sake, honestly. It would be so overfed it. Yeah, so the trouble is, the moment because it's fun, isn't it? You sort of drop the food in and the fish comes right to the top and opens its little mouth. They're like dogs. Dogs will keep eating. Cats will go, I'm not eating that. Dogs will eat, and you can put anything down for dogs. They'll go, just keep feeding me, and goldfish the same. LBC News watching a very interesting programme yesterday, which was history, but they kept sort of delving back in and showing it was costumed, and it was the execution of, I can't remember, it was one of our queens, which limits it, of course, and this particular one, and we were quite brutal. We were really quite brutal. And in this particular one, it took 3 chops of the axe to separate the head from the body, because basically most executioners in those days were alcoholics. And there's Steve Dixon. Look at that, honestly. That's what you call a shiny complexion. We are fascinated by Steve Dixon. He used to show us his watch, which he used to wear on his wrist. And I remember thinking, he's been there for ages and ages, but he's another diabetic, actually. So, was it Anne Boleyn, or was it... Oh, I can't remember. I think Lady Jane Grey. Was it Lady... Mary? It could have been Mary Queen of Scots. Mary Queen of Scots was executed in 1587. They were very brutal. Also, James Scott, the first Duke of Monmouth. Actually, the Earl of Essex was executed as well. He fell out with the Queen, and she decided she'd had enough. And Marie Antoinette, I think, was she guillotined? That must have been a bit of a shock when you've come from, Versailles and a place like that, and you've had everything, and all of a sudden the people turn so madly against you that they have public executions, and she was publicly executed on the guillotine. I mean, most people seem to go... I say most people, I don't know. I'm just sort of telling you that sort of it was sort of an odd thing. Nowadays, I think... It was Mary Queen of Scots. It was so awful because people having to stand there and watch the execution of a queen. I can think of other queens I could have had executed, but I mean, we'll have to go with her. And 3 efforts he took to actually separate the head, and people are going, oh. Because that must... Apparently all she did after the first chop was moaned a little bit. I'd have gone, ow! Do it properly, because if you paid extra, you got a French swordman who they'd fly over. Otherwise, they picked any old Tom, Dick and Harry. Yeah, they used to fly over on a boat, which used to take them days. By that time, they'd forgotten what they'd booked you for anyway. 3 here in Biggleswade, -3 in Biggleswade in Bedfordshire, Steve. Wonderful. Antique and Collectors Fair today, coming to the warm. We had a big one down in Twickenham the other day. I was going to go to it, and I thought, I don't need any more antiques. A man once told me he fetched his wax fishing jacket after a few months of it going into the wardrobe. There were lots of little bumps inside along the bottom edge. While fishing, he kept maggots in his pocket. There was a hole in the pocket. The little bumps were about 100 dead blowflies. Oh, no. Oh, Howard says, thank you for letting me know about Katie Price selling her pink car for 66 grand. I bought the car. Katie Price came with it for free. Oh, she'd said she'd pose for autographs. She won't get 66,000. It's worth 400 quid, if that. But again, never let you try and correct the delusional. Steve, thanks. Chipolatas are now off today, Sunday luncheon menu. Do you remember the Westlers hot dog advert? Available meters from this cinema. No. Stands, which are literally on practically every street corner, and they turn over a fortune. A fortune! They really do. And they've got, spikes on this round thing, and they take the baguette, cut it in half, and push it onto the spike, which is heated, so it heats the inside of the roll, and then they just drop the sausage into it. Oh, it's delicious. Delicious. John Warrington's on his way to... Where are you on your way to? He's on his way to Switzerland. Good Lord. He says, say hello to my driver. He's a spiker. Shehzad. I'll probably pronounce that incorrectly, but I mean, I've done my best. He says, I'm going up a mountain with Four Seasons hotels. How lovely. Yodelay. They used to do a thing... Didn't they used to do a thing about yodeling, and it was something to do with a sweet ricotta or some ricotta tablets, which were very good for your throat. Have a nice time. Steve, Mary Queen of Scots' lips was said to be moving after her head was chopped off. Yes, I mean, I don't... I think that's just... It's like chickens running around, isn't it, after they've had their heads cut off. Didn't somebody say it's sort of what... I don't know. It's obviously some sort of muscles in the body. But dreadful, really. So anyway, the difference between dogs and cats. The dog says, you feed me, so you must be king. The cat says, you feed me, so I must be king. I think cats do whatever they want to do. They really do. I mean, they just sort of sit there. I mean, a friend of mine's got 2 cats, and she adores them, and they're absolutely lovely. But if they don't want to do anything, they don't do it. You can't make them do anything at all. Brace yourself for 4 inches. You know, that's in the paper today. Whoopie-doo! You'd never hear that on any other radio station, would you? Brace yourself for 4 inches. And they've got a picture in Yorkshire, in a village called Gillamore. Gillamore, the temperature plummeted to about -11. -11? It looks beautiful. It does look, but I mean, you skid about all over the place. It's too blooming dangerous. The Met Office's Emma Smith says it could be the coldest week of the winter so far. It's going to last into February. So today, dry with sunny spells, high 4 degrees. Tomorrow, early frost will bite in the south, followed by wind and rain, which could turn to sleet. And on Tuesday, snow further north will turn into wintry showers. I think some of these little villages up north, I know it sounds a bit simplistic, but I think they look absolutely beautiful, covered in snow. They probably don't think so because you fall over left, right and centre, but there's something very, very pretty about it. Very, very pretty. And I always like it because Country Life will do a lovely picture on the front cover of a place covered in snow. And this village of Gillamore looks delicious. There's also a stag in Derbyshire trying to get over a fence. How that's going to happen, I'll never know. It looks as though it's caught up already. Countdowns, Rachel, 10-year classics. Buzzers at the ready, everybody. And they've got all sorts of things, which I can't even repeat on this programme. They're far too rude. Far too rude. Fat chance of Victoria Beckham cracking a smile when the bandmates reunite. She's admitted she'll feel a pang when the Spice Girls go on their stadium tour, but ruled out making a cameo. She said she won't even go. Which is probably best, actually. And, you know, and it's fine, it's fine. Lottie Moss. Robbie Williams undergoing gruelling boxing training in preparation for his massive Las Vegas residency. Do they know who he is? What's he doing in Las Vegas? Oh, he's not supporting Matt Goss, is he, or something like that? Well, I never found out. Normally, Bros are very keen to tell you if their tickets sell out very fast. And they went on sale yesterday. They're only doing the Brixton Academy, which is a tiddly compared to the stadiums that they've played in the past. But if you remember last time, they had to cancel lots of shows because there was no interest. And in this particular case, I thought they'd normally be issuing a statement saying, oh, that it's sold out in seconds, so they can put another one on. But I have a sneaking feeling, with the ticket prices starting at over £106, I wouldn't be wasting any money anytime soon. What have we got here? Oh, a teenager's been arrested over the stabbing of 14-year-old Jaden Moody. I told you it wouldn't take them very long to find somebody. And also life after tennis for Andy Murray. He'll be a radio presenter. He'll probably end up being a sports pundit. Don't you think so? I would think so. Also, 1 GP for 3,300 people. That's why the doctor will not see you now. I'm sure they're much better round our way. And greedy councils are forcing drivers to call premium rate phone lines to pay parking fines. There's a bit of filming going on down in Pall Mall this morning. Don't go anywhere near it because you'll get held up. They're probably doing a period drama or something like that. I quite like a period drama. And why did I keep that one? Oh, yes, police in the Lake District are getting special hoods to put over suspects' heads after officers was spat at 120 times. What sort of filth? I'm sorry, I think if somebody spat you, give them a good clip round the ear. They won't do it again. Don't do it again. Or failing that, I don't think it needs a spit hood. Why don't you just cover their mouths or something? These people are disgusting. I think we know what sort of people go around spitting. Peasants. That's what sort of people go around spitting. What do horses have to do with sausages? Probably not a question you want to know the answer to, says Dallas. Actually, in France, they eat horse, don't they? They have horse restaurants. But I don't think do they use them for sausages? I can't remember. Horse steak. I might have eaten horse. Not intentionally. I might have eaten it because people talk about, we ate horse when it sort of got into the food chain. And I remember thinking, well, it didn't kill us. And if the French have been eating it for some time, can't be that bad, can it, really? But I don't really want to intentionally eat it, thank you very much indeed. In fact, in some places, in Europe, South America and Asia, it's they consume about 4.7 million horses a year. Blimey. Also, in the Western world, the horse is given pet status. But in fact, there's no rule about us not eating horse in this country. There is no... You can eat it here quite legally. Quite legally. It's just that people sort of think, we don't really want to eat it. 78,000 tonnes are eaten in Mexico every year of horse. 78,000 tonnes. Next one down is Argentina, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Australia. 24,000 tonnes of horse are eaten in Australia. Then you've got Poland, Canada, Italy, Romania, Chile, France, Uruguay, Senegal, Colombia and Spain. In Spain, they eat 5,000 tonnes of horse meat a year. Good Lord. It's got to what? What's that? Oh, that's including donkeys. Oh, no. Not donkeys as well. No, I couldn't bear it. In Chile, 10,000 tonnes of horse meat is eaten every year. And Australians don't generally eat horse meat, although they have a horse slaughter industry. Oh, no. Don't like that idea. Goodness sake. We like horses. We don't like that kind of thing, do we? That's not very pleasant at all. Don't like that kind of thing, honestly. They shouldn't be eating horses. Mind you, I suppose the argument could be it's just meat, isn't it? Just slightly bigger, I suppose. Well, no, cows are fairly big. Right, short break. 14 minutes to 7. It says, Steve, I love horse steak. Had some in Belgium, better than beef. That's right. Here, you can eat dog. There is no rule about us not being able to eat dog. I don't know where you get it from. There is a call for a ban on people. Really, I know. People will say to you, people will argue the toss that if you humanely kill a dog you own, you can eat it. What? Why would you want to eat a dog? I don't quite get it, but that's just me. Yet, strange enough, I'm not vegetarian. I eat meat, I eat chicken, I eat turkey. I don't eat pork. Actually, I haven't eaten pork for years and years and years. But I eat bacon, which is a bit bizarre. I don't eat pork steaks. Try and work that one out. I don't know. But and I do eat steak, but I only eat fillet steak. Not very often, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. But if somebody was selling horse steak, would I buy it? If somebody was selling... Well, you never find the supermarket selling dog, because it's got to be owned by the person who can have it killed. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? I don't get it at all. I really don't. Steve. A lot of people talking to me about Queen Elizabeth II of England, and then somebody says, do not play the North Korean version of Westler's hot dog advert, just form a circle of producers with the presenters safe in the centre. Thank you. Yes, there are certain countries, I just can't get over the fact that people eat a dog. But there again, in China, they have cat restaurants. They eat cat. They eat everything. They eat everything. There's nothing that is out of... when I think sometimes they eat chicken beaks and things like that, and chicken feet. And I've seen it. I've seen duck's feet in Waitrose. Duck's feet, and I'm thinking, no, I'm sorry, absolutely. Isn't that funny? I'll eat the duck, but I don't want the feet. Thank you very much indeed. And if you go to certain Chinese restaurants, proper Chinese restaurants, not the sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, chicken chow mein and a pancake roll on the side, none of that kind of stuff, because we all do the crispy duck. Oh, I remember the first time I had crispy duck. And the waitress comes over and she starts shredding the duck with 2 forks and all the rest of it, and then demonstrates. You get the pancake, bit of hoisin sauce, put some duck on there. If you're lucky, you get a bit of crispy skin, and then you put some shredded cucumber and a bit of spring onion, and then you roll it up, and then you shove it in your mouth. Which is fine. Do you think the Chinese do that? I think not. I don't think so. I think the Chinese might have some duck and they'll just pick it up and eat it, which is what I ended up doing. Who wants to waste time with a stupid pancake? It takes forever to do it, but that time the duck's gone cold. It's not very nice. But I remember we all got very excited. And we did like it. I have to be honest, I do like Chinese food. We lost a really good Chinese restaurant in Twickenham. It's become a pizza place. It's not half as good. Pete, you know, the Chinese was... I think what they did was put the rent up. And it's a shame. We've lost about 3 Chinese restaurants in Twickenham. So, you know, there's not really much to do. I don't believe in going anywhere else. I want to go to a proper Chinese restaurant. But we've got a couple around and about. And some of the takeaways are quite good. It means you've got to get in the car to go and get the takeaway to then... Oh, God, who can care? Because you've eaten half it on the way back. I'll have sweet and sour pork balls. Woo! Wonder what part of the pig that's from. And then you eat them on the way back, and then you dip them into that gunky sort of orange sauce, which is phosphorescent at night time, which is quite nice. Sunday Express, full interview with the woman who was involved in that accident, and she's milked it with every paper. I have no idea if he's sorry. Crash victim speaks out as Philip drives again. Well, we don't know whose fault it was yet. She seems to have blamed, and there's a picture, her arm, ooh. You know, and you think, good, it's full interview on pages 2 and 3. It's just, good Lord above. It's only because it's Prince Philip that this story is of any interest to anybody. Anybody else just be another statistic. The Mail on Sunday today, back on the road alone, 48 hours after the crash. It's Prince Philip. They say he was given an official warning by the police. How they know that. And here we go. A drunk female trooper... I'll be a soldier, in 3 a.m. sex assault on male Windsor Castle guard, but male soldiers are left furious after she's let off with a reprimand because she's a woman. It's all going on down at Windsor, isn't it? I tell you, they've had problems with drugs down there. We've had Harry apparently shouting in the kitchen, whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets, and all that kind of stuff, and the rest of it. And as I say, by the way, brace yourself for tomorrow. Blue Monday. So... the moon's turning red, you've got Blue Monday, and this is the day, as festive memories fade. Since I was singing on to Christmas carols the other day in the car, sad though it makes me, and Blue Monday is the most depressing day of the year. Well, there you go. Let's just go and sit in a corner and sob. It's the most... Why is it the most depressing day? I thought you'd be really excited because it's getting near a payday. And that will pay all your bills off for all the expense that you had over Christmas. I think people come up with these things. This is a guy, formerly a tutor at Cardiff University, claims that instead of hiding under the duvet tomorrow, people should instead embrace the opportunity to turn over a new leaf. The point of that? There's no such thing as Blue Monday. It's a load of old codswallop. Don't be so ridiculous. Because otherwise you get yourself into a mindset, don't you? You go, oh, it's Blue Monday. That's why I'm not feeling as sparkly as I could be. But you could be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It ain't half sad, Mum. Windsor Davis, star of BBC's most non-PC comedy, dies aged 88 and left a lasting legacy. They're all out, most of it, on DVD. Loved him. And seen in action, the world's first flying soldier. Well, to be honest with you, how he could ever attack anybody. He's got these 4 rockets around him, and he can float over an 8-foot wall. But, I mean, you know, surely... somebody's just... If you're flying over a war zone, somebody's just going to take aim at him and shoot him down. I don't know where he's got all these things from, but it's... He can actually go to an altitude of, good God, 12,000 feet. Well, you wouldn't catch me. Well, just supposing they stop working. Just supposing you get up 12,000 feet. Yeah, they're not going anymore. You'd have to have a parachute on, wouldn't you? So I'm not sure about that, but they've been testing it over water and over just about everything else. So there you go. Anger as Sainsbury's put e-cigs on the shelf. Why not? Our high street in Twickenham, we have a proliferation of these e-vaping shops. Mind you, we've also got a lot of hairdressers as well. And also the day women took over the Barely a Bloke Corporation, that's BBC. Okay, so it starts with 3 bulletins, 18 appearances by female journalists and just 3 men. And the BBC have said, well, it wasn't a bid to boost female profiles, it was just the way it worked with the stories around that day. It only depends who's on shift. That's the way it works. They're trying to make something out about it, which I don't think there's anything to sort of make out. Oh, look, Boris and his girlfriend, who's a little bit younger than he is. Not surprising, he looks exhausted, but also you can't wipe the smile off his face, which is quite sweet, actually, isn't it? Here's a man who's naked, streaking at the races. The power boss linked to collapsed energy firm being sued for millions. Also, Gilly Goulden. I quite like that story. The women buy 80% of wine sold in the UK. I haven't bought a bottle of wine for ages. I'm still doing the Prosecco, which is quite nice. More subs? No. More recruits? No. The Navy bids to boost morale by reinstating the roll neck jumper. Oh, lovely, the roll neck jumper. That's what sailors wore, roll neck jumpers. Very, very popular with sailors. And why is Donald Trump very friendly with the Duke of Marlborough? Who has the most bling-tastic home? Well, of course, it's the Duke of Marlborough. There's far more class in his place. Do you know that Blenheim has got 187 rooms? Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's place, 126 rooms. So I think actually ours comes with history. You know, we don't really want anything. And also Boris Johnson's new and more Carrie Simons may tweak his bottom in public, but she's yet to get the ex-Foreign Secretary to smarten up. But you can't. Bojo's always been like that. He just always looks like a bit of a mess, doesn't he? Which is okay. Also, the most unfit place to live, Slough. Yes, Slough, it's the sort of... And also, the walk-in wardrobe. This is the latest must-have indulgent. And so they've got pictures of these women with all their clothes. They've got Amy Neville and Elena Foy's bridal gown, which takes pride of place. They're obviously all built into the eaves of houses where people put their bags and stuff like that. Just dreadful, shameful waste of money, I think. And victory for the Daily Mail. They've helped stop the park being concreted over by luxury homes. So well done to all those who saved Calderstones Park. Let's hope it lasts a lot longer. And that's just about it for this morning, isn't it? The bullied Syrian boy to sue Facebook for fake news. Also, never ever trust a builder who says, I'll start next week. Which means he's not really a builder. Because any builder you ask nowadays is fully booked up for ages, and they have to try and slot you in. Also, had a bag of bargain. Poor old Victoria's had to open a designer outlet store up in, I think it's on the Oxford route or something like that. It's where they actually flog off stuff they can't sell normally, and unfortunately it's still too expensive for normal people. I mean, you know, given the choice, what would you rather be seen wearing, Gucci or Victoria Beckham? I mean, you know, I don't want to kind of lay it on the line for you. Also, the Spice Girls, talking of them, which we weren't, the equality T-shirts, were made by women, paid just 35 pence an hour. So much for girl power. 35 pence an hour these poor people are paid for. Also, the passing of Windsor Davis. You know, things you could get away with years ago on comedy programmes that nobody complained about, and it could be sexist. Ooh, look at the size of those melons, you know, and you'd all that kind of stuff, and you'd have sort of sexism, you'd have everything, and nobody complained about it. Why not? Because we just got on with life. Nowadays, you know, we mourn the passing of comedy like that. Also, Cher's back. Cher's back on stage in Vegas at the age of 72. I mean, she must be moved by casters, surely. She can't be actually walking at the age of 72. The Castaway show Shipwrecked returns with another desperate lot of wannabes. It did have people on it originally like Jeff Brazier and Sarah Jane Crawford. I mean, she's just been dropped again for about the umpteenth time. And Jeff Brazier's sort of alternating between being a life coach, being a grief counsellor or something else. Either way, it must be a bit of a struggle to make a living. And Nana says, I'm watching the lunar eclipse. It's amazing. I think the blood moon happens after the eclipse is completed. So you've nicked the moon. Because nobody's got it round here at all. We don't have it. It's either covered by something, or failing that, it never existed in the first place. Just designed to make us all rush up to the roof and stare up to the heavens going, where's the blooming moon gone? Goodness sake. I still think that's a great idea for a kid's book, actually. Also, the GC has another meltdown over the ice skating programme. I mean, it's just now beginning to look like bad drag. Bad drag. It was so funny, she was apparently trying to channel the thoughts of Marilyn Monroe. Unfortunately, as Mr. Gardner pointed out, it was more Anna Nicole Smith that she looked like. I mean, it's just an overblown, blousy, talentless old hag dancing around on ice, but not dancing, which kind of makes a bit of a mockery for me, and they end up getting rid of somebody else. She should have been kicked off the other week, mainly because she's an idiot, and because she has no talent. She can't dance. They might as well just push her onto the ice and just film that little bit and then show it as a loop. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, the Queen is sorry. That's what she's said. Well, in fact, she hasn't said it. A lady in waiting has said she's very sorry. The woman involved in the car smash is milking this one for all it's worth. Oh, she's been every paper. She was in every paper yesterday, and there's no word for Philip. What do you expect him to do, darling? Pop round and knock on your front door and go, I'm really sorry. Oh, by the way, I'm Prince Philip. Of course he's not going to. They don't do things like that. Nobody else should do things like that either. I don't think Ant McPartland's popped round to the woman whose car he smashed up and bought her flowers or anything like that, has he? I don't think so. So, the Queen has said sorry via a lady in waiting. It's the royal family. Get over yourself. Goodness sake, honestly, talk about milking it and dragging it out. I'm fed up already. And a Ford Fiesta from 1978 with just 141 miles on the clock is set to sell for £8,500. The reason it's got low mileage, it's been sitting in the Science Museum for ages and ages. That's good, isn't it? I like the idea that there's a car there. I mean, £8,500, who would buy that? I mean, it's the low mileage, but the trouble is nowadays, if you see a car with low mileage on, it's not really advisable to buy it. You have to have a car, especially something this old. You have to actually sort of run them in, or you did in those days. Excuse me, nowadays you don't need to run cars in. D says, on a very early morning run, I shall take in the Blue Moon. The Blood Moon, sorry, Blue Moon. Blue Moon was something completely different. And Halford says, I'm at the Trafalgar Square, and I can see the moon and the eclipse. It's over the Malaysian embassy at the top of Whitehall, looking southwards. Why can't we see it? Why can't we see? This is just ridiculous. Have we got any photographs of the blood moon and what it looks like at the moment? Is there not a camera trained on it somewhere on the internet where they sort of show you it? It's sort of like apex by 12? What's 5:12? Oh, 12 minutes past 5. Oh, right. Why can't you just say 12 minutes past 5 then? 5:12. I've never heard of 5:12. You say 12 minutes past 5. You don't say 5:12. Honestly, ever since you had your haircut, it's obviously cut away half your brain, hasn't it? 5:12. Don't play with it. So we haven't got any cameras trained on the roof that we can... Well, I'm not even believing it. All these people telling me that they could see the thing. I'm at Minster in Wimborne in Dorset, says Jim. The moon will go red in about 40 minutes' time. Foggy here, but I've got a vacuum flask. Was I going to get rid of the fog or something? I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm not on a run in Kirriemuir. I'm not in Wimborne in Dorset. I'm not at Trafalgar Square. I can't see out of this studio here. Well, I mean, I can see out of it. I can't see the sky. I want to see the blood red moon. I want to see something. Seriously, I really want to see something. Ian says, when the history of Majors is written, who'll emerge as the greatest? Lee Majors, John Major, or the coughing Major? He's not still around, is he? The coughing Major, the old crook. God, dear, you remember when him and his wife turned up, or perhaps it was the wife on The Farm with Jeff Brazier, who lounged around on the bed in his pants? All a bit tacky, I'm afraid, very tacky. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we're actually going... Oh, somebody says, I'm watching the eclipse from my bed. Obviously no roof, Jackie. No roof. At all. And did you see Gemma blame her performance on Jason, apparently selling false stories? Yeah, she should be very careful. I would have thought that was actionable. She kept saying it, stop selling stories on me. If he's never sold a story, which I shouldn't imagine he ever has, he's not like her. He doesn't sort of grovel to sort of take the golden shilling. She could be in big trouble. But there again, it's about time somebody got her into big trouble. I was in the Science Museum last weekend. Now I'm wondering how much they're wanting for their Model T Ford. I don't know, actually, but they often sell things. But this car's been around for ages. Quite a while. I'm in Datchet, Steve, and I've got a fantastic view of the eclipse. Will you shut it? I'm not remotely interested. Who else is... I want a picture of this thing, but I have a feeling we're not going to be getting a picture. But it doesn't matter. Listen, it's Monday morning. We've had a fantastic weekend. Fantastic. I was doing karaoke singing the other evening in... Hello? Am I facing the wrong way or something? Yes, I was doing karaoke singing prior to me starting up the Steve Allen Overnight Choir, which is available to select people, not everybody. And, sorry? Yes, you can join. Just have one member of the team, I think, on it. We don't want anybody else. And I think that's quite enough, you know. But what I'm looking for is sort of active amateurs. You know, people, enthusiastic amateurs, I think, because apparently if you have a choir at work, it makes you feel better about things, which is great. Ray says, can see the moon is half in shadow right now. Charlotte can see the moon. She's in bed in Sidcup, obviously on the roof of the house. And Kevin says, I'm watching the move live on Twitter and on YouTube. So it must be available. It must be available on Twitter. Somebody's got it up, as they say, at this time of the morning. I just want to see something. I don't know what I want to look at. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm none the wiser with any of it. But let's have a look. Here we go. Oh, right. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Is that a picture, though, or is that a... Could be a video from Canada, I think. Oh, right. I'm just kind of staring. It's very dull looking at you. I'm just sort of staring at it because it's only in black and white. Doesn't the moon come in colour? I'd like to see it in colour. That would sort of help. It's definitely all those darkened bits on there. Do you think they're sitting there on their radio station going, look at that place down there with lots of mountains and everything else. And we're watching them. It's like, oh, look, it's moved. Look at that. Wow. It's very clever. You know, we know so little. We know so little about the world and the universe. You come into the world, you know nothing. To be a child now must be absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You know, because there's so much. We didn't have computers or YouTube. We didn't have, you know, we just had a colouring book. You know, it's like you go to the police station and they had all the picture of all these people who were wanted, photographs of all these, you know, we're looking for so-and-so. You think, why didn't you keep them when you took the photograph? What's the point in letting them go again? So is this a half eclipse at the moment? Isn't that clever, really? It's just a shadow, though. It's a shadow that sort of turns it into that. I often used to wonder why years and years ago, when we sent people up to the moon, and as the spacecraft flew around it, why we couldn't see it from down here. If not, send up a bigger spacecraft so we could actually watch something flying around. I just assumed that you could. Anthony says, I saw an eclipse last night watching Dancing on Ice when Gemma Collins went across my screen. The trouble is, they just push her onto the ice. That's it. They just push her onto the ice. Oh, by the way, I was right. I was absolutely right, and I don't like to crow about it, but yes, a brand new Land Rover has already been delivered to Prince Philip. Of course, because they don't pay for them. It's a freebie car. They'll just take it back in, respray it, and probably sell it, I should imagine. And a lot of people, you know, basically picking up what you've picked up from the newspapers, because, you know, we don't really know anything that was going on. We do know that his replacement Range Rover came the next day. We don't know if it was a gift or he paid for it. Well, he certainly didn't pay. They don't pay for any of their vehicles. I mean, we told you that on here. I'm telling you the facts now. They have a deal with Range Rover. They get free range. You don't think he's paying for it, do you? Of course not. With all the money he's got. What do you mean the money he's got? He hasn't got anything. Prince Philip, when he married the Queen, was broke. Absolutely flat broke. Where do you think he's made money from now? Nowhere. He doesn't do anything. Goodness sake. And the police gave him a warning for not wearing a seatbelt the very next day. Where was the instant fixed penalty fine? He's the Duke of Edinburgh. He's the Duke of Edinburgh. You know, goodness sake, honestly, he doesn't do things like that. You know, he does what he wants to do. And why should he have to do a written apology? He isn't... Because if he does a written apology, that would be admitting guilt. He's not going to admit guilt, is he? And we don't know what else is going to be happening. I don't think anything's going to happen on it. I really don't. I watched a show over the weekend called An Audience with Freddie Starr. Dale was... yes, well, you know who the producer of that programme was. That was Mark Lindsay, who was the beneficiary of Dale's will. Dale was brought up to take a part in Catching a Bullet, but I couldn't believe that a lot of celebrities in the audience are dead now, says Paul. Well, that's the fact of life, isn't it? You live, you die. Because people wrote to me the other week saying, oh, so how much did you get out of Dale's will? I said, I got nothing. But there again, he wasn't in my will either. And the only money he had left to leave was the house. And that's why I think, I mean, we can't resurrect him and find out, but I have a sneaking feeling that he'd spent everything. He didn't have any work. There might have been work coming in, but, you know, that doesn't really help. And somebody obviously said to him, listen, you need to sell the house. Because he sold the house. He had to sell it cheap because the lease was not particularly long on it. And that's what formed the basis of his estate. And then he was renting a place, so he had the 2.1 million, so that's what he left to Mark and his godchildren. It was quite right that he left it to Mark and the godchildren, because that's what he had. That's what he had. There were a couple of other people. Merrill will probably get a bequest. There's loads of people. You only have to look at how many people were at the service, the memorial service, to realise that people say, oh, as his best friend. No, it doesn't work like that. As I say, I didn't put him in my will. So, you know, why it should go the other way. We went out. I've got all the clothes, remember? I've got tons of clothes. I've got more. I could start a museum. Dale Winton's clothing. I thought actually the other night I had a strange dream that I was selling them. And then somebody picked up and it went, why are you selling his clothes? I go, well, what do you expect me to do? Give them away? I don't know. A memento of Dale Winton. I've got a brilliant view over Woolwich Common, says Terry in Woolwich. It's fantastic. It's half covered. That's what we're watching. We're actually watching from the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. Very clever, isn't it? And Justin is at Fleet Services watching the moon. Shane says apparently we missed out on the eclipse. Yeah, you can see it on YouTube. It's got the things there. It's not going to happen again. This is the Royal Museum's Facebook, Greenwich Facebook page. and you can find it on there. It's lovely, isn't it, really? I don't know why I think it's lovely. I'm just sort of sitting here watching it. It's a bit of a strange thing to cover on radio. I quite like doing it, though. I like the idea that there's something floating about up there that, you know, we've actually been up to, depending on who you believe. If you believe the conspiracy theorists, who are generally people who need medication 24 hours a day, this was all sort of dummied up. We've never actually been to the moon at all. It was all done in an aircraft hangar about in Houston, something like that. A quick slurp of drinks. We need a slurp first thing in the morning. Oh, delicious. Delicious. That's my third cup of tea this morning, and it tastes as good as the first one. Steve says they're not sitting in Canada discussing this. They're probably listening to LBC. I should imagine too. Laying in bed, says Lee, in Horton Kirby. We've got people everywhere. Horton Kirby. Have set my alarm for 4:30. As knowing my luck, I'll drop off at the crucial point. I think it's 12 minutes past 5 is the crucial bit. Is that where it vanishes completely? That's when the best bit's on. Why is it not in colour? Why have we not got colour? Should we get some... colours later. We need to get some pens in so we can do that and colour it up, actually. Just to let you know, says Richard, the Duke of Edinburgh's replacement Land Rover came down from the Sandringham estate. I couldn't care less. I said I couldn't be less interested. I couldn't care less. They've all got them. Andrew crashed his into a gate, if you remember, because he couldn't be bothered to get out of his car, lazy little so-and-so. On YouTube, they've done a top 10 of things kids today won't understand. My favourite is, kids will never understand the connection between a cassette tape and a pencil. Do you remember cassette tapes and pencils? Do you know why there was a pencil? Do you know why? Cassette... No. It was because if the tape got a little bit loose, you put a pencil in and you turned it, and that sort of wound the tape on a bit. God, honestly. Mind you have to explain to me what a cassette is nowadays. Oh, it's definitely getting smaller, isn't it? Look at that. Blue moon, you saw me shining moon. I like that. That's very pretty. Oh, look, there's a bit in colour. Looks like it's on fire. On fire. And absolutely loving moon bathing from my bed. Window wide open, Steve. Quilt wrapped around me. It's freezing, says Elizabeth in Motherwell. Hope to be watching it again, listening to you 10 years from now. Ha! Listen, I'd like to say that as well, but I did say to Darren, I said it's highly unlikely. He said, you'll outlive all of us. I said, no, I won't. I'm sick. Anyway, so, I mean, I'm quite old, and, you know, with a heart complaint and diabetes, no chance I'm going to be around another 11 years' time. If I am, we will sit here together, and and people will be writing and going, I remember my mother telling me that you said you wouldn't be here. That's what I'll get. That's the way it works. What do we got here? Oh, there's a woman out driving the other day. She'd just been nicked for it, and so she should have been. She was watching Netflix on the phone with a child in the car. What an idiot. But my favourite YouTubers coming up in watching a semi-covered moon from All Hallows in Rochester. Car iced up and temperature -3, says Elton. It's a little bit funny. Fawn says, Dale left you with love in your heart. There's nothing better. I just don't I mean, I've never, ever in a million years. I remember somebody saying to me years ago, oh, it's all about money. And you go, no, it's sadly not all about money. It really isn't. My mother, you know, before she died, was saying, you know, you've got this, you can split the money, it's evenly between the two of you and split the furniture. I said, there won't be any argument from me. I'm not remotely bothered by that. Really not. And somebody says, I bet the Duke won't have to do an online seatbelt awareness course like I... know someone that had to. Ahem. His name's Achem. Where's that name from? Achem. I've never heard of an online seatbelt awareness course. Who do you know who's had a seatbelt awareness course? It does exist, by the way, but who do you know who's ever had it? Because I don't know anybody. I've had people who've done speed awareness courses, but never a seatbelt awareness course. Never, ever. So perhaps you're just making it up. The bank tells the Welsh customer, not to complain in a foreign language. Oh, yes, I was going to tell you about these YouTube things. There are 2 really good YouTube things you have to watch. Firstly, in fact, there's 3, actually. In America, they've got a Beverly Hills cop. A cop in Beverly Hills. He's either the stupidest man going. He pulls this bloke over driving a flashy Porsche. And this bloke produces a Canadian driving licence. And the cop, who thinks he's really clever, but he's actually really a bit dumb, and doesn't realise this bloke's going to go and complain about him, make an official complaint, says this is a Canadian licence. And he says, yes, it's valid to drive in America. I think you'll find it's not. And he goes, no, it's valid to drive in America. I'm telling you it is. Well, I'm going to seize your car. What? This was a bent copper. Okay, this was a copper who did not know the law, should not have been out there at all. And then he says, but I'm not going to, but if I see you driving the car, I'll have it taken off you. The bloke says, you're not allowed to do that. He says, you can probably do it, but I'll make sure you pay for it. So anyway, and the bloke goes, well, I'm giving you a citation because you ran a red light. And the bloke goes, no, I didn't. I've got cameras in this car. You know, there's no point in lying to people. And the copper thought he was being really clever. Anyway, the bloke goes straight to the cop station and officially files a report to have him done. Because you can drive on a Canadian driving licence in Los Angeles, but this cop was too stupid. But there you go. Can't be that difficult to be a copper in America, can it? You just produce a gun and threaten people with it. And at one point, somebody did actually produce a gun. And the bloke goes, you're holding a gun? You know, really dangerous. The other one, it's really good. It's people who pretend to be disabled, parking and then going for a jog. Well, over in America, unlike here, where you can get away with it for donkey's years, they nick them immediately. And there's a favourite place up near Los Angeles where people park and then they go running. There's a route that runs all the way round, you know, near the Hollywood sign and all that kind of stuff. And so this couple park there. He gets out. He's covered in tattoos up his neck and all the rest of it. Looks like a right thug type. Anyway, the coppers are having nothing to do with it. So you can tell me, sir, why you're parking in this disabled bay? Because my father's disabled. And he's where? Where is he? Well, he's not there, is he? Because he's using the badge fraudulently. So they take the badge away. They don't mess around. They take the badge away. Your father will now have to reapply for this badge and will have to go through the same testing all over again. So that's going to inconvenience you. Oh, by the way, you've got a fine of $850. There was one woman, she got fined for not having the person in the car and using the disabled badge and parking in the space. 2 lots of $850. But my favourite YouTube video was, I think you will find it under the Don't You Know Who I Am syndrome. I think it goes under the Don't You Know Who I Am. And it's a woman arguing with 2 coppers. I think you can find it on that. I'm pretty certain. Can you show me the picture? And I can pick her out straight away. It's Don't You Know Who I Am car. Wait a minute. No. The Don't You Know Who... Oh, right. We seem to get... no. Wait a minute. That's it there. There, a bad case of Do You Know Who I Am disease. Okay. Now, this is a classic case. This is in America. It's had over 11 million views. I would like to think I contributed to them. And what you'll see is a car. The police were having a pullover. And they pulled this one over because there was no insurance. The car is not roadworthy, blah, 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 blah. And the bloke who's driving it, I don't think, has a proper licence. Right? So, there's 2 other young people in the car. One of them is the daughter of a woman who pulls up. She claims to be a commissioner. She is a commissioner. And she stands there and she goes, can you tell me why you stopped this car? And he said, no, I can't. The coppers are very patient. You have to listen to this to realise she's a really deeply unpleasant, deeply flawed person. Listen to her talking.
I'm very disappointed in the way the 2 of you are acting. You cannot even tell me, a mother living in Tenafly for 20 years with 2 kids who went through the school system, what the problem is.
See, now bearing in mind, the person who is driving the car is not related to her in any way, shape or form. So the coppers are going, we're not telling you. We're not telling you. She doesn't want that at all. So she keeps going.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for your concern with my safety.
Okay. She's going to swear in a minute.
You can't put a sentence together. Sorry. Okay. That's pathetic.
So anyway, so she argues for the best part of 30 minutes, standing there with her embarrassed poor daughter, who was just a passenger in the back of the car. She's a commissioner. Okay, one of many people who she says looks after 4,000 police officers. She says, I was there at your graduation. Of course, they go, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're not telling you what this is because it's absolutely bugger all to do with you. She then uses a swear word, you know, because I know she's a really rude, foul-mouthed old bag. Anyway, the good news is that the day after this happens, and of course, what happens in America, I don't know if you're aware of it, but every police car is equipped with a microphone in the engine which is recording every conversation. She doesn't know this. She's forced out of her job the next day. They fire her immediately. Because what she does is she threatens these police officers. She says, listen, I'm seeing the police commissioner tomorrow morning. You are offensive and you are this. And they go, well, you can do what you like. And I've got your names. He says, good, it's Rob. Just make sure you remember it's Rob. He says, we've done nothing wrong. We did a stop and search. And which agency are you from? We're police officers, you dim old bat. We're police officers. And that's why it's the best entertainment for 20 minutes when she stands there thinking she's being really clever. And it is that case of, don't you know who I am? don't you know who I am? And they're going, I'm sorry, we don't know who you are. We have no idea who you are. Anyway, this has nothing to do with you. The driver of the car is not related to you. It's not your car. Why don't you just do one? But they didn't say that. They kept their temper. She was laying into them like there's no tomorrow. It was the most entertainment you can have with your clothes on. OK, Steve, it was me. I had the online seatbelt awareness course. Sounds daft. Genuinely, hand on heart. Had the choice of that and a fine. If, however, much or except 3 points on the licence when I was caught foolishly not wearing a seatbelt. Oh, dear, honestly. You see, I'm not a big seatbelt fan. I appreciate what they're there for. Don't get me wrong. I've been driving for, quite a long while, actually, now. Probably about, a long while. The moon has been showing beautifully in Chertsey. It's now getting rapidly nearly all eclipsed. You should have stayed in Twickenham, says Sandra. No, I'm looking at it. Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? Look, there it is. There it is. So exciting. We can see it going red on my screen. You can probably see it actually out there in its entirety as the moon goes it's not blood red. That's a little bit of a misnomer. It's more sort of a Farrell and Ball colour, this one here. And Lynn says, I can just see a little bit of red on the bottom part of the moon. I can see, quite a bit, about halfway up now, the red. But it's not bright red, but it is a long way away. Dennis in Banbridge in Northern Ireland says the moon is almost totally eclipsed here in Northern Ireland, just a little bit showing. We never seem to get these celestial things, and it's usually cloudy, but it's reasonably clear this morning as it's frosty. Bit of light mist, I can see a faint redness of the moon. Maybe it'll bring me a lottery win. And Rita in Sidcup says, after hearing you talking about the moon, we've had to leave our cosy beds and go in the garden. Very clear to see. I'm glad we've done it. Thank you for your great early morning shows. It's nothing, please. I wasn't busy anyway. And can't see any colour due to the cloud, but it's in Blackpool, says Dean. The eclipse. Moon's just come into view, says John in Kensal Rise, and it looked like 2 slices that's now disappeared. If you're in bed, you need to get out and have a quick look, don't you? Really. In Isleworth, fantastic moon through clear skies. It is quite something. We don't often get excited about things apart from Brexit, just not on this programme. I know other people get very excited about Brexit and can talk about it ad infinitum, and have done. Whereas at least we're doing something with sort of the red moon this morning, because it's not going to happen again for another 11 years. So many of us will not be seeing it again, but at least I can say I've seen it. Honestly, all the things when you look back at that you've had in your life, and all the things that you've said you've seen and you've done, I've lived through Winston Churchill's funeral and, the Queen Mother's death and, oh God, there's so many things, isn't there really? The moon landings, everything. Mobile telephones, who'd have thought mobile telephones would have taken off in such a way? Who'd have thought it? Something that you take for granted. You don't even think about it, do you? You don't even think about it. And, Mira... So good to be up, Steve Allen o'clock again. This is from Mira. We know what you do for a living, Mira. You dim old bat. Who did I call that? Oh, this was this woman on this thing. You've got to watch it. Mira, you've got to watch it. You really have, because it's so good. It's a case of she's digging herself a hole and she thinks that they're going to go, oh, we're so sorry, we're going to let this person that you don't know drive off in a car that's not fit for purpose. Dim old bat. I couldn't think of anything else to say about her, because in the end she was fired from her job. Following day she was fired because she was basically threatening them. I'm going to be talking to the police commissioner and telling him what? Precisely. She seemed to think that they came from an agency, but if you watch it, you'll suddenly realise what a stupid old woman she is. Apparently Laura's now got the pink moon in Lancaster. No, there's no way you could ever describe this as pink. Seriously, it's not physically possible for it to be pink. It's definitely an orangey sort of colour, isn't it? Isn't it an orangey sort of... Oh, dear, I don't... Well, it's not that orange. It's not the colour of a Satsuma, but it's definitely... It's getting there. It's sort of tingy, isn't it? Heading back from Reading and watching the moon. Very cold, says Jim the Trucker. It is, for anybody setting off on an early morning jaunt this morning, I can tell you it's blooming cold. And they've said tomorrow, now whether it's true or not, I don't know, we could have some snow. We don't really want... I do and I don't. I do and I don't, and I don't know where I am at the moment. I'm sort of thinking, I like the pretty pictures, and I'm thinking, that's lovely, and then I think about all the poor people who've got to drive in it. If you're driving in from out of town, and the motorways are fresh, if you're driving in early to maybe go into work, then all of a sudden you're going to be hitting motorways where, if you've had a light dusting, it's going to stay there, and it's going to be like a skid patch. Alexander Armstrong did a programme on the telly this morning, which was really good, where he went to... inside the Arctic Circle, and it was minus 60 -6. I mean, that's where your willy drops off. I mean, that's really cold. You're weeing an icicle. There is no chance at all of you actually functioning in any department. And it looked so cold. But yet, while I'm at home watching it and I'm all warm and cosy, I don't mind watching other people struggling. It's great, isn't it? Through the cut price keyhole, the weep for the stars, forced to shave millions off the asking price of their properties. My God, they've shaved some prices off. They really have. Ant and Dec have returned closer than ever. The spin about the convicted drink driver has started already. And also a mother and daughter, a vile pair of old bags. They fleeced a 94-year-old woman out of her life savings. She was in an old people's home. And unfortunately, before she could see them taken to court, she died at the age of 94. Luckily, they've both been sent to prison for thieving. We'll name on this programme this morning. And the Spice Girls equality T-shirts, I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want, were made by women, paid just 35 pence an hour. And that's girl power, apparently, for you. I mean, that is a bit of a shame, really. Bobby Davro wants to knock down his house. I'll go around and do it. He wants to put up flats. And the people out at, is it Oxbridge or something like that? Anyway, they don't really want flats. They just want a house there, but of course he obviously wants to make some money. And Ben Mitchell from EastEnders makes a comeback. This is the sixth actor who has played the part. And social media star Boo the Pomeranian dies. I thought probably of shame through being put in all these different clothes. I'm sorry, I'm one of these. Makes me a bad person, probably. I don't want to see a dog dressed up. It's all very cute, but they're dogs. You know, they don't need to be dressed up all the time. This one had very cute outfits, and it might be cute, but as far as I'm concerned, it's basically abusing an animal. There you go. Didn't we have a blood moon last year or the year before? Listen, I can't remember last Thursday, but I think we did. I can't see it in Buck, Steve, says Chantal. Oh, it's there. It is. You just got to look around. Look around. Stand outside, put a coat on, it's very cold, and just look at the heavens. Just have a look at the heaven. You'll find it. You should find it eventually, though. And OG says, I just viewed it. Had to lift my net curtain, though. The red isn't very bright. No, it's not. Because it's the nearest thing to red that we've got. I think it's more orange. It's an orangey sort of colour. I think it's not really red. It's definitely sort of some sort of orange. Margaret says, here in the southern tip of Florida, the moon seems very close. It's covered now, but not blood red. Around 12:16 or 5:16 in the UK will be more red. Maybe. Cold here too. Yes, it is cold in this country, and I've got a short sleeve shirt on. Don't know why, but actually because it's warm. I've got a coat. I didn't just turn up in a short sleeve shirt. So I've got my coat, and then I can put that on when I go outside. But I haven't. We should see it when we finish, shouldn't we? Will it still be hanging around at 7? Well, it's the last bits of it. That'll be exciting, won't it? Yeah, a little bit of something interesting. So anyway, if you have just joined us, welcome to Monday. Sid said, I can see the moon from my cosy bed, just need to move the curtain. And Matthew says, all the other stars look so bright. It's pretty. Sometimes, do you remember I told you years ago, we went camping? No surprise there. And it was in Savernake Forest. And we were doing it for the Duke of Edinburgh's medal. I think it was basically camping in Savernake Forest medal. And we had to go out and you had to survive 2 nights under canvas. Well, the first night, when we pitched our tents, there was about 6 of us. A gang of motorcycle yobbos came and sort of parked up in our camp, and we went, hello, trying to look all butch and everything else. And on the second night of parking our tents under these trees, it was so pretty, it was under the trees. We didn't realise that on the actual second day, we had to wait about 3 hours for the tents to dry out, because all the leaves on the trees got covered in dew, dripped onto the tent, so the tent was wet, and you can't pack a tent up when it's wet. So that was a bit stupid, so we didn't do very well there. But we went out for a walk the night before, and I've told you that it was lovely. Middle of Savernake Forest, pitch dark. You couldn't hear anything, not a rabbit, not a badger, nothing. And we were standing, looking up into the sky, and we were working out, there's the plough, there's Orion's belt, there's this, there's that, there's all the other bits and pieces. And all of a sudden, the ground started moving, and it was shaking, and we're all going, oh my God, it's a meteorite. And all of a sudden, doo, we were standing on a train tunnel, and the train went underneath us, frightened the living daylights out of us. We picked up our skirts and we ran back to the camp and stayed in bed. But cooking bacon in the morning over a little campfire was actually quite sweet. We went to Millets and bought all this sort of things, frying pans that folded out, and it was lovely. And we did bacon, and of course, because it wasn't non-stick, it all stuck to the bottom of the pan and everything else. But it was still nice. it was still nice. I like it. That's why the picture in the paper is so funny today of those that could be bothered to run it, which is nobody. Harper Beckham, talented little 7-year-old. She apparently can cook as good as Gordon Ramsay, according to Daddy Beckham. Daddy Beckham, who models pants and whiskey, not necessarily in that order. Although sometimes I think perhaps if he drank the pants and wore the whiskey, it would be a lot more interesting. Anyway, here she is cooking, not just on anything. She's cooking on an Arga. Not just any Arga. She's cooking on a £7,000 Arga. Obviously, the Beckhams can't afford the top-of-the-range one, which is a bit disappointing because they come in a lot more expensive than that. So poor old Victoria and Dave, because apparently Dave's a great cook. They have to say that because they've got to find things for him to do, and they were thinking about giving him a cooking programme. But as I say, I don't think Dave has ever seen... I don't think he'd know how to turn an oven on. I seriously don't. And as for Harper... it's gone all dark. Wait a minute. It's gone... The moon's been nicked again. It's gone. Phil in Streatham says the sky's a bit cloudy, but up and listening, just seen a small crescent. Can't even see a small crescent at the moment. Very, very dark. Very, very... Look at that, honestly. Isn't that amazing? 1 minute it's there, then the next minute, it's as if the moon fairy has taken it away from us. Not so good. Not so good. Other stories which are coming up. The Jet Jobs 9/11 rant. It's another drunk, I'm afraid, on an aeroplane. And the bullied Syrian boy. Do you remember the one who was bullied at school by a nasty little thug? Anyway, he's going to sue Facebook for fake news. Plus, more outrageous than ever, Cher making her comeback in Vegas at the age of 72. Hope for everybody. The Queen's very sorry, according to the papers. No word from Philip. He's 97. Leave him alone. Stop bullying him, for goodness sake. The woman involved in the car smash, very angry at the royals. Well, of course, it's her only claim to fame. I mean, she's appeared in every paper yesterday, and now she's back in again today. The G say... Playing age 37, real age 5, has another meltdown, starts shouting at Jason Gardner, saying, "Stop selling stories about me, like she knows anything." And as I say, she was another walk-on part, I'm afraid. Phil says, "I've looked out and seen a red object turn out to be a traffic light." Thank you. The old ones are the best. And the hotel dishwasher. She was made to work on Sunday, not in this country. She was awarded 21 million in damages, but unfortunately they have a cap. And the cap is 300,000, so that's what she gets. And 74 years on, 6 Holocaust victims have finally been laid to rest in the UK. All of that and more. It's a long way away, the moon, isn't it? It's about 230,000 miles. I mean, and there's no filling stations on the way. If you were driving, if you could drive to it, you'd never get there, would you? Mind you, some of these other places, some of these other galaxies are out there and they're sort of billions of miles away. It would take you billions of years, so it's not going to happen, is it, really? Steve, a pleasure to listen to the show as usual. Got out of bed, went to the back garden, no moon. Went to the front garden, still no moon, says Gina. I know. That's just the way it goes, isn't it? And too cloudy, says Joe in Heathrow. And you've been talking about way too cloudy. Good for me, though, because Regina has just made me a cuppa. Well, there you go. At least you get a cuppa out of it, which is good. Beautiful here in Canby Island. It's basically completely covered orange/red. Thank you for your very entertaining show. A lot of people writing about entertaining shows this morning, which is quite nice, isn't it? We like that at 10 to 5 in the morning. Goodness sake. Oh, it's just getting a bit lighter. I'm looking at I'm watching it live. Sky, of course, is showing you pictures from Morocco and places like that. I'm watching live from Greenwich. Isn't that lovely? They've got two people talking about it. Is that the Hubble space? Or is that, am I just making... That's at Greenwich, is it? Oh, right, okay. I'll just make these things up, I don't know. But it's a lot... Oh, it's gone all dark again. It's gone dark again. But it's still pretty, isn't it? It's our moon. Do we own it? Can you buy a piece of the moon? Can you sort of stake your claim on it and open a shop or something like that? You imagine you're sitting there for years and years, you're just growing old and grey. And they go, "I'm sorry, you've had no customers whatsoever." There's a shop down the road from me. And it was one of those little... like a corner shop, but not a corner shop. But it did all sorts of things. They did firewood, and they did tins of soup, and you popped in there if you ran out of pot noodle or something like that. And then, lo and behold, at the very end, there was a sports shop. And the sports shop got sold to somebody who then converted it into flats, and downstairs, a co-op. The little shop at the end, boarded up, closed, been completely seen off by these bigger shops. So the co-op opened, and of course they're open early in the morning till about 11 o'clock at night. And they sell everything, and they can do it a lot cheaper than the little corner shops can do it. So, another poor person. John said, "Just got up to have a look. Nothing." Are you outside? Or are you standing naked in front of the mirror? I don't know. Nothing in Shrewsbury. Mary in Oxford says, "I hope I haven't missed anything." Apparently not. Apparently not. I've been tramping around outside in my dressing gown and my gardening clogs. I see nothing. I can well imagine, actually. Well, I haven't seen... Don't worry, I'm the same as you. I'm only watching it on my screen. I can see it on my screen. I'd like to get... Can you imagine if you could click your fingers like that and just be transported, a bit like Bewitched? Do-do, 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 do-do. I'd like that. Sharky says, I can see the moon here in Liverpool. Very clear. Very clear. I think it depends where you are in the country as to whether you get the mist and the fog and the haze and all the other things. Coming in probably from out of town, winds away, I would think you would probably have a better idea out of town. Would you not? I don't know. I'm trying to think about that. The world's oldest man died at 113. Not a particularly good day for him, but I mean 113 is quite good, isn't it? That's a good innings. I think it's a good innings. If you could manage to make it to 113, blimey, that is a miracle. Every day must be a revelation. Anton Deck returned closer than ever. Spin about the convicted drink driving, of course, has been fully operational. What else we got? The fourth, the driver watching Netflix on the phone with a child in the car. I think fined God knows how much, but I just can't believe somebody would be that stupid. But of course they are. We know because we see these stories every day in the newspapers. Here's a picture of Strictly's Nadia Bishkova posing on a beach. Her dance partner was the useless Lee Ryan. You remember Lee Ryan, don't you? The one who disappeared from pantomime. We've never heard of since. And anyway, they thought that he was going out with her because he's a bit like that. He's a bit of a simpleton. But she's planning to marry somebody else, a Slovenian football star. You don't want some deadbeat like Lee Ryan, do you? God's sake. Given the choice. Amanda Holden making a dazzling entrance at Britain's Got Talent. It's so funny, isn't it? Not a care in the world. Deck asked me, how are you? I said, I'm not right. Booze is not the solution. He says, I think I owe it to fans. Yeah, well, there you go. Whatever. The fan turned, as they say. 2 people died in Courchevel the other day. They had a fire at 4:35 in the morning. And the family of the mum and the baby whose car was hit by Prince Philip's Land Rover said they're lucky to be alive. Mum Ellie is not angry with the Duke, unlike the other one who can't stop talking about it. But Ellie Townsend was in the Kia with her 9-month-old son and friend Emma when it was hit by the Duke's car. A relative of teacher Ellie says it's scared to think what could have happened. She's still shaken and wants to spend time with her son and husband. They're lucky to be alive. Yeah, all right, don't make a big drama out of it. For goodness sake, everybody went home. There was nobody detained in hospital. So let's not worry about it. Ellie's relatives say the royal family have contacted them. A full message of support was sent to both the driver and the passenger. So there you go. Is that the same one? Which is the other one? Wait a minute, sorry, I'll just have to find this other one because I can't remember which one it is now. Who's the other one then who was complaining about... Oh, this is one here. This is Emma. It's funny, Ellie says that she's lucky to be alive and all the rest of it. But the other one, Emma, who's just had a broken arm... or wrist, or whatever it happens to be. The message from the Queen said Her Majesty is very eager to know how you are and hopes that all is well. And from the Prince, nothing. Well, it came from the wife. He's probably too traumatised. But Emma's decided to milk it for all it's worth. But there you go. And the Queen arrived by car at Sandringham without wearing a seatbelt. She doesn't need to. She's sitting in the back of the car. She doesn't need to wear a seatbelt. Children need to be belted up. But well-wishers were surprised to see she'd not buckled up as she sat in the Bentley's rear seat with Prince Andrew. I should imagine if you're sitting anywhere near Prince Andrew, you want to make sure you can get out pretty quickly, don't you? And Sports Direct boss Mike Ashley said to be in talks over taking over HMV, which is interesting. He saved House of Fraser from a collapse. KPMG said a number of offers have been made for HMV. The trouble is, it's been put into administration, 2,200 jobs at risk. The trouble is people don't want to go out and see things now in a shop. They want to buy it online. Much easier to go and buy online than actually having to go out. Don't get me wrong, I bought in HMV and I bought online. And the idea of being able to order something without having to go out and park or get on the bus or something like that. Matthew says, standing on the patio, just realised how cold it is, I should put some clothes on. La, 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 la. The dogs are giving me funny looks. Not at all surprised. Margaret says, thank you for the moon reminder. The moon is orange in Philadelphia. Orange. Brilliant view in Slough, says David. Patchy cloud, but crystal clear sky between them. And Jane says, very clear here in God's other waiting room, Worthing. Slightly pinky coloured, but it is, honestly. Seriously. You could see people, immobile in bus shelters down there. It's a great place for a conversation. My old father had Sky TV fitted last week. He called me said, it says on screen, press red button for something. And just turned the TV off. Says Lee, thank you. I got a thing the other day. My phone was inoperative. It said, call back in 5 minutes. And then it said, call back in 3 minutes. I don't know what that was. I've probably been hacked or something like that. So excited, says Therese, to hear your whole show for once. Only normally here 20 minutes on my way to work, on holiday in Sri Lanka, and missing this Blood Room malarkey. Well, you should better see the Blood Moon where you are. It goes over the... It's the same one. We don't have a different one here, I promise you. And Ian says the moon is technically classed as a British national park. I'm off to the gift shop. How lovely. How wonderful. How wonderful. Also, there's a picture of Boo dying of a broken heart. Do you know, it's funny, actually, I only realised the other day, when they announced the death of Windsor Davies, I'd forgotten that his wife only died in September of last year. I suspect a broken heart. But here is the canine internet star named Boo, who's the world's cutest dog, said to have died of a broken heart. I suspect, as I say, it was being dressed up all the time. 12-year-old. Heart problems. But, of course, that's what little dogs get. I'm afraid they get heart problems, which is not quite nice for them, is it really? But they don't know that. The farcical plan coming to a city near you. £12.50 charge every time you drive the car. £160 penalty if you fail to pay the daily fee. So annoying. And a British bar owner in Benidorm has been told to tear down her Union Jack bunting by Spanish cops. It generally means chavs here are welcome. If you see a bar that's covered in Union Jacks and it's called Little Britannia, that'll be a chav place. It's not going to be anything else but. Tracy Walker and her regulars at the Little Britannia fear the ban was sparked by anti-UK feeling over Brexit. She said, we've had flags for 2 years, but all of a sudden it's not allowed. It's a British bar, so what harm are some flags doing promoting my business? But when she refused to remove the flags, they said they would double the fine to €1,600, so she's hired a solicitor. Oh dear. There's real concern. Local bigwigs have ordered a crackdown. I wouldn't go anywhere near a bar that had Union flags all over it. It really is. It's the ultimate in chav, I think. The ultimate. Here we go. The King of Pop abuse claims reignited by a documentary film about Michael Jackson. And, as I say, I've heard everything from every which side, and I don't believe that Michael Jackson was that. I just think he was childish himself. I don't think there was anything else. Andy Hall's bizarre column today, talking about Shipwrecked. It's coming back with another bunch of old Z-listers. Here we go. I'll just throw a couple of them in here. Liv, 19, is a model. I don't know whoever told her she had the looks for a model, but I'm assuming it'll be topless. Can't be anything else. It's certainly not based on looks. Chris is a musical festival CEO. He looks a bit strange. Kalia is a model as well at 20. Again, not tall enough to be a model, dear, so I've got no idea what you are. I'm assuming glamour would be the word for it, but you're not really glamorous, are you? Emma's a graduate. She's way taller than poor Kalia, who's a model, and also Liv, who's a model, but looks a bit ropey. Holly is a social media influencer. For that read, it's somebody who gets paid to promote things on the internet. Harry's a model. Again, where they get these people from, God alone knows. And Tom is a graduate. So it's Shipwrecked. I mean, to be honest with you, it was a ghastly programme, first time round. But it launched the career of Sarah Jane Crawford, what career, and Jeff Brazier, what career. But Shipwreck's new narrator, Vic Hope, didn't get to enjoy the South Pacific because she was busy competing on Strictly Come Dancing. She's replaced Craig Kelly. She says, I didn't come on board until it finished filming. But you don't need to go to these places to voice them. You can, I think Murray Walker did all his motor racing stuff from ITN. He watched it on a screen. Never actually went to the motor racing. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. Very exciting this morning. How to bag a bargain. Yes, Victoria Beckham's had to open a designer outlet store to get rid of all the stuff she couldn't flog in the other one. And it's half price, but it's still way too expensive. Way too expensive. Happy birthday to Emma Bunton. Baby Spice celebrates her birthday today. The GC has another meltdown over the ice skating programme. But the trouble is, she isn't doing any ice skating. She's basically just sort of shoving herself onto the ice and just sort of being pushed along. And the man who got picked on for 2 stolen penguins, he didn't realise. He thought he'd start a breeding. To Monday. I know. Don't worry about it. Monday's good. Monday's good this week because we've had the blood moon, sort of orangey. I don't know why they call it blood, actually. It's far more orangey than blood, unless your blood is that colour, but mine's definitely redder than that. And you get paid this week. So that's good news. Believe you me, if you've had a long Christmas, and you've suddenly thought to yourself, good grief, honestly, when do we get money? The answer is this week. From Jamaica, orange, red, glowing moon, Steve. In Welling, just clouds, typical. Shan't bother waking up my daughter who was excited about it before bedtime, says Mark. -4 in North Cumbria, says L in Cumbria. But the sky is clear and the moon is a light pinky colour. It is... it's gone again. Depends which one you look at, actually. Steve, in the kitchen, door open, dressing gown on, cup of tea, looking at the moon and listening to you in Pagham, says Tina. Pagham. I like the sound of Pagham. That sounds like a nice place. And Richard from the Wirral, standing in the back garden. Lovely sight of the moon, slightly pink, but I wish the wife would close the curtains in the bathroom. You've got curtains in the bathroom? It's a bit odd, isn't it? I remember telling people years ago I've got carpet in my bathroom. People going, ugh. I say, no, I've also got Afghan rugs and everything. Do I like Bognor Regis? I think so, yes. Oh, Pagham's near there. Oh, right. So I bet it's is it a little village then? Oh, right. I like little villages. Big fan of little villages. Outside, watching the moon in Cockfosters. Got some amazing photos, says Jane. Thick frost on the ground. It's my birthday. So brilliant start to the moon. It's also Gino Cataldo's birthday today, isn't it? Jamie Oliver's friend. Gino, I can't remember. Is that a surname now? What's his name? Please tell me, because Jamie was sort of tweeting about it yesterday, saying it's his birthday, so people should wish him a very happy birthday. I think he's the man, Gennaro Cataldo, and he was the one who basically has sort of, got Jamie doing what he does. 69 yesterday. 69, honestly. Whew, blimey, hope for all of us. Steve, the moon's gone in Harrow, says Tim. P.S. You're popular with all ages. My 8-year-old nephew only goes to sleep listening to you on podcast, so a shout out to Timothy. I don't think we've had a Timothy on the programme before. Timothy! That was that. Ronnie Corbett, wasn't it? Fantastic. Let me just clear some of these down. The moon's gone in Harrow. Oh, we've just done that one, haven't we? Little early to be pedantic, but UK law does require rear seat adult passengers to wear seatbelts if fitted, unless they're exempt on medical grounds, says Chris. It's the Queen. It's the Queen. I don't think she has to do things like that. I don't think. And James says, thoroughly enjoyed your in-conversation with, and I learnt a new phrase, Amdram. I learnt that you may be a hologram, and if aliens do arrive, you'll get the first in-conversation. Of course. The moon will be full 5:12. 5:12, so 5:12. Ready? We're all going to have to go outside for it. Apparently the magnetic pull on the oceans brings huge emotions to a head. Never mind, you get us through each and every eventuality. A 4am Curve fan, thank you. Also today, it's Blue Monday. It's supposed to be traditionally, I don't subscribe to it, a really depressing time. I don't know, I've got no idea why it's a depressing time. Is it because... Oh, right, it's the gap since the last payday. Oh, well, there you go. Now we know about it. My friend Ian says the moon looked good in the desert. Whoa. Oh, can I have some water as well? Some cold water. In other news, Ian says, I went to see Frankie Valli last night. Frankie Valli. Sherry. He's 85. He's 85. Gives us all hope, says Ian. Well, some of us. 85. 85. He can't be 80. Is he? He's still going. He went to see him over in Phoenix. Sherry, Sherry baby. Producer thought he passed on. No, he's alive. He's very much alive. 85. Sitting in bed watching the eclipse, says Sandy in Westcliff. And Paul in Grayslake, Illinois. I can't... So funny. We were doing pronunciations the other day, and most people have got Illinois wrong. Illinois. Moon is dark pink and easily visible here north of Chicago. Not watching it very closely since it's minus 15.5 degrees out there. As always, enjoying the show. Thank you. Viv in Chelmsford says, Steve, opened the bathroom window, peered through the orchids on the windowsill, and I've seen the pinkish moon, though I ought to see it just in case I shall shuffle off before the next one. And Emma says, listening to you from Orkney. Orkney. I bet that's cold. Oh, I bet that's cold up there. I bet that's blooming freezing. But 12 minutes is the time it's going to... What happens in 12 minutes' time? Oh, right, in 4 minutes, it's the main bit of the eclipse. Woo, look at us celebrating that. Gets you out of Brexit, doesn't it, I suppose, really? But this is something you can see. Brexit, of course, is something you've got no idea about, as we've gathered. Sue says, dull as ditchwater in Wirksworth, Derbyshire Dales. No moon here of any description. Well, it's definitely there. It's just that maybe you can't see it, but I promise you, it is definitely there. Definitely there. He does 100 shows a year, Frankie Valli, and sounded great. He's 85. My friend Ian is 73. Still going. So it's 9 minutes past 5. I'm so excited, actually. So you can go outside in a few minutes. Well, if you go outside, put something on, for goodness, I don't want people sort of writing and going, my great-aunt Winifred has just frozen to death thanks to your advice of going outside. She's not a well person. Not a well person. What else we got in the papers today, apart from that going viral? There's poor old Gemma Collins looking more and more like bad drag than you've ever seen in your life. So she launched a rant at Jason Gardner. She lost her cool. Oh, she's generally foul-mouthed. As I think we know, we've seen her demonstrate it before. She got the lowest score yet. Jason said she was channeling Marilyn Monroe, but we ended up with Anna Nicole Smith. And then Gemma says, maybe if you didn't sell stories on me, I wouldn't be so upset, so take that. You know, she's not the most intelligent 37-year-old you've ever met. Pip Schofield and Holly had to step in as Jason called her a brat, as Gemma kept yelling, don't sell stories on me. Meanwhile, Richard Blackwood was booted off in that skate-off against somebody from Loose Women. The actor said he was disappointed. Don't worry, we get her next week and get her up. There's nobody of any interest on the programme. You know, the only reason Gemma Collins is interested is because she's foul-mouthed. And that's it. Cliff says, what a stupid time for a blood moon. You'd think they plan these things better. I don't know how it to be honest with you, I don't understand anything about that. I'm very interested. I think if ever I won lots of money, I would buy a telescope and sit there staring out, you know, into the night skies. I quite fancy that idea. Julie says there's no moon at all. No, it's because it's hidden. It's hiding itself. It's like peekaboo, peekaboo. Just what I didn't want, says Mary. The blood moon will increase fertility, according to the lunar expert quoted in the news. More irritating grandchildren dumped chez moi. Hashtag bad granny. P.S. Love them to bits. And John says, I've given up in Shrewsbury. Makes no difference. Both apply. Still nothing to see. Going back to bed to listen to you in comfort. It's a lot easier, isn't it? A lot easier. What else do we have? Which I thought was quite interesting. It's the Ford Fiesta. Oh, the Netflix driver. We've got a name. Joanne Lewis. 43. You'd have thought she'd have had more intelligence. She was driving, holding the phone with both hands in her Jaguar. Lewis, who comes from Droxford, claimed she was handing it to her daughter. Lewis says, I picked it up and gave it to her. She was watching Netflix. Oh, dear. She admitted using a phone whilst driving. She got fined £600. It's not really enough, is it? Should have been taken off the roads for about 10 years. I mean, if you don't do things like that, nothing's ever going to happen. Here we go. Danny Dyer dressing up like some Elizabethan noble man and just looking like a complete and utter turnip. But there again, he says, why aren't I living in Buckingham Palace instead of ending up on a set of swings in Canning Town? Because you're boring, that's why. What else do you want to know about it? What else do you want to know? Doctor Who star Tom Baker says his debut novel Scratchman, which was 40 years in the making, is likely to be his last project. 40 years in the making? I suspect so. Also, the swoop on 3 groups of migrants after the Channel crossings. They're still doing it. You know, we're supposed to be seeing something from Sajid Javid, wasn't it? He was sort of saying, we will deal with this major incident. He hasn't done anything at all. Diddly squat. It's a big glass, isn't it? Gosh, we've never had... Isn't that what... It's eclipse time. So exciting. It's happening now, speaking to you. Even as I sit here, and you should be able to see it going. What am I supposed to be saying? The moon is completely covered. Is it covered now? It's covered now. You can't see it. There you go, and you heard it first. Oh, that water's delicious. Almost like we've culled it from a mountain stream. So we're now into the eclipse at 12 and a half minutes past. Nobody else offers you this. Seriously, other radio stations will be going, I wish we could do things like that, but you can't. You can't, because it's nothing to do with you. It's only for speech radio stations. It's lovely. And Nick Ferrari will be live from the moon. How easy is that? And then somebody says, which live moon feed are you on? Says Nicky. We're on the Royal Museum's Greenwich Facebook page. Okay, and it's live. They're covering it live. But you've missed it because it's finished. No. Another 11 years. Oh, God, honestly, make me better. It's good though, isn't it? At least we did it on the programme, which I'm quite pleased about. Let's have some more water. This glass is either the clearest glass we've ever had, or it's brand new in the building, because the water looks delicious, brand new. Do you know, it's almost like, you know when people say you can drink from mountain streams and stuff like that? I've always fancied that idea, and this looks like this, doesn't it? This is like... Oh, it's delicious. You're going to have to get out of bed now, aren't you? You're going to have to get up and go and get a glass of water, because you cannot, I defy anybody to listen to the radio at this time of the morning. If somebody's drinking and go, oh, it's like if somebody talks about going to the loo. I sometimes wake up thinking, I must go to the loo. And then you think, no, I'll just put it to the back of my mind. And then unfortunately it gets the better when you have to get up. But this water is delicious. Oh, lovely. What with that and a cup of tea, I tell you, my life is complete. 14 minutes past 5. Steve, says Chris in Bristol, I thought Gemma Collins like an overweight Danny LaRue. I reckon the public are keeping in to make sure he earns her money. Oh, yes. I mean, you're right. Although I think Anna Nicole Smith was better. But it's a case of she can't dance. It's dancing on ice. She can't dance. It's as simple as that. There is a similarity between Brexit and a blood moon. Informed decisions by the government arrive at about the same time, says Ian. That's nice, isn't it? I like that. A little bit too deep for this programme, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Occasionally we make the effort. And I'm so excited. I was just checking to see whether or not my car is going to be subjected to the T-Charge. And in fact, there is a website you can go to. It's the T-Charge Compliance Checker. It's on the TfL website. And what you do is you put in your car registration number. You don't have to pay for it. Put your car number in, and then it will say, thank you for using the T-Charge Checker. And for me, it says your vehicle is not subject to the T-Charge. Yes! Result! Good Lord, honestly, we're never that lucky at this time of the morning on a Monday. There's my bit of hope. So the T-Charge would be £12.50 a day for affected cars. £12.50. For lorries, £100. So that's good, isn't it? But, so it's very nice. Remember, somebody's in a congestion, you pay the congestion charge. You may be affected by the tighter emission standards of the forthcoming ultra-low emission zone, which may come into effect as early as 2019, subject to consultation. But at the moment, I am not subject to the T-Charge. How lovely. Are you subject to the T? No, you can't be, can you, on your one? Definitely not. Do you have a car, Popsikins? Oh, probably you don't have a car, don't you really? Oh, you can't drive, can you? No, I've forgotten about that. Couldn't you make something up? Can you make up... What's that? What's that? That your driver licence? No, it's my learner. I failed when I started. You failed? God, we don't want that on the programme. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I've got my new licence. Have a look. Your vehicle, this is the producer's, is not subject to the T-Charge. He has a red Mini Cooper. Woo! How posh is that? It's a nice number. It's an interesting number plate, isn't it, yours? Very interesting. But not subject to the T-Charge either. So we have to pay the congestion charge. We don't have to pay the T-Charge. So, but millions of you will be paying it. Millions of you, much as though you probably don't want to be paying it. In Snowdonia... the only thing I've heard about Snowdonia is it's very tall and there's a national park there. That's all I know about it. But dragged myself out of bed, Steve, at your bidding to see the blood moon. It looks great. A crystal clear starry morning in Snowdonia. I bet it's blooming cold. Gary the gay trucker says, stop reminding me about the temperature. The heating's packed up in the truck and it's 2 centigrade here in Accrington. Fortunately, I've got the heated seat on, so I've got a backside like a baboon's you-know-what. I watched some baboons on the television the other day, actually. They're very territorial. Very territorial. I don't know why. They're just sort of like that. They go and attack other baboon troops. Mary says, don't ever drink from mountain streams. It might look okay, but there could be a dead sheep around the uphill corner. Oh. I don't know. I mean, assistant producers raised his eyebrows at that one. It is nice, though. Ice-cold water. Lorraine in Haywards Heath says, Steve, perfect view of the moon and can hear owls calling. Ooh, ooh. That's nice, isn't it? I like that. God, we've got so much to be thankful for. And beautiful moon, all from my bedroom. Didn't have to go outside. So many stars, says Lindsay, who's on Cathedral in Cornwall, which sounds lovely. Never mind a telescope. Would you go on Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic and take a trip into space if it was a freebie, says Ron? Oh, yeah, if it was a freebie, yeah, absolutely. I'd be a fool to turn that one down, definitely. The moon didn't vanish in Birchington, Steve. There I was, freezing in the back garden, and it refused to disappear. How old? Maggie's gone back to bed. So much easier. And Carl in Wigan. The only thing famous for in Wigan is the Wigan Casino, I seem to remember from years ago. The night, Wigan Pier. Is that famous, Wigan Pier? Oh, right. Is it near the ocean, then, Wigan? Oh, what's it got a pier for, then? What's it... Oh, it's for a canal. Oh, not the same, is it? But apparently Carl reckons that Gemma Collins looked more like Miss Piggy. That's the trouble is, she does look like Miss Piggy. All this, oh, I've lost all this weight kind of thing. Nobody gives her... She's 37. Grow up, dear. Get over yourself. Very shortly, you're going to be 40. Mind you, I think this year is the year that fat, bloated Arge bloke, the one with the slight little problems in the past, is going to propose to her, but he's going to make it a surprise. The surprise is, it's her. Jane says, it's when you drink tea that I have to put the kettle on. There's something about drinking a cup of tea, isn't it? I can't begin to tell you how exciting it is. But I actually cringe for Gemma Collins. I can't imagine what she was thinking doing that programme. Last night she said she'd win it and added, so long as she didn't break someone's back. It's cringeworthy. Her poor partner, even Jason, says it's not like you'll do any lifts to her. I can't work out, is she for real or laughing at herself? No, she's deluded, unfortunately. That's all it is. She's just deluded. She has no discernible talent, apart from the fact she's big and fat. If she was thin, nobody'd be interested. The whole idea is she's fat, that's why they're laughing at her. And it's all gone right. She keeps telling everybody she's losing all this weight. Nobody can see any evidence, so she can't dance on ice, which is the basis of the programme. I don't quite understand why she's there, but then she's always moaning about something. She has a very dull... She woke up screaming, apparently, last night. Can't imagine why, I don't know. I didn't follow the story. I'd sort of lost the will to live. Andrew says, went outside to see the red blood wolf moon, very clear from Cheam. Yes, what's the wolf bit? Is that because wolves bay at the moon? They do that. I've always seen a picture of the moon and then a wolf going, "Awoo!" like that. It's supposed to be fairly frightening, but not when I do it. Not when I do it at all. Military veterans traumatised by battle wait an average of 4 years to get psychological help. Ridiculous, isn't it? And protesters are in a right flap over a man who unsuspectingly bought 2 stolen penguins. Exotic animals collector Rhys Oliver picked up the Humboldts after seeing an ad on Facebook and planned to breed them. He had no idea that they were nicked from a zoo until he scanned their microchips. Upon realising, he contacted the police. A man of 23 was held on suspicion of burglary, but angry members of the public have targeted Rhys' homes in Strelly. He said 2 or 3 people came. They were shouting penguin thief and abusive things. They were in bad health. If they'd remained with the man, they'd have died. I had £1,000 worth of vet's fees. The penguins were stolen from Southlake Safari Zoo in Cumbria. But even when we went down to custody, it made everybody laugh, particularly the custody sergeant booking us in with 2 penguins. Because you can't nick... People did that before, didn't they? They pinched meerkats and they got arrested, I think, and taken into custody. Kevin the Milkman says Wigan Pier is famous from the book The Road to Wigan Pier by George Orwell. Can't see the moon anywhere here in the West End. It's finished now, hasn't it? It was finished. It was all there. We got excited for a short while and got a little bit overexcitable about things like that, because I just quite like the idea. And John Nichol is at Sky News, and he said, no sign of a blood moon here at Sky, just bloody freezing. I was up there the other day, actually, John. I was up there the other day. I don't know why I was up there the other day. Oh, why was I up there the other day? Oh, that's right, because they had sort of stuff for sort of kids and all the all the rest of it, and it was lovely. And we saw the Sky drone. I've never seen one the size of it. You know, when they say they fly these things over the airfields and stuff like that. This thing is huge. I mean, it lifts a full camera, not just some little tiddly HD camera. So it lifts a full camera. Amazing. So, John, enjoy your... you must be doing papers up there today, I should imagine, which is quite nice. I'm just trying to find something very quickly here, just sort of checking something else that somebody was telling me about earlier on. And... because Jacob Rees-Mogg is going to be with Nick Ferrari for breakfast. He starts a new programme this week. He's already started. Yeah, it's only because somebody was saying how many days is he doing. He's just one day a week at the moment. They're very quick at picking up on these people, aren't they? Really, honestly. I'm just trying to find this thing here. I shall find it in a moment. Just give me one second. Oh, John has printed a picture of Sky. He's a picture of him. Wait, I've lost the blooming thing now. Where have you gone to? Come here. Oh, that's nice. That's the gates going. Oh, it does look cold. Oh, it does look cold up there. I live not too far from there. Not too far from there. And of course, I know the Gillette clock, which is up there as well. That's still empty, that factory, the Gillette factory. Don't know why. No sign of the moon in Wimborne, Dorset, Steve. Next disappointment, no doubt, will be cloud during the Mercury transit across the sun in November. Did you get through your first test to drive, Steve? Or is that not discussed? No, I failed first time. I got it second time. You know why? Because I failed. Well, I failed on two things. Firstly, reversing round a corner. We jumped the curb. And secondly, we're going down. They asked me a question about the motorway. How do you turn right on a motorway? And I said, will you mirror, indicate, move? And they meant, how do I get off the motorway? Which means you come off to the left and then... Well, how was I supposed to know that? But anyway, I failed. It was quite a normal thing. I went home. We had little red licences in those days. And I went home. And then on the day I passed... I can remember it vividly, because I went home, my mother was on the phone to somebody. She was always on the phone to somebody. My mother could live on the telephone. And she was sort of saying, oh, Stephen's just come back. Did you pass? And I went, yes. I got the bit of paper, so we were very excited. My dad came home. He went out with me in the car to see if I could drive, having just passed. And then he let me take the car out. They had a little minivan, apart from another car. We had about two other cars as well. And I was allowed to use it, which I thought was really great, actually. To go out by yourself, whew, blimey, I tell you, you go mad, don't you? Mad. Steve, the January full moon is called the Wolf Moon. Why? Why is it called? Is it because wolves bay at the moon? That's the only thing I can't think of anything else at all. Paul says, I think it's time for the government to get rid of the 1p, 2p and 5p pieces. It's pocket shrapnel. I agree. I'm more than happy. And Peter from Angmering, near Pagham, says, I'm trying to take a picture of the moon, but it keeps moving. Yes, it's not there. Well, I don't know where it is at the moment. Is it there or is it not there? I can't remember. We've had the eclipse, haven't we? And it's done everything. Is it still there? Is it visible? Is it not visible? Poor soul, honestly, he's going panic-stricken, trying to take pictures of something that keeps moving for him, which is not great. But I'm with Paul on getting rid of the 1, 2 and 5p pieces. They're too tiddly. Seriously, I've got a pocket full of this stuff at the moment, a pocket full, and it really is annoying. And anyway, we're just having a quick look at the Royal Greenwich Observatory. They've all gone home now. They've decided they've had enough. So thank you very much indeed. So Peter, no chance of getting a picture done. But it doesn't matter. Does not matter at all. Does not matter at all. The Mail today: Ant won't share jungle with Holly. Women dying of embarrassment. Millions of women risking cervical cancer because body image worries prevent them going for a checkup. And that's not good news, is it? That's not good news at all. And 3 more migrant boats cross the channel. So where's the border force you promised Mr. Javid? He hasn't got the faintest idea, has he? They can't stop it. They can't stop it. The weekend wheels fell off the royal PR machine. Emma Fairweather, who's, as I say, in every newspaper, really going on about it. Just accept the fact. Listen, it's something you can dine out on for ages. Prince Philip's car hit mine. Pfft, end of story. End of story. Plus, who's the firm favourite with the film critics? Yes, it's Olivia Colman. She is the firm favourite. Tom Swarbrick was on television the other day. He was doing... a friend of mine phoned me. He was doing Andrew Mars. He said, have you seen Tom Swarbrick? I said, well, yes, I know what he looks like. And he said, I didn't realise he was so young. I said, no, television's just very kind to him. That's all it is. It's like, you see him on there, and he does look... He looks about 19, 20, doesn't he? He looks like a university grad, U8. And he's not. He's a bit old. He's got 2 children, I think, now. And he's only early 30s. Well, so he says. I mean, I don't know. Some of these people, they tell fibs about their age. But, no, he's very young. He's very, very young. But a friend of mine phoned me to say how good he thought he was on the Andrew Marr show. I thought, don't start that one, for goodness sake. We'll never hear the end of it. The TV's critic... The Mail's TV critic marks the passing of Windsor Davis, an age when we were allowed to laugh at anything, no matter how offensive. Let's have a quick check, shall we, on the news today. It's 5:30 here on LBC. Apparently, the term wolf moon is just a coincidence. Wolves howl more during their breeding season, presumably to attract partners, which is January, February. The January full moon is referred to as the wolf moon, but it's not the full moon that makes the wolves howl more, says Chris. I've seen them doing it, actually, because it's so quiet where wolves live that they say, ooh. And apparently you can hear, it's like, if I walk round Regent's Park, we haven't done it for a few weeks because we don't think the dog's very well. It's stopped eating at the moment, and that's always a bad sign. And you can, from the other side of the park, when the lions roar, you can hear it as clear as day, and that's across the whole of Regent's Park. And also the howler monkeys, the ones that go, like that, only better. And they're very good, actually. I thought, there aren't wolves in Regent's Park. No, in the zoo. Right. That would make it more entertaining, wouldn't it? Going for a walk with the dog. So, what is that behind the tree, Steve? Run! Run! So one thing you don't do, because I always remember running bit, they had a pack of wolves and they were ploughing through the snow to get a caribou. Or a moose or whatever it was, anyway. And they keep going. Wolves have got no end of stamina. And this poor caribou is getting to the end of its day, and you think, no, don't. So in the end, it went and stood in a pond, which, of course, wolves won't go into because it's freezing cold. And it just stood there. Obviously, its little paws freezing off, or hooves or whatever they've got. And eventually the wolves sort of kind of gave up, which is very unusual. Ron says, I failed my first test when I was overtaken by a milk float. Could it have been Kevin? And then I passed a week later on. Yeah, a lot of people did second attempt. It wasn't such a big deal. Nowadays, they don't really want to pass people at all. Carl in Wigan, back again, was the man with the red flag walking in front of the car when you took the test. We don't need bitterness like that. It's a Monday morning. I'm trying to be particularly nice and pleasant to people. I can change, believe you me. Somebody said to me the other day, I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of Steve Allen. I said, no, it's exactly the same as the other side. Seriously, I'm exactly the same. When I went for my driving licence in the 70s, my examiner was a Scotsman smoking a pipe. The car was like a smokescreen, says Shane. Yes, I mean, well, yes. I was always told, when you get in the car to take your test, you know the one thing you've got to do? Knock the mirror out. So they can see that you can use the mirror. You've got to turn your head. No good just glancing. They want to make sure that you can see the mirror. Woke up, says Kanan, scraped the ice off the car and drove to a high point to see the blood moon in Redbridge, only to see nothing. It's like it's my fault. Going back to bed. Sabrina, I'm a bit miffed, truth be told. I live on the top floor of my block and my coat went on all the way downstairs and outside. Where is this moon? Looked around like a mad woman, can't see it anywhere. Then again, I'm in Hackney. Perhaps it doesn't like these parts. No, it was definitely out there, definitely. And Mike from Brecon says the Gillette factory is used as a makeshift film studio. They filmed some scenes from Bohemian Rhapsody there. Huh? Oh, right. It is all sitting there. I think it's listed. I don't think you can actually sort of pull it down or something like that. I'm surprised nobody's taken it on. It's very good. The Spice Girls are said to be deeply shocked and appalled that these T-shirts they were wearing for Comic Relief were made by women on 35p an hour. Really not very good. Mary Berry has dropped the price of her house. It's a lovely house, actually. It really is lovely. It's set in Buckinghamshire. It's Grade 2 listed. Very nice indeed. Noel Gallagher, his house is overlooking the Regent's Canal in Little Venice. Normal price, 11.5 million. Special offer today, 8.95. Roy Keane. Something to do with football? Roy Keane? Thank you. Former Man United star. 2010 it went up. 9.5 million. Anyway, nobody wanted it, so they've dropped it to 6.45 million. That's quite a drop. Rio Ferdinand, his house has got 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, an indoor swimming pool, jacuzzi and a gym. Failed to sell. It was originally up for 4.5 million. We're now down to 3 million. That's obviously not good, is it, really? Zayn Malik, he's dropped the price of his house, which is in Barnet. 3.65, the new price, 3.5, so you're not really saving a lot at all. Alexander McQueen's is very interesting. He was in the process of renovating his flat in the heart of Mayfair, and it was sold by his estate. Developers have refitted it in a dramatic style that befits McQueen. Huge chandeliers, it's a duplex, 3 bedrooms, bathrooms galore and a roof terrace. But it's on the market now. It was on for 8.5 million. Now they've actually dropped it to 6 million. £6 million. Noel Edmonds, his is 2.65 million. It's a nice house, actually. Set in 15 acres. And it is lovely, actually. It's got 7 bedrooms. It's Grade 2 listed Georgian. Really, really nice. And Tom Conte, he did the best. 17.5 million for a house that doesn't look like it would be 17 point... when you look at the size of Noel Edmonds's, or Roy Keane's, or Rod Stewart's, because I know Rod Stewart's house. Tom Conte originally wanted 17.5 million. They're down to 11 million at the moment. It's got... he paid for it 165,000 30 years ago. That's what you call a nice profit. That's what you call a nice profit. But Rod Stewart's is an Essex mansion, and it went up originally for 7.5 million. The house is under offer. It's got 25 acres. It's in Epping. You go to Epping, you go through Epping, out the other side. On the motorway, you can see his football pitch. It's a beautiful house. It really is gorgeous. It's got stables, a pool, a 2-bedroom cottage, and it was up for 7.5 million. They've reduced it. Oh, if only I'd won the lottery. 4.725 million. It's beautiful. Really is beautiful. Lovely. You know, well looked after. Well looked after. We like houses that are well looked after. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. A lot of people interested in what I'm saying about Gemma Collins, or so because he also watched the programme, and of course she had a bit of a meltdown, but there again, she thinks the programme's all about her. She has no idea that basically the public couldn't care less if she fell off the end of Southend Pier, which of course is always fairly entertaining, I think, for most people. Injury risk from clinically obese rugby players. Are rugby players clinically obese? I didn't think they were. I used to play rugby some years ago. I'm a bit of a fitness guru. You know, a lot of people. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd stopped playing rugby some time ago. Another one here, and this is John, who says, "Can somebody tell the presenter chappie that being a miserable, moaning, whinging old sod is not good at this time. It's got the biggest audience figures ever, John, and bless you for listening. Bless you for being there. Big up you, mate, and the Spike." He says, when they hear uninspiring, negative and droning, they want to go home again. No, they don't. No, they keep listening and they tell everybody else. It's hilarious, isn't it? But there again, I mean, you know, you are in your twilight years, judging by your picture. If you're not, something definitely has gone wrong. Sue in Hanwell says, Reed Gillette's used a lot for police dramas, most famously Kiefer Sutherland series 24. A company's been given planning permission to redevelop into a hotel and business park. Oh, God. Oh, dear. It was me that said I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of you, Steve. One of your drivers. People always say that, you know, actually, which is interesting, isn't it? And Noreen says, I passed my test the second time. Much to my dismay, Brian passed first time. Off for 2 hospital appointments at Watford for Brian starting at 8:30 with an hour's drive this morning. I like early morning hospital appointments. I'm good with early morning hospital appointments. Definitely. Contactless card payments are rapidly overtaking collection plates in churches. What? Seriously, they're not coming around with a machine. Surely not, so they can get it. In a church I used to go to years and years ago, you put it in a little envelope, and then the offertory plate came round, and you would put little so nobody could see how much you were giving. Because my father used to sort of put a couple of opal fruits into it and take out 20 pence, you know, which was, you know, I mean, no, it seemed fair enough, actually. Because the plate would start at this end, and you'd pass it down, and he would always put opal fruits in and take money back out again. He didn't go to heaven. He went somewhere else. You imagine, honestly. Sorry, how much have we got today? £7, 6 and threepence and 3 opal fruits. It's not the same. I didn't get banned from the... No, actually, I went to a church youth club, which was good, actually. The vicar thought we were really nice children. We proved him wrong time and time again. But we used to go and sing. It was always one of those things, because we were little... You know, we were young people. We'd start off in the service, and then he'd go, and now the younger people are going to leave us for Sunday school. So we'd all troop off to the back and go and have a cigarette, which was good for a little bit of the old communion wine. Throwing that back, I tell you. The time we actually got out for lunchtime, we were off our trolleys. It was great fun. I did say happy birthday to Emma Bunton. She's 43. She's only 5'1", but she's a big 5'1". Seriously, carried it very well. And Jeff Koons, you might not know who Jeff Koons is. He married Chicolita. She was an Italian porn star. And he used to get people to make his stuff and then put his name on it. So he never made anything. It was artists that made it. And then it became a Jeff Koons original. But in fact, his portfolio is valued at more than £770 million. He became very, very successful. Very successful. He had these large metallic balloon dogs. He had all sorts of strange things, but lots of it was made by other people. Also born on this day, Benny Hill, the former fastest milkman in the West. 1924 he was born, and he was born Alfred Hawthorne Hill. Can you imagine why he changed it, can't you? Imagine why he changed it. But he was, I think... You know, David Cameron, there's some story I seem to remember in the back of my mind. David Cameron selected Ernie when he was on Desert Island Discs, and he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. I'm pretty certain. Ron says, Epping might be near to your brother's place, but it's a much longer trek to work than Twickenham. Oh, just a fraction. Although, actually, not too bad. Yes, there you go, music played. Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West. Songs over the years, we've had tons of them, where they go, oh, it's a novelty song. I quite like a novelty song, and we liked Benny Hill. He used to live very near me. I didn't understand, says Eve, Holly's remark once Gemma skated off. Can you explain why Philip looked genuinely shocked at Holly? I've got no idea. I didn't actually see that bit. I just saw the bit where she argued. And, Steve, I've just pulled over to see the moon, got the added bonus of a shooting star, too. Wow! And Holly says, looking at the blood moon above my back garden, talking of wolves howling, reminded me of the noise foxes make when mating. Sounds like somebody's being brutally murdered. Yes, and once they're mating, they can't separate, can they? So they kind of, it's something to do with their bits. It's like a corkscrew, and apparently they can't. So sometimes you see foxes stuck together. No, just me again. Right, 5:45, I'll let you ponder on. Morning, at my church, says Ken, in Australia in the 60s, we gave our money to the church in envelopes, or envelopes. Yeah, I mean, that's how it used to happen in our church. Will Guyett says, I've heard you called a lot of things before, but never a miserable sod. I know, obviously somebody who's a bit delusional. Obviously somebody a little bit, I've never been miserable at all. In fact, I couldn't be happier. Could not be happier. Don't have to pay the extra congestion charge thing, because my car's fine. And we get paid this week. Fantastic. Huge audience figures. I mean, good God, what is there not to be happy about? And I'm particularly good looking. I mean, I think that's about as good as it gets. Caroline in Hull got up early to take the dog for a walk. Blood moon looks amazing. Well, it's not going to happen again for another 11 years. So, have you missed it? Good luck. What a TV treat we had this weekend. Danny Dyer on Through the Keyhole. Which one was it? Was it Danny Dyer, the old man who thinks he's descended? I think it was the daughter. Oh, God, how boring. And the GC on Dancing on Ice, I know. It's, as Mr. Gardner said, he doesn't watch these sort of trash programmes with these talentless people. They have no talent, they're just on a reality show. But bet you're in your element, say Simon and John in South Norwood. Yes. Loving the show, been listening on podcasters, getting up later than usual, purposely up early this morning so I can listen live. Does it make a difference listening live? Because there are other podcasts available, especially from last night with the In Conversations, when we had two super people, Nigel Harman, which is a great interview, and Owen Macken as well, because people were writing in saying, who's Owen Macken? He's the Irish model turned actor. I mean, seriously, sickeningly good looking. But there again, that's what models are paid for. I could have been a model. Not, unfortunately, clothes, more furniture, I suspect. But no, so you can download those. Go to the LBC website. I keep telling people, go to the LBC website and get the LBC app. It's free. There's no charge for it at all. Doesn't cost you one penny piece. We don't come chasing you for money. So it's lbc.co.uk. You also get a rather cute picture of me on there as well. And the more times you sort of drop these programmes into the equation, the happier I am. And the more it kind of secures my future, just for a little bit longer. So we're always looking for new ways. So go on to lbc.co.uk. Also, in 1936, on this day in 1936, which is January the 21st, the Daily Mail announced the death at Sandringham of His Majesty the King George V. The Prince of Wales now becomes King Edward VIII. For 24 hours following the death, there will be no entertainment broadcasts on the BBC. And I remember years ago, there was a book. It was sort of like the broadcaster's Bible of what to do in the event of a death of a royal. And, you had to sort of knock out all humour and things like that. And but now it's different. It depends on which member of the royal family it is. And I don't think you have to do anything. I don't remember doing anything differently for the death of the Queen Mother or the death of Princess Margaret. I think we just sort of did it. And it was mentioned all the time. But I don't know whether music stations started changing things. I don't think they did, actually. But that's what it used to be. That's what it used to be. Also, Stefan Dom suffered the private heartache of a chronically ill son. Now they're pursuing a controversial solution to ease his pain. We quite like Stefan Dom, mainly because they appear to be tiddled all the time. That's the only reason we like them, isn't it? We love it. Oh, wear any colour as long as it's not black. They're actually trying to change things out because people buy black, because black covers a multitude of sins, and you can sort of look good in black. I mean, even I look good in black. Sort of. And they're losing weight and living well, so tomato and mushroom pizza. I think pizzas are dreadfully dull, I really do. I mean, if I had my time again, would I have eaten pizzas? Probably not. But I'm always interested because they say a proper pizza should take less than a couple of minutes to cook. Jane says, Steve, that corkscrew fox thing explains the full vocal range of the foxes around North London. Not sure which are less scared of people, them or the massive rats. Don't like. Could be a rat. Oh, no. They always say, in London, you're never more than 6 foot away from a rat. That's what they say. I used to have a producer years ago. I couldn't even mention the word rat, because she hated it. A rat king is a collection of rats whose tails are all intertwined and bound together by one of several possible mechanisms, such as entangling material like hair or sticky substances or sap or gum. You could get 32 rats with their tails all intertwined together. Do you not like rat? What's the matter, Popper? You all right? Oh, boy, he's gone all funny now. A similar thing happens to forest mice and squirrels. But squirrels are better because they've got furry tails, but rats, they don't have that. The earliest rat kings come from about 1564. I've seen rats just over there. There used to be a chicken place, and they used to have mice all over the place, so they got closed down, and it's all better now. But when you look at rats' tails, oh, it's horrid, isn't it? People like rats, though. I've known friends of mine who... What's the matter? You don't like rats? Did you never have a pet rat at home that came out of the sewer? You not do Rat King? Oh, right, all right. We won't mention it. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. We've seen the photos, though. Rat Kings, yeah, we've seen the photos of the Rat Kings. I'd heard of it, but I didn't know what it was until I saw the picture. Oh, dear. The Duke should retake his test, says Emma Fairweather. I'm a bit bored now with Emma Fairweather, I'm afraid. She was in all the papers yesterday. We've had her in the papers today. OK, enough. London, New York, Paris, Bicester. Yes, poor old Victoria Beckham has quietly opened a new branch of her ailing fashion store. In other words, all the stuff they couldn't flog at vastly overinflated prices. So here, the prices were not cheap. The first wool camel coat they looked at would set you back $1,125, even if it was discounted from $2,250. They couldn't sell it at that price, so why bother? And then they had various things. The original price tag of some box bag, £1,495. Now it's down to 600 quid. I mean, to be honest with you, poor old Victoria Beckham, you know, she's losing a fortune. That, what do they say, £10 million every sort? I can't remember what it was. But now they've got stuff here. I mean, I think she made a loss in 2017 of 10.2 million. Are there any bargains? Probably not. But if you want to buy something like that. But if you're going to spend that sort of money, I mean, it must be more money than sense, isn't it? You know, there is a dress here. And the reporter in this particular piece, who's called Rivki Baum, who's their deputy fashion editor, found a dress reduced from £1,224 to £612. It's a fortune. Most people in the real world can't afford... That's why she's having to discount this stuff, because otherwise they're getting nothing for it. Nobody's going to buy it in their normal shops. And she says, whilst I wouldn't dream of entering Victoria's Mayfair store, at an outlet like Bicester, I get the same luxury shopping experience and can still afford my rent. Oh, dear. But anyway, so Beckham's brand in its infancy and is still establishing itself with younger consumers. I don't think it's in its infancy at all. I really don't. I think it's been running way too long. And it's obviously not doing, you know, as well. But they're all going, oh, isn't she fantastic? And I'm going, obviously not. Had to open an outlet. That's never a good thing, is it? And Mercury to fall to tomorrow. What do they reckon? -10. -10. I don't think rats' tails will come into it, will it? Because they'll have... Oh, no, don't think so. Hero of happiness this week, I think, goes to Michael Bublé. He's had his fair share of knockbacks. His rise to fame wasn't an overnight success. But... each and every one of us has a decision to make when we wake up of how your day's going to go. And he's done really well. He's done really well. We like Michael Bublé. I have a number of Michael Bublé albums at home. There's also a brave dentist in the paper today who looks into the jaws of some pretty dangerous animals. He works for animal sanctuaries, so he flies around the world. There's a sedated lion here and a bear. I mean, like a bear. Like a huge brown bear. And also the mother... I promise you I'd tell you about this, and I'll have to save it for after the news the other side. I want to make sure that we get sort of maximum coverage. Also, Faye Brooks and Gareth Gates, they're going to get married. Whatever. Why does that make any difference to people? It's on the front page of OK magazine, so they must be famous. It'll be wonderful. Also, the jet job. I've yet to find that story. The 9/11 rant. He was drunk, as you can well imagine. He's been sent off to prison, which is good. And the bullied Syrian boy to sue Facebook for the fake news. Plus the bank. And I think it's HSBC. HSBC? I think. They tell a Welsh customer not to complain in a foreign language. Not very good, is it, really? Not very good. The Queen is sorry. No word from Philip. Woman involved in car smash. Angry at the royals. Yeah, she was angry yesterday. Give it up now, OK? He's not going to pop round to you and deliver a sort of bottle of scotch or something like that. The hotel dishwasher, 21 million in damages because they made her work Sunday and she said it clashed with her religious beliefs. This wasn't in this country, incidentally. It was over in America. And 74 years on, 6 Holocaust victims have been laid to rest in the UK. And the world's oldest January. Welcome to the Oh Please God We Get Paid This Week. David, in Hampstead, tried to tweet you, but I don't think it worked, to tell you about an exhibition called Staging Magic at Senate House Library in Bloomsbury. Staging Magic? What's that? Is it what I think it is? Is it what I think it is? We shall find out. And, Steve, the new holder of the oldest man in the world is ill. No, you've got it wrong, Nicholas. I'm sorry. No, the whole gag is that you go, oh, no, and I've done it before, I've used it on my one-man shows before, you say, and we've got somebody in today who's, Mary's with us. Mary's 111. So you get the whole audience to sing happy birthday, and then you go, oh, I'm terribly sorry, she's ill. OK, that's the whole gag. Staging Magic, the story behind the illusion. Celebrating... Oh, this sounds quite good, actually. It's free. It's at the Senate House Library, 4th floor, as part of the University of London. Good Lord above. Well, I don't fancy having it there. Part of University of London, and it's revealing the world's most loved magic tricks and stage illusions from the 16th century to the 20th century. And it's free. It runs until 15th June. So it starts today and runs till the 15th of June. Good Lord above. Lovely thing to tell. I wonder if the Magic Circle know about that. They must do. They know everything. They know everything. Wasn't it today in 1976 that Concorde made its maiden commercial flight? You are absolutely right. It was a day... I never went on it. I'd love to have gone... I've got a book. About it. Phil says, do you think that the judges, Holly and Phil, hate Gemma Collins as she's so unprofessional? It's like she has no idea how to act on television. She's just foul-mouthed. The language I've heard emanating from it really is its potty mouth. Worst kind. Really the worst kind. Steve, I told you it wasn't going to snow this weekend. It doesn't look like it's going to snow this week either. I win. No, it's going to snow tomorrow. That's what we've been told. We have checked, and they've said possibly tomorrow. Didn't say where, just said it's going to snow. Steve, if Victoria Beckham sold sizes over 12, the rest of the world would buy her clothes, says Jane. Yes, I mean, look at this. She looks emaciated. Seriously, she's as thin as anything. And she thinks she's making clothes for real people. Unfortunately not, because real people are bigger than that. Much bigger. I mean, I can't wear any of her clothes. It's ridiculous. Can't wear any of his pants. Mind you, I don't think even he wears his pants, does he? And Holly says, I can envisage you modelling in your prime, standing in your pants, smiling with the other chiselled models standing in their pants, or perhaps wearing a woolly cardigan on the front of a knitting pattern. Yes, that would be more me, I would think, actually. Steve, even as recently as January 65, at the height of the swinging 60s, the BBC reverted to solemn music when Churchill died. No LBC then. Not in 65, there wasn't. Good Lord above. No, definitely not. Definitely not. But here's the mother and daughter. I have to tell you about them because they're disgusting. Carly Douglas and Susan Stewart. That's a mother and daughter. Filthy pair. Do you know what they did? They worked in a care home and they cheated a 94-year-old resident out of her savings. She had money. And they ripped off their frail victim as she lived out her final days at Sycamore Lodge in Sunderland. The woman who lost her life savings to the heartless duo died before they could face justice. Stewart, that's Susan Stewart, the ugly one out of the two, was employed as general manager of the care home whilst her daughter Douglas worked as a carer. Over the 4 weeks between June and July 2016, they stole £18,000 from her account and withdrew almost £3,000 from cash points using her card. They then switched 18 grand into her account via an online transfer. Within 48 hours, Douglas, that's Carly Douglas, the other ugly one, moved 6,000 into her mother's bank account with the referenced goose. And so it went on. Anyway, I'm delighted to report that they've been jailed. 27 months, one of them. 27 months, the other one, 30 months. Not long enough. Should have been 10 years, pair of filth. The prosecutor said the care home suffered reputational damage because of the offences. Absolutely. Absolutely. The managing director of Sycamore Care Centre said an appalling breach of trust. Why were these people not vetted? Why were they not vetted? Stewart was a manager everybody trusted, having been in a role for 12 years. Well, that's the most likely person, isn't it? She and her daughter have caused enormous distress and upset to everybody who lives and works here. Yes, well, I'm glad they've gone to prison. Perhaps they'll never work ever again. That would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Mark in Hayes says, I just heard when the King passed, the BBC stopped all entertainment. The question is, when will they start again? I know, it's an old gag, but it's worth repeating, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? Things change. I remember when potatoes went up in price, because there was a potato shortage, and then when we got a lot of potatoes, the price didn't come down. Price of chips was very expensive. It used to be threepence, sixpence, a shilling. God, a shilling's worth of chips. You could feed a family of 50. 1 and sixpence, 2 shillings and 2 and sixpence. Anything beyond that, you'd taken over the fish and chip shop. I flew on Concorde, says BJ. When we landed, the pilot apologised for being late. By 27 seconds. I remember it taking off over my place, and it's, within my lifetime, Concorde taking off. You could hear it. God, you could hear it, but it was still I wasn't bothered about that. People say, oh, the noise is terrible. I didn't really care, actually. Be a lot of noise if parents take children on term-time holidays. They say it could be up to £2,000 or £3,000. I think unlikely, but because a lot of people do it. We're taking the kids out of school. Excuse me? What for? Well, because we're going on holiday. What for? Well, because it's too expensive during term time, during out-of-term time, which I can understand, but unfortunately, it's their education. What sort of children? You look at that ghastly, revolting family over in New Zealand, God forbid, from this country, but they were, who went out thieving. The children thieved, and the mother thieved as well. I can't even imagine what sort of families they're from. Chav, top of the list, I should imagine, and the New Zealand doesn't want that out of the country. They've never met anybody so disgusting. I thought, you want to come here? Good God, there's people like this all the time who thieve. It seems to be an everyday thing. Let's go out, let's thieve from people. And you think, I tell you what, let's come around to your place and thieve from you as well. Probably be far more entertaining. At least you get most of your stuff back. Oh, look, Kelly Brook. Apparently, she speaks about why she can't wait to turn 40. 40? 40? Can you believe that? 40 years old. Honestly, are you supposed to be something when you get to 40? Is it supposed to be something that happens? Do you sort of change your, diet? Do you change your wardrobe? When you get to be a little old lady, not that I'm thinking of being a little old lady, but if I was going to be, would I sort of all of a sudden change the wardrobe and just put in little hats which you screw onto your head, little shoes, sensible sort of stockings and stuff like that? I don't know. Unless, of course, because I think little old ladies are the most sensible people out there, because they've always got sensible clothes which last. It's only the disposable people today who go to Primark and buy the entire summer's outfits for 20 quid that sort of then wander out. And you know what sort of people they are that go in there? They're people looking for a bargain. They're looking for cheap clothing. They couldn't afford to shop at Victoria Beckham if she gave the stuff away. I wonder, really, whether or not the Queen did ever not dress like a little old lady. No, even as a child. In fact, if you look at early pictures of Prince Charles meeting his mother at the station, he was always with nannies because the child, somebody want this as Charles, you look after Charles. And so they passed them out. It's only recently things have changed a little bit. And there he is standing there in his little Lord Fauntleroy clothes with his little sandals with little white socks. And you think, do you think he really wants to wear a pair of jeans? It's only recently that you've seen Charles in a pair of jeans. During his childhood, very occasionally. It was very occasional. Then they sent him to the school, didn't they, which was supposed to sort of make a man of him. But they were always a bit wussy, all the boys in the family. Prince Andrew was sort of a bit of a playboy, hanging around on those islands with strange people. Edward, there was the big surprise, wasn't it? Edward was in the Royal Marines. Not very long, it has to be said. And then you had Charles, and then you got William. He's not really doing anything at the moment. We've had a couple of photo opportunities with him sitting in a helicopter again, and then Harry, who also isn't doing anything. Does his charity, but I think that probably takes about one day a month or something. It's a whole army of people who do this sort of stuff. They haven't been as involved as they should have been, but I'm sure things will change. Blue Monday. I don't know why they say it's Blue Monday. Is it because you're getting to the end of Christmas and the bills start coming in and you go, oh, it's awful, I don't know how we're going to be surviving. And you go, but actually you will, because we've been surviving every year. So it doesn't have to be a day. If you want it to be a miserable day, it can be a miserable day. But it's supposed to be Blue Monday. And I don't think that makes any difference at all. Why sort of worry about it? Just go out there, have a nice day. It's Monday, it's the 21st of January, and then we'll be into sort of February. Steve, it's just dawned on me that Fives Company's Esther McVeigh is now a Tory MP. Yeah, it's only just dawned on you, has it, Christine? Oh, right, OK. How have you missed that one? Good Lord. Mizzy says, been watching Wolf Supermoon since 5 p.m. yesterday. Where's it gone? It's gone. You've missed it. Missed it now. It's finished. Based on traditional belief that hungry wolves howled outside villages at this time of year. Can I nominate some places? I'm going to go out now, to see if the cloud cover has hopefully started to clear. I don't think it's going to make any difference because you've missed it. We did it live, and it was good. It was good. At least we saw it. I watched it on their web feed. Then they've all gone home. Obviously they're going, can we go home now? And they're going, what for? They go, very tired. So off they go home. Whereas the rest of us are going, did you see it? Did you see it? Do you watch tomorrow? There'll be lovely pictures in the newspapers, and you'll see it, and you'll go, how did we miss that? And the answer is, I have no idea, but you shouldn't have missed it, because we did give you all the heads up all the way along. Still to come. What was this one? Why did I save that? I saved it, actually. Oh, that's right. May to defy the Remainer MPs plot to delay the leaving date. Is it my imagination? Have we pushed Brexit a little bit back in our mind? Have we? No? She has to deliver Plan B today. Plan B. Did you like any of his records? I didn't actually at all, but there you go, I'm sure. Unfortunately, Steve says, Chris, I never flew on Concorde, but it was, and is still an amazing aeroplane. I used to work on the engine build line for it. We've now got the Aerospace Museum in Bristol, which houses the last Concorde to fly. How lovely. I'd like to go in one. Just out of, so I'll need to drive down to Bristol, won't I, to go and see it. Could be worth a trip out. Or failing that, a trip out to the countryside to see some snow, which would be lovely. LBC, 6:minutes on a Monday cold morning, but tomorrow's going to be even colder. Let your spikers know, Steve, that London's private hire drivers will be protesting again today from 10 until 12 around Southwark, Waterloo and Blackfriars Bridge. It's going to cause mayhem. Thank God I'll be back home by that time. But they did it last time. Remember last time they did it? And they kept people were sort of stopping it, and it was some right pain in the rear end, it really was. But I had to walk over the bridge. You can walk over it, just can't get cars over it because they're just causing mayhem. And I think it's to do with charging for the congestion charge, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the biggest pain in the rear end we've ever had. Steve, next time you're in Essex, travel a short distance further north to Duxford. You can get inside Concorde there and even see the nose move up and down, says Brian. Oh, that sounds nice. And Dallas says, I also flew Concorde, London to Dallas via Washington. As I walked towards the check-in counter at Heathrow, a liveried BA flunky stepped in front of me and said, excuse me, madam, that's the Concorde check-in. I said, yes, I know. And carried on. That was pre-privatisation. How lovely. I forget how much it was to go. It was quite expensive. And also quite small, but it did go very fast. Very fast. Mind you, I remember Freddie Laker. Do you remember 99 quid to New York on SkyTrain? That was an interesting one. There's a Concorde at the Brooklands Museum, not a million miles from Twickenham, says Paul, in Chalfont St Giles. Well, I wonder why it was called Chalfont St Giles. Chalfont must mean something, mustn't it? Chalfont St Giles. Would that be the... I don't know. I can't think what the St Giles is, unless he's a patron saint. I quite like it. Do you know what I've not done? I bought loads of little daffodils, miniature daffodils in pots. I've not planted the things yet. I can't quite motivate myself at this cold weather. It's not quite good. It's not good enough for me. So, Peter in Kent, just taken looking at the moon through my telescope. It's a couple of travelling fly tippers with a We Love New Zealand sticker on the windscreen burning some rubbish. It ain't a phenomenon, red smoke. It's like red petrol, isn't it? Went to look at motorhomes yesterday, says Steve, who's a very poor Formbyite. Well out of the reach of us poor northerners, so I'm appealing to you, being a very rich southerner, for funding aid. I need to be prepared to be a migrant to the EU. I love motorhomes. A friend of mine used to have a Winnebago, big Winnebago. Used to sleep 6 people. I always fancied driving one of those, but I thought, no. Gary says, my uncle was asked by one of his home carers for 300 quid. I knew nothing about this until a week or so later, when he said he'd had a call from his bank asking if he really wanted the cheque somehow, now showing £30,000 as the amount honoured. See, sometimes you worry about the sanity of banks, don't you? They're supposed to check all these things. On Saturday, says Francis, an old woman was caught red-handed making off with my purse full of my weekend shopping money. I grabbed it back from her and she slank off in shame. It was so shocking. Thank goodness for the vigilant market trader who told me. People, listen, if people see you, and it's old people and older people, and maybe somebody's not as vigilant, who doesn't, look after their money, and it's so difficult nowadays. People target people. Sometimes the innocent person you think is hanging around in a bank to do a transfer is waiting to see if somebody's going to walk out with a load of money that they can relieve you of. It's the way it works. I flew in Concorde, was lucky enough to have a seat where it displayed, says Dallas, the speed and height, 66,000 feet and Mach 2. We were allowed into the cockpit. You could see the curvature of the Earth. Amazing. Yeah, I never got to do that. I could never afford anything like that, but it sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful. Monica says, the moon is perfectly visible from South M25 towards the west. Spent the last 45 minutes driving there into it. Lovely fare. Have a good week. Yes, I think it's going to be a lovely week, but it's going to be a cold week. We're going to be freezing to death. But that's okay. You know, that's why God invented jumpers and coats and gloves and hats and stuff. It doesn't matter how daft you look. Don't worry about looking daft. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, I've got some hats at home that I look really stupid. Not one of those silly Norwegian kind of hats with drop bits and all the rest of it. Nick Knowles used to wear those all the time. He used to have all these hats with sort of bits sticking out. I never quite understood why, but there you go. And it doesn't matter how mad you look in it. If it keeps you warm, that's the thing. If you need to put gloves on, put gloves on. Keep warm that way. What have we got here? The High Street. They reckon 175,000 jobs will be lost this year on the High Street. They reckon there's quite a number of closures on the market of varying sizes. We had before M&S. We already had another 16 closures announced from M&S. Debenhams, House of Fraser, they're all planning different closures. And I think then we had Pizza Express. They were also on the list of got to watch them. HMV might change. We don't know. We're hoping. I mean, I remember in 2018 there were all sorts of closures. I think 150,000 people lost their jobs for the online shopping. 20,000 stores closed. But the high streets cannot compete with people buying online. They seem to have limitless money for keeping things going. And the high street is becoming, in certain parts of the country, an absolute desolate, empty space. It's not the best at all. Cocaine snorted by London is polluting the Thames and making eels hyperactive. There are even fears the critically endangered fish could become too confused to migrate 3,000 miles across the Atlantic to breed. Cocaine enters the river in users' urine, which is via treated sewage. Untreated sewage can also get in following storms. I've never even thought about it. Never even thought about things like that. Well, of course, I wouldn't. Why would I? Never done cocaine. Wouldn't be remotely interested. Thank you very much indeed. But I don't like eels. Claire says Phil Collins flew on Concorde, the concert in America, and then back here for Live Aid. Yes, I remember that bit. What have we got here? Ben there, done before. The sixth actor, now playing Ben Mitchell. Hardman Phil's gay son was last seen a year ago, fleeing to France with Raid Loot. Ex-Waterloo Road star Max Bowden will take the role on his return. His ex Lola and daughter Lexi are back too. Do you know, I couldn't even tell you which characters they were. I have no idea at all. I'm so out of the loop when it comes to East. I've got no idea, seriously. BBC Breakfast have found one this morning. Have they? Oh, look. Jill Palmer. She's from the Thanet Astronomy Group. She looks as mad as anything, doesn't she? She's wearing a hat, which is almost like sort of the sort of thing that wizards would have, but pink. Doesn't make any sense, does it really? A pink hat. Jill Palmer. So I bet she's a gift for the newsroom. You imagine the newsroom going, you actually see this one. So she's obviously one of these people who likes... Does she like the moon? Is she claiming something? Oh, she's been watching it. Oh, right. So what is she? I know she's from a planetary group. Are they sort of believers in something happening or something? We're not sure. To be honest with you, I'm not sure we want to know either. But bless her heart for turning... Oh, look, honestly. Bless her heart for turning... He's not made any impact, has he? That bloke who co-presents the programme. Poor old Dan Walker, honestly. Do you know what? They made the mistake. They started telling you about his Christian beliefs, which is of no interest to anybody whatsoever. It's like saying he only has a bath every third Tuesday or something. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. What somebody does in their private life is up to them. But they made a big thing about it, which kind of alienates 3/4 of the audience immediately. Although there's always a little bit of sniping going on with him and people from another breakfast show. I think Piers Morgan loves a good old spat, which we like. Oh, Stannis. No, sorry, so it doesn't make any difference at this time of the morning. So the Spice Girls make the front of The Guardian, not because they're on tour, because the poverty pay behind the charity slogans. And so they were wearing T-shirts for Comic Relief's gender justice campaign, made at a factory in Bangladesh, where the women earn the equivalent of 35 pence an hour. 35 pence an hour, and the Spice Girls are horrified, as you can well imagine. Also, one of the machinists at the factory that produced the garments, modelled by Holly Willoughby, Sam Smith, Jessie J, Jessica Ennis-Hill, said, "We don't get paid enough and we work in inhumane conditions." And they're £20, these T-shirts, if you buy them. It's an absolute disgrace. It really is. Comic Relief says the charity was shocked and concerned. So they should be. So they should be. If it's a true story, it's absolutely dreadful, you know, that these women are paid nothing at all. HSBC Bank told a customer who wrote to it in Welsh, complaining that some services were not available in her language. They said she should communicate in English rather than a foreign tongue. Nia Lloyd, a classroom assistant from Wrexham in North Wales, wrote to HSBC, pointing out that online services were not available in Welsh. Customer support replied that her message was in a foreign language and asked her to resend it in English. Welsh and English are both official languages in Wales. Lloyd says, "I was shocked that they would respond to my complaint in that way. I thought the bank would have more respect for the Welsh language." Tamsin Davis of the Welsh Language Campaign Group, which I can't pronounce, as you can well imagine, says these comments are insulting, but unfortunately not unexpected. After all, banks are disrespecting Welsh speakers every day. There isn't a single bank that provides online banking in Welsh. A spokesman for HSBC says, "We apologise for any offence it may have caused Ms Lloyd. It was not our intention. We have a Welsh-speaking team and work hard to provide Welsh language services for those customers who prefer to converse in Welsh. But unfortunately, we fell far short." Didn't you ever? Didn't you ever? I'm sorry. So they wrote back, can you speak in English rather than a foreign tongue? I mean, you know, out-and-out racism. I suggest that person goes straight away. Oh, I've tried this Welsh name. Here it goes again. Oh, it sounds so simple, doesn't it? I've tried it over the weekend. I can only do the goch bit at the end, which it's not really enough, is it? It doesn't kind of sort of... my fate is sealed that I'm not going to be a natural Welsh speaker. But I love the language. I love the language, and that, by the way, is a train station. It's a but some of the other ones, I mean, if you look at some of the things that I've got written in front, you'd be going, "Steve, you're never going to manage it." And you know, you're not wrong. Okay, coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning, 7 o'clock, after 16 suspected migrants were detained by immigration officials over the weekend. Nick will be asking how you think Britain should respond to this situation. We'll also bring you the latest on the car bomb in Londonderry and find out how bad the crisis affecting mental health support for armed forces veterans has got. Plus, LBC's newest presenter, Jacob Rees-Mogg, will be in the studio to take your calls. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. It's amazing, actually. You get all sorts of people here. There's one... I'll let you read the story a little bit later on. The council who paid £500,000 to a landlord, it banned from renting out property. I mean, you can't get them any more stupid, can you, really? The woman injured in a car crash with Prince Philip yet to receive an apology. We've heard this a million times. Buckingham Palace said a full message of support was sent to both the driver and the passengers. One here said that while the talk had focused on Philip's loss of independence, she'd lost hers as she'd been signed off from her new job as a support worker for care leavers for 2 months, and her teenage son was having to help her wash and dress. God, blimey, I mean, honestly, it's going on a bit, isn't it? I mean, I don't really know what she wants at the end of this. I really don't know whether or not she's looking for some sort of compensation or whatever, because we don't know what the end result is. Saul says, enjoying the show. Thomas Watts sounds extra butch today. Very nice. I don't think he'd appreciate that one. Sounds extra... How can you sound extra bush? Extra butch. Extra bush. And Steve says, Ian, I've just driven past Sandy's in Twickenham in my skip lorry. Why have they still got their Christmas decks up? Oh, he always does. He always does. And the reason is that if it's good enough for the Queen, who leaves hers up till February, he's doing the same. It takes... They're a very busy shop. Very busy shop, but he always has them up. Everybody else takes them down. He's still going. Oh, yes, absolutely, and why not? Goodness sake. Kevin, the expat, says there's a Concorde on the island of Barbados. Went to visit, was surprised by the lack of space. Oh, it's tiny. It really... You almost expect sort of little hobbits to come out of it. Great aviation engineering, though. Thank you. And after an incident near my workplace, the police came with free rape alarms and little bells you could attach to your handbag or purse. Not cool for the thief to go ting-a-ling mid-crime, says Holly. And Dan in Gloucester says, I'm enjoying this Monday because I'm on my second cup of tea with the heating on, listening to you on my week off. How lovely. I went to Tottenham Court Road the other day, says Jim. Only 2 electronic shops left and over 35 coffee shops open. I miss my electronic shops. I can remember going down Tottenham Court Road years and years ago, and it was known as the electrical thing. There'd be hundreds of them all the way up and down. No, you're quite right now. There's hardly any, I think because we've moved away from that kind of sort of buying tat. And it was always in the window. You'd see this stuff and they go, oh, we've got this and we've got that. And it was sort of modern technology and sort of mainly tat. And then it's now all coffee shops. Literally, you can go all the way up and down Tottenham Court Road and probably only find half a dozen people selling the stuff. There used to be huge shops as well. You'd go in there and there'd be loads of people. We for some reason, we became obsessed with electronic technology. Now we're obsessed with spending a lot of money on a cup of coffee. That doesn't do anybody any good at all. But we still like it, don't we? Ant McPartland, who's completely forgotten about everything and thinks that we've forgotten about it as well. Big smiling faces, Britain Girls Town, yeah, woo, fantastic. He says, I won't share the jungle with Holly. I would have thought the producers would be the ones who'd be deciding on that one. The Queen of the Shepherdesses, you couldn't make it up. Here she is, her name is Hannah Jackson. She'd not so much set foot on a farm until she was 20. 6 years on, however, she's been hailed the new face of farming. She loves it. She loves it. Her childhood home was completely different from what she's got now. She's got sheep. She's got 3 sheepdogs. Lovely. That's a thing to do, isn't it? That's what you call a change of jobs. Also, don't trust builders. If you find a builder and they go, I'll start next week for you, get rid of them. Get rid of them. Because any builders now... In fact, this has come from the industry. It says... Good builders will already have a number of jobs on the go. A national shortage of builders means it now takes up to 7 months to find a decent tradesman and have the construction work completed. So if they say, I can start next week, avoid like the plague. OK? Simple as that. Why doesn't the Duke of Edinburgh send the others involved in the accident a get well soon telegram? Probably because he doesn't want to, says James. Well, it's got nothing to do with that. They've sent a message from the palace. What more do they want? No, they want sort of Princess Anne to go around and kiss their feet or something like that. They're not interested. They've issued the apology. They've said, we're very sorry, everybody's all right. Everybody came out again, end of story. End of story. He's not been charged. They breathalyzed him. He was completely clear, as you can well imagine. They breathalyzed the other people as well. All completely clear. So it's just one of those things. It was an accident. Nobody to blame. Up until now. Things might change, I have no idea. But I don't know what she's expecting him to go knocking on the door saying, would you like to come for tea at Sandringham? Of course not. Of course not. It was just an accident. They happen all the time. Keith says, I've just seen 11 cats. Oh, that's an old story. Old story. They've already been assigned as well. Certainly no Blue Monday today, as it's my 40th birthday, says Michael. Still able to make the spike, though. Oh, I don't know, 40. Is that not blue? Does 40 not make you feel a bit, 40? Because between 40 and 50, it'll race through. And then 50 to 60... bit touch and go, isn't it? The Mail's TV critic, Christopher Stevens, is talking about the passing of Windsor Davies. His wife only died in September, so he just lived a little bit longer. 88 he was. And he came from an age when we were allowed to laugh at anything. In fact, if you watch, It Ain't Half Hot, Mum, you'll find something to offend just about everybody, I should imagine. You will find something that somebody go, oh, I don't like that. Why are they making fun of men dressing up as women? Because it was the concert parties. That's what it was. The people who sort of complain about it are absolute snowflakes. Didn't Jacob Rees-Mogg call O'Brien a snowflake? I think he was called a snowflake. I'm pretty certain because he wrote about it, I think, on one of his tweets. He said, I've just been called a snowflake. King of all the snowflakes. Good Lord, had no idea there was a pecking order. King of all the snowflakes. Can you imagine? I don't even know what snowflakes are. Are they just people who complain about everything? But he doesn't complain about everything, does he? Don't think so. That'll be Majid. And he could be king of all the snowflakes. Everybody could be king of the snowflake. Matt Stadlen could be king of the snowflakes. It's funny, I don't know where the term has come from, but it's certainly being used all over the place. So, how many rugby players are clinically obese? I mean, if you're a prop, I should imagine you've got to be carrying a bit of extra weight. How do I know that? Because I used to play rugby. But they're now saying that rule changes to prevent injuries are to be considered at meet... Oh, dear, honestly. Perhaps they're so mamby-pamby. I say, did somebody touch you? Oh, dear. OK, give the ball back. OK, we'll all go off. We'll have a sit down, a cup of tea. Then we'll come back on the pitch again. The heaviest member of the lineup for the victory over Australia last November was 18 stone with a BMI of 37.2, which is clinically obese. If he's clinically obese, that must make Gemma Collins almost a danger to herself, I think. Parents face that. We did that, actually, the parents facing. I don't think any parent will ever face that much money. And meditation, apparently, is trendy. It's not all caftan and sort of, what's it? Ask Prince Harry, do you believe that? Anybody seen any picture of him doing meditation? I mean, he's turning into a right wuss, isn't he? Goodness sake, honestly. But if you think happiness comes from tranquility, there's a Zen master, very surprising piece of advice. Embrace rage and don't forgive in a hurry. Because I don't think meditation... I said you have to go, and the producer said you don't have to do that anymore. And I went, oh, right, does it make any difference if you meditate? You have to sit cross-legged, though, don't you? Basically, you don't have to sit cross-legged. You just sit on a chair and meditate. I just think you should lie in bed and just go to sleep. That'd be the best thing, wouldn't it? Just have a lie down. There's no... if people say anything, just say, I'm having a lie down. I'm meditating whilst I'm lying down. 26 of the richest are the same as 3.8 billion of the poorest. Blimey. 26 billionaires now own as much wealth as the poorest 3.8 billion people, half the world's population, according to Oxfam. Mind you, they have been criticised for alleged flaws in their report. Mind you, that other one with Diane Abbott's not gone away. They're asking they want sort of copies of the tapes and all sorts of things. I mean, it's a lot easier just not to invite her on the programme again, but yet she would want to do it. Because it's if only she was better at being an orator. She's not. She doesn't really sell anything very well. I've watched time and time again. And she used to do a programme on LBC years ago. Ask James O'Brien. He'll tell you all about Diane Abbott being in the studio. And it's a case, really, of she just needs to be better. Snowflakes are people who are wimpy, says Lorcan from Stevenage, and get offended at everything. They melt when they hear something they don't like. Ah, right, that's what it is. And somebody says, I would say Matt Stadler is more supreme leader rather than the mere king of the snowflakes. Does he complain about things? Oh, does it? Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn. Blue Monday doesn't make me feel miserable, Steve, says Connie. What makes me feel miserable is Brexit and this freezing weather. I'm sitting here with a cup of hot tea to keep warm with some apple pie. And guess what? Blue Monday's called the High Priest of Snowflakes, says Russell in Welling Garden. The High Priest of Snowflakes. That's better by the day. The High Priest of Snowflakes. I've never been called a snowflake. Probably because I don't think I am a snowflake. Because I don't complain about the things that sort of snowflakes complain about. It's just one of those things. BMI can be misleading, says James. It doesn't take into account percent of muscle mass. Just looks at weight and height. Oh, listen, who cares? 7 is the time. You had me freaking out there this morning, Steve, thinking my phone had gone bonkers. Blue Monday is my husband's ringtone on the telephone. Suddenly it started talking again, nearly dropped it. But I did see the moon, says Tanya. Stephen Maidstone says, according to my BMI, I'm not obese. I'm too short. I should be 9'8". Thank you. And Patrick in Guildford says, Windsor Davis and Donald Sinden amongst the regular celebrity customers popping in and out of my parents' antique shop on Cobham High Street in the 80s. Windsor and my mum got along like a house on fire, and when she became terminally ill, they both made a special visit to the Royal Surrey Hospital to say goodbyes. After she died, my dad told me they were among the kindest people he'd come across. Yes, I think he was nice. I think they were both nice, actually. I only ever interviewed Donald Sinden. I didn't get round to Windsor Davis. I wish I had, actually. -14, says Anton, in Finland, ready for skiing, still pitch black and very cold. -14, I think, is actually fairly cold. I've done more than that. I've done -30, and that's bad enough, thank you. Steve, now the government wants to register all EU-born citizens. Should my 93-year-old Italian father, who's lived here for 60 years, start packing? Angela, please. Little Julie says, I'm late this morning, first night's sleep in my new bed, so we'll catch up later, which is good news, actually. We like people... I'm sorry, I'll clear bags and everything else. The front pages of the papers... it's what they call a mixed bunch today. We like a mixed bunch. We're never too sure what mixed bunch means. I think it means lots of different stories. So the front page of The Guardian is the poverty pay behind the charity slogans. It's the same with a lot of things, isn't it? When you get lots of T-shirts, and these are just fairly sort of standard T-shirts, hashtag wanna be a Spice Girl, but it turns out the people that were making them, the charity get £11.60 for each of the T-shirts commissioned, designed by the band. Now, I don't want to be rude, but when you say designed by the band, it's a T-shirt with a slogan, hashtag, I want to be a Spice Girl. Well, how's that designing a T-shirt? That's just somebody's put some letters on the front of it. I mean, it's not really that exciting, is it? But it turns out the people making them are really suffering badly. Apparently people are fainting in the factory and all, because they're working under sort of sweatshop conditions. But a machinist in the Bangladesh factory said the wages we get are very minimum. Inside the production manager's office, they use very bad, abusive language because they're basically holding people to ransom. You know, you get paid 35 pence an hour. You want the job or you don't want the job? OK, I need the job. All right, 35 pence an hour. And that's what they were earning. And yet the T-shirts were selling for £20. I mean, Comic Relief have said that they're shocked and concerned. Well, they should be. They should be. This should have been checked out beforehand. You don't want people to be taken advantage of. It happens. I understand that. I know how it works. I've seen people who have to have half a dozen jobs, even in this day and age, in this country, because they're trying to make ends meet. The Sun this morning, front page, Dex anger at my drink drive crash. Ant reveals arrest talk. It's called damage limitation. They're trying to get him back into it and going, listen, he's paid his 68 or 86,000 pounds, whatever it was. And now it's all fine. Now we can smile again. And, everybody thinks it's a good thing that I was sort of treated like that. Booze is not the solution, blah, 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 blah. And so it goes on. But, I mean, he wrote off the car. That's all I can tell you about it. Plus the chalet hell. This is in a place called Courchevel, which is in the French Alps. It's very posh to live in Courchevel. And this fire spread between two neighbouring buildings. 2 people died, and I think there's quite a number of people who've been injured. There was also a situation in Mexico, I don't know if you read about this one, where there is a pipeline that goes through Mexico, and the people who decided to tap into it had no idea what they were dealing with. So they were drilling holes into the pipe to get the fuel out, and unfortunately it backfired on them, and the thing set on fire and killed, I think, about 74 of them. And unkind people on the internet have said, well, they shouldn't have been tapping into the pipe in the first place. No, but that's how desperate things have become over there. That's how desperate things have become. And so consequently, they ended up losing their lives. I mean, you could see at one point there's a huge arc of petrol coming out of this pipe without realising the implications, without realising. The Queen sitting in the car, arriving at church without wearing a seatbelt. I'm not sure whether or not the Queen has to wear a seatbelt. I'm not sure what protocol is. Either way, it's a case of she went to church and she didn't put a seatbelt on, and I don't think, actually, Prince Philip, he was seen out the next day, I think, in this new Land Rover that's been delivered, and he wasn't wearing a seatbelt either. So, obviously, years and years ago, if you'd started criticising people, you'd have found yourself at the Tower of London very quickly. So I'm erring on the side of caution. I'm not going to jeopardise anything. Peter Kay, wrapping up, takes his first stroll. First time he's been spotted in about 9 months. He cancelled his first stand-up tour for 8 years for personal reasons. We still don't know what it is. We have no idea what it is. But and then also there's another story, which actually I'll have to leave because I think it involves a reality star and a party, in inverted commas, a party. So we'll tell you about that one a little bit later. Sports Direct boss Mike Ashley said to be in talks for a possible takeover of HMV. But I'm not sure whether or not taking over HMV is going to solve the problem. Obviously, people have fallen... It isn't the product. We know what the product is. But I don't really think that it's going to make any difference somebody taking it over unless he's going to put the... I don't understand. Because you're only buying CDs and records and DVDs in there, and if you're not buying them now, what can he possibly do to encourage you to buy your DVDs or CDs or anything else in there? Because you're going to buy them online. That's why they've sort of given up. James says, have you tried... What is that? What is that word? Have you discovered what it is? Surströmming. Oh, sounds disgusting. It's sour herrings. Oh, no. I wouldn't eat herrings if you paid me. During the process, just enough salt is used to prevent the raw herring from rotting. A fermentation process of 6 months gives the fish a characteristically strong smell and somewhat acidic taste. No, thank you. That's like eating... Don't they eat in Iceland rotting shark? What for? Was it some sort of challenge or something? Regarding Ant, says Andy, I think it's disgraceful that if somebody wanted to be on Britain's Got Talent, they'd be refused or kicked off if it was discovered they had a criminal conviction. I don't think so. No, they don't seem to discriminate. I don't think so. I don't think so on that one. Yet he says Ant can present it despite having a criminal conviction, and a serious one at that. Yes, I agree with you. I mean, it couldn't be any more serious than if somebody had actually died. That's why it was such a huge fine. And Bradley says, I've just discovered the Steve Allen Show on LBC. A welcome, light-hearted start to the day before all the Brexit nonsense. Oh, there will be Brexit nonsense, because it's D-Day today, isn't it? It's D-Day today, so there will be lots of people talking about it. Russell Brand has been blasted for saying he won't change his two tots nappies. He says that he claims to be a keen feminist. Oh, he's just rubbish. He's just rubbish. He always sounds a bit delusional to me. His wife, Laura, doesn't trust him with them all day. Oh, there you go. I can understand that. Also, the shotgun at the Co-op. A raider in a balaclava in Yeovil, of all places. I don't know why we think certain parts of the country are exempt from people. He's got a sawn-off shotgun. They will find out who it is. You know, he's standing there with a sawn-off shotgun in a little tobacco shop. It's a Co-op in Yeovil, and they were like, what's that? It's a man with a sawn-off shotgun. Actually, it doesn't even look sawn off, it just looks like a shotgun. So we'll wait and find out. And the Dunkirk veteran who met Prince Harry has died aged 99. His name was Garth Wright. He was among hundreds of thousands evacuated from the French beaches. And the Royal Artillery gunner also fought at Monte Cassino in Italy. And he was the last surviving Dunkirk veteran in Plymouth, where he died in a home at the weekend. And that, as I say, is it for this morning. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your company. I mean, the ticket prices start from £106. Blimey, that's an awful lot, isn't it? We think it might have sold out. We think so. We think it has sold out. But it's only small, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute, I don't know. There's some unreserved. We seem to be a few seats. Oh, there could be some seats left. I'm not too sure, actually. I'm being redirected to the checkout. Oh, we can get tickets. Oh, we can buy 6 if we want, so it's not sold out. I wonder why they were doing the National Television Awards. So, big surprise. Here's Bros. 90% of the audience at the National Television Awards won't have the faintest idea who they are. But I tell you, so if you buy, here we go, six full-price tickets, okay, that's £570, plus there's a fee, a service charge and a facility, £69, plus there's an order processing fee of £2.75, takes it up now to £641. Well, who's got that? Who's got that line? As for 6 tickets to go and see 2 faded old has-beens from it's another 70 quid, but they've already done the show. They've already done the show. I mean, if they released the album and then did the show, then I would understand it. But it's so good to... They're hoping, apparently, according to and I'll read it for you later, but it says they're hoping to reintroduce Brosmania. Well, only if they're carrying walking sticks. I don't think they're going to manage it any other way. But we were able to get tickets. In fact, we're able to get quite a few tickets. Not hundreds of tickets, but you can certainly get tickets for it. And this is a tiny venue. This is a tiny venue. This is, you know, compared to the 77,000 that they played last time round, where they had to cancel 3/4 of the tour, mainly due to, what was the phrasing again? Logistical difficulties, which basically means they couldn't sell them. I don't know why they're flogging this dead horse here, but, you know, it'll be nice to see the boys. Matt will have his usual makeup on and his little hat. Yeah, Bros, you know, like Bros love you kind of thing. So he's flown back into when is the National... It's tonight, isn't it? National Television Awards. Of course, they're going to be overshadowed by Gemma Collins. Mind you, I think most people could be overshadowed by Gemma Collins. Hey, da-da-da-da. It is tonight. So, at the moment, they're probably sitting in... I don't know where they'll be sitting, actually, in a hotel. Perhaps they put them up. But if you want Bros tickets, no need to rush. There are plenty available. So they couldn't sell out that, you see. I think that's why they're doing the National Television Awards. I can't think of any other reason why, excuse me, why they'd be doing it. There's no logical reason. You only go on television to promote something and it's a surprise appearance, but it's in the newspapers. A surprise appearance. What, as if anyone would go, yeah, Bros. Yeah, right. Because some of the fans have retaliated, as I told you before, and said, 106 quid, you're taking the Michael, aren't you? And the answer is, yes, they are. Yes, they are. They need to charge more money because it's a tiddly tiny venue. It would have been easy to do it in the phone box, as I suggested years and years ago, but there you go. The Sporting family jailed in the kids' charity scam. That's a bit bad. The British family, I say family, Pond Life, chavs, who've caused uproar in New Zealand. They left a motel smelling of kids' poo. There's food strewn all over the place. They're just disgusting people. They're not even fit to be called human beings. Not at all. A driver has told police that a Sandringham gamekeeper hit him on the head with a stick and called him a peasant. I think pheasant. It means pheasant. You look like a pheasant, not a peasant, honestly. They never get it right, do they, people? And a stone circle. I love a stone circle. You won't prize me away from a stone circle. But this one, said to be 4,500 years old, is not. It was built in the 1990s. Doesn't look so good, is it? And Chris Packham. You remember Chris Packham? He'll always sort of drone on about anything. He'll weave words in or song titles or usual sort of thing. He's going to confront the Royals over hunting when he gets his CBE. Of course, as everybody's saying, if you had half your weight behind you, pal, you'd have turned down the CBE. But I bet you couldn't wait to brown nose, could you? You couldn't wait to do a little bit of young Chris Packham. Yeah, just give me the CBE. You're a bit like Janet Street Porter. Bit like Janet Street Porter. What's the point of berating them? The moment you start berating them or doing anything else like that, you'll be shunted on. It's only a CBE. CBE, they're not interested in those ones. They just hand them out like dolly mixtures. But so he's going to confront them over hunting. Oh, God, I bet they'll be doing that one well, won't they? Chris Packham, watch him. Somebody said, thank you enough. Off you go. Thank you. Go on, out you go. What he should have done is turned it down. But he didn't. He's bent over and taken it, hasn't he? As we all expected him to. Happy birthday to Graham Kerr. Graham Kerr is known as the Galloping Gourmet. I grew up with him in the 60s, 70s. Came from Australia, and he used to cook food, and then the camera would do a close-up of his mouth as he was eating. And then he'd go and grab a girl out of the audience. It was always a pretty girl out of the audience. And then he'd sit there and she'd eat the food as well at the same time. And then they went all... His wife, Tricia, used to be the producer of it. I think she died a few years ago. He's 85 today. 85. Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet. And then he went all healthy and started cutting out butter and stuff like that. And I thought that was quite good, actually. I mean, he sort of kept it going. He was really one of the first cookery programmes on the television. One of the good cookery programmes on the television. What else have we got? Cheryl is still cha-cha champing. Shame she appears to be wearing somebody else's hair, though. She looks ridiculous, but there again, she always looked ridiculous. And the woman injured in the Prince Philip car crash blasts him for driving in 2 days later. I'm so sorry, dear, I've misread this one. Are you a police officer? Did you know what happened? Did you? You weren't even driving the car, were you? Actually, you were just a passenger in the car. But, my God, you've milked it. Nick Ferrari came up with the best scenario as I was leaving yesterday, and I'd never thought about it. He said, have you ever heard of anybody who has an accident and then later contacts the other people to go, are you all right? Nobody ever does that. I've never heard of it in my entire life. And I've never had any accidents. I've been involved in a couple, but I mean, you don't contact people, you just swap insurance companies. She's droned on and on and on and on about it. She says here, I thought surely he wants to speak to me. What for? What for? You've opened your gob enough times, haven't you, on the television? Why would he want to speak to you? Somebody told me he tried to, been told not to. I don't think asking if somebody's okay is accepting liability. Shows how little you know, dear. Shows how little you know. She initially thought she'd crashed with an old man. And then you discovered it was Prince Philip, and then you thought, wait a minute. I can milk this one. When I phoned the police liaison officer, he wasn't prepared to answer my questions. Answer your questions? Who are you? You're nobody. Apparently, she's done her hand in. Nick Freeman said the Duke could be prosecuted if he was deemed to have made a mistake. But he said if the sun was so low and right in your eyes, sometimes it's impossible to see. So there you go. But, it's just... This woman... I mean, there's a woman called Eileen Ash. She's 107. And she's still driving. Obviously, if this woman has to be honest with you, darling, as a passenger in the car who's milked it beyond all belief, I'd stay in. You're not going to get, you're not going to get a letter from him. You've had something from a lady in waiting. And to be honest with you, all of that was said to Holly Willoughby. Mind you, Holly, did you see the programme the other day? Did you see it? They had a woman. I think she's Swedish and blonde. Not anymore. She thinks she's black. Did you see what she looked like? She thinks she's a model. What sort of model? I've got no idea. And then, so she's had these injections which basically tan her. So she thinks she's now a black woman. I mean, she's quite clearly not the full ticket. And then she said to Holly Willoughby, who was sitting there with her jaw on the floor, because when I have a baby, it'll be black. And Holly went, I don't think so. Why would you think that? And the answer is, because she's a bit thick. Dear me, honestly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I mean, in fact, how can you can't just... They had another woman on there years and years ago, and she was white, but she also identified as black. She ran an American civil rights group, didn't she? She wasn't black at all. Never been black. White parents. It was her dad who outed her and went, she's not black. But this one looked peculiar, and they put her on television with her husband. Wasn't sure about him either, but it was the woman who... You see, it's always the controversial stuff that makes it onto the television. And so we all... I mean, this woman who had the accident, you know, wasn't driving, just a passenger in the car, and she's now... Can we hear what she's so... So bearing in mind, she now thinks she's a policeman or something. This is what she was saying.
If he is found at fault, that he should be prosecuted like anybody else.
Absolutely. There needs to be a decision as to whether Prince Philip and I are from the same walk of life here or not. And we either both receive the same treatment or we don't. So, you know, if I'm to be left, I'm still waiting to give a statement to the police, which I am shocked by. I haven't had a full medical check over yet. Only my arm has been checked, despite telling the hospital at the time that I had other injuries. I just feel that his experience probably hasn't been the same as mine.
No, his car was upside down, dear. Yours wasn't. He had to be pulled from the wreckage. You just opened the door. You know, I haven't been checked out. Do you not see the word compensation? That's what she's looking for. I can't understand, because nobody, think about it logically. You have an accident with somebody, you just swap insurance details, and then if your car's drivable, off you go. His wasn't. So they send another car down, they take him back, and another car's delivered to him. He's the Duke of Edinburgh. You know, she seems to think she's judge and jury. I'm still waiting to talk to the police. I wonder why they don't want to talk to you. Probably because you've talked to every blooming newspaper up until now. You've probably jeopardised your own case, I should imagine, not being the brightest penny in the box. Kim in Lower Gornal, good morning. Steve, what with being in the magic circle, owning a spangly jacket and a magic hoop, couldn't you put Bros, Katie Price and Gemma Collins in a cabinet and make them disappear, says Carl. Oh, if only. The trouble is, we have tried it with Bros. We thought we'd finally got rid of them. I'm amazed that the tickets... What are we up to now? The tickets went on sale on the 19th. We're now the 22nd. The first time round, 77,000 tickets. Well, certainly 4 days ago they went on sale. They still haven't sold out. This, to me, smacks of... It's not quite going right. Something's gone a little bit awry here. Something's gone a little bit amiss. Because if they sold out, they were so proud to tell you that... I wonder why it gone quiet. I was waiting. Because they've been so keen to tell you everything else that goes on. So when they sold out in seconds, which is not physically possible to sell out in seconds, it takes you that long to get through, and then they've got to go through the process with the cards and all the rest of it. So on this one, which is 4,000 standing, 2,000 seated, it's tiddly. It's like me playing Fairfield Halls in Croydon. You know, we actually sold out really quickly. Most of our theatres, we sold out really, really quickly. I think they've overstretched it. I do really. I don't mean that in a nasty way. I think I think what they're doing is milking it to get as much money out of the fans as they possibly can. And fans, being fans, will buy tickets because they're going, yeah, we love you. They actually think that Brosmania is coming back again, only to laugh at them. After this DVD came out, which you have to watch if you've never seen it. It's just Matt being a temperamental old tart, you know, banging his toys and throwing them out of the bath and all the rest of it, and sort of swearing at his brother all the time. If I was Luke, I'm not surprised they never spoke for years. Not surprised. I should imagine Luke's going, let's just get on with our life. He's got his wife, stepdaughter. They seem to be quite happy. And then all of a sudden, back comes pain in the rear end Matt, I'm afraid. And it's been proven. So what are they going to do? Yeah, we've got tickets still left. Come and sit in a small venue. And they think that's the beginning of Brosmania. It really isn't. I don't want to ruin it for them, but it's not. As Noreen will tell you, all these groups from the 60s, they go back on tour, they play places that probably hold, 600-700,000 maybe, but there'll be about half a dozen of them. Bros, they couldn't sell out. If they put a stadium on sale, they'd be cancelling the gig. It's as simple as that. Because they've only just done the gig. You can't do it again, unless you're really sort of trying to get as much money out of your fans as possible. And £106, I think, is a lot of money. I really do. It just seems like a lot of money to me. I wouldn't want to pay. You know, if you liked somebody, you'd have bought them last time round and seen them in a big setting. You're not going to want to go to the Brixton Academy. Where are you going to park? Have you been to the Brixton Academy? God in heaven, I tell you, it's, and Bros fans in Brixton doesn't kind of go together, does it really? But we got the first one. Somebody says, OK, Bros might have overstretched. What do you mean, might have? You're a bit dim, aren't you? But they were famous once. When will you be famous? I'm not famous. I'm a radio presenter. God, you're a bit thick, aren't you? When will you be famous? Well, you're writing to me. I'm not writing to you. I love that. And I've seen who you've written to as well, with other people. It's always quite interesting, isn't it? People say, when will you be famous? I don't want to be famous. I'm a radio presenter. I've earned consistently over the past 40 years. Bros haven't. There's no back catalogue. There's no money coming in because they never wrote anything. Might have overstretched. I mean, come on, grow up, smell the coffee. Good Lord. Somebody said to me the other day, so they wrote in a thing, you can always tell them, generally postmarked Rampton, and it said, why using the word chav? Nobody's used that word for years. Of course they have, used it all the time, it's in the dictionary. Steve, any offers for a Golf diesel, says Ron, because your car's exempt from the charge. But there's not, that what? Low emission charge, but mine is not. I wouldn't want a diesel car. I've had a diesel car before, and I wouldn't have a Golf. It's a bit difficult when you drive a car like mine. Anything above a skip would be considered, passable, I suppose. But it's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? Carol McGiffin claims she needed to have a facelift before returning to the Loose Women panel. Did she? What for? I feel like sending her a message. Actually, I was going to send a message to a friend of mine. In fact, I did send a message to a friend of mine the other day who's in the radio business, and he's got rid of his telephone. I wonder why there was no reply that came back. I was very disappointed. And now it's either a publicity stunt, and of course they can't now write into me and go, it's not a publicity stunt, because it's in the papers as well. And I remember thinking, why would you want to do without your telephone? Is there something? I mean, because I couldn't live without my phone. I can't remember people's numbers, and it's there for phoning your mum and phoning, your friends and stuff like that. So this poor friend of mine is going to be sitting in a car so frustrated. He'll have to use one of the kids' telephones. So he might have got rid of his, but I think the kids will probably still have a telephone. And the wife will still have a telephone as well. And Mike says, nobody seems to agree on whether it's pronounced spliff or sploff. It's spluff, isn't it? It's a spluff. I rolled a spluff. I rode a spluff last night. Yeah, that one there. So it's a bit like Shrewsbury or Shrewsbury. Both are probably correct. I think people know what it is, don't they? I was out of my head on a spluff the other day, and somebody said, "Do you mean spliff?" And I went, "No, sploff." And so the whole thing just goes around. Oh, do you remember that? God, I can't believe I'm telling you this. I was so sad. Somebody sent me a thing the other day saying you will be able to pronounce the name of this Welsh station, the one that finishes with go go goch. And there's a song about it on YouTube. There's a song on how to pronounce the song. And then they show it to you. They show you the station and they show it written phonetically. And some bloke said to me, he said, it'll take you 4 minutes to learn it. 3 hours. 3 hours. There we go. This is by Hugh, is it? I wonder if this is the right one. I don't know. No, it's not. No, it's not. The other one's actually quite that's it. That was it. How to say. Queen, Drob, all. You have to go faster, don't you? Landus, Filio, go go goch, and it always finishes with a go go goch. It's the guttural, but I think the song's great. Seriously, I think I'll convert to being Welsh. I've had enough of being British. I want to be Welsh. Steve, have you wondered where Holly Willoughby's big boobs have gone? Yeah, down by her knees. Down by her knees. That's what happens when you get a bit older. That's what happens, Jen. They just disappear. And Lee says, I think chav means council houses and violent. Oh, no, really, absolutely not. I'll tell you where it comes from. It's an old Romany word. Did you know that? I think chavvy boy, or something like that. But it generally means people. It's young. It targets young people in particular. But no, people still use the word chav. But I didn't think it actually stood for anything. I think people make it up. It's like, people say to me, what does LBC stand for? And I go, nothing. It's just LBC. So that's why we'll take a break. Camberley. Camberley. It's where Bros are from. Camberley. Somebody says, I thought they were from Lewisham. I met them once in a lift. They moved to Peckham after Camberley, but Camberley's where they grew up. So that's why. John in Margate thinks they'll change the lyrics to When will my hair grow back? I can't help it. I mean, to be honest with you, they should be grateful. I'm the only one talking about them. Nobody else is talking about them. That's why it went very quiet on the front of, have you sold out tickets? You know, and the answer is no, they haven't yet. Ricky Gervais hit the nail on the head when he said Victorian freak shows never went away. Now they're called Big Brother and other TV shows that wheel out the bewildered to be mocked by crowds. Now the whole nation's on television. Oh, you watch this this woman with the Prince Philip thing. That's her only claim to fame in life. Her only claim to fame. Thank God it was Prince Philip. Otherwise you'd never have heard of her. Andy in Mansfield says, once you master the name of the Welsh railway station, upgrade to the Atlantic Volcano. Yes, this is... do you want to hear it? This is how... Yeah, whatever. Again? It sounds like... Can Darren do it? Oh, God, there's nothing worse than a clever dick, is there? Nobody likes a show-off at Christmas, you know. OK, Darren will now pronounce complicated names from Iceland. Yeah, I wish you would. AF, yeah. AF, yeah. Why would you want to learn Icelandic? Nobody speaks it round here. There is nobody... You're never going to get to the situation where Darren's going to walk in the shooting and go, oh, thank God for that. Somebody who speaks Icelandic. It's never going to happen, is it? They're going to go, anybody here speak French? Anybody speak German? Anybody speak Chinese? You see, I can do that one with a Szechuan accent, but I can still do it. And then you got other, I can do Arabic as well. I can do Arabic. Hilton, Dorchester, in on the park. See? Fluent. You don't need to ask me twice about anything like that. That's not bad, is it, for me? It's not bad for me. And I do a bit of East End. What? You know, see, I could do that. You understand what I was saying? You understand that? Get out my studio. You know, that's always a good one as well. I could do Aberdonian. My mother's not in, she's shoplifting. That's like, which reminds me of that ridiculous joke years ago where somebody knocks on the door and a kid opens the door and he's got a glass of whiskey and a cigarette. And the bloke on the door says, are your parents in? And the kid looks at me and goes, does it look like they're in? Because I used to smoke my parents' cigarettes. They didn't smoke, but we had a cigarette box. East End or Cockney is now known as the Danny dialect. It's interspersed every other word with the F word, OK? Which is basically funny. The only Bros I know, says Dallas, is Moss Bros. Hate to tell him. Oh, they get... Hi, yeah. Because you know that Matt's going to walk out on stage with that funny hat on that doesn't seem to fit him. He looks a bit like Freddie Parrotface Davis, but I didn't want to say that. Didn't want to say that once. Apparently, Bros spoke with a Beckenham accent. What's that? What's a Beckenham accent? There's no such thing as a Beckenham accent, honestly. Nothing worse than people in Beckenham trying to latch on to the fact that, you know, can't I, go, 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 and the volcano. I don't know why they just don't call them Volcano. Volcano 1, Volcano 2. It's like star things up in the sky, isn't it? They go, this is so-and-so 64829. You go, that's the constellation. That's how you know it as. Right, more of your text. You talk about your car quite a lot. We have no idea what you drive. Well, mind your own business. What's it got to do with you, you nosy old so-and-so? Mind your own business. You need to be a regular on this programme. We don't put up with part-timers who just wander in. You know, oh, what car do you drive? Mind you, what car do you drive, pal? Not that I care. I'm not remotely bothered about what cars people drive. I've got friends who've got lots of cars. I've got friends who've got tatty cars. I've got friends who've got expensive cars. Mind your own business, and everybody knows what car I drive. Unless, of course, you're from Luton. In which case, the only time we'd ever go up there is to visit the hubcaps, I should imagine, or try and get a new steering system. Afternoon tea, Meghan style. Apparently a friend of hers went round for afternoon tea. Do you know what she served? Avocado on toast. For tea? Peasant. It's for breakfast, dear. For breakfast. You don't eat it for tea. And also you put pimentos on. Obviously not as cultured as we thought you were. 4:30. Oh, for goodness sake. 26 minutes to... I did something yesterday that I felt deeply ashamed of. I paid my tax. You never want to pay it, do you? It comes round to it. You know you've got to pay it. You know, unless you're sort of somebody in a reality show in which you just put yourself into bankruptcy and forget about paying tax like peasants out there. And I found out the bank And I said, I think we need to pay the tax. How much is in the tax account? So then they tell you, go, okay. And so I've still got money in there to pay the next lot of tax, because I'm a good boy. I do save for it, because I think, why not? I've earned the money. You've got to pay the tax. I don't like doing it, but then nobody, given the choice, would you like to pay tax or would you not like to pay tax? The answer is, I don't want to pay tax, but I did pay it. And the funny thing is, I didn't get a feeling of euphoria, which I thought would wash over me. I thought it was a brilliant idea, to sort of save up all the money, and then I thought, but there's nothing I want to buy. Nothing, I can't think of anything at the moment. But I just thought, what a lovely idea to sort of pay the tax and do it in plenty of time. Other people leave it till the last minute. I'm not one of those. I go into a state of panic. Ron says, Transport London have just devalued all diesel cars more than 4 years old. From April the 8th, it's £12.50 a day plus the £11.50 a day congestion charge. But what about all those old black cabs? Will they have to pay? No. So it's £12.50 a day on top of the £11.50. Is it really? Oh, I just thought the 12... Well, shows how out of touch I was. I thought the £12.50 was the £11.50 with a couple of quid on top. You see, you're paying £12.50, £22, £23, £24 a day for the most polluting cars to come into London. So in other words, it's a bit pointless, isn't it, really? Because presumably the most polluting cars are driven by people who quite clearly couldn't care less about them being a polluting car. So they're coming into polluters. They have to pay for the privilege. Why don't they just say, no, if you're a polluting car, you can't come into the capital? That makes more sense. What a stupid thing to do. To charge people 24 quid a day so you can come in and pollute. Bring in your cars and pollute. But no, there is no such charge for black cabs. £24 a day is hardly worth bothering, is it? You watch, London will be closing down left, right and centre. Kevin says, did you know that some say the name Alan means handsome in Old Gaelic? Yeah, but who listens to Old Gaelics? Others say it means Little Rock. I quite like... I don't think it means anything at all, to be honest with you. I don't think so. I thought the Icelandic volcano was called an eye full of yoghurt. No, that was a brimful of Asher. You're missing the point here. Brimful of Asher on the 49. 40... Yeah, I'm doing inflation. So that's why it was 45. I've upped it to 49. Brimful of Asher on the 45. And that was... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me who the group was. Begins with K. It doesn't. No, it's Corner Shop. Corner Shop. Brimful of Asher. I love that song. Remixed by Fatboy Slim. Oh, right. Really? Oh, do we have a clip of that? So we can... I like the original song. You think so? Sort of do anything, but Mama do the hump. People tuning in going, I think Steve Allen's completely lost his marbles this morning. So they're a British hip-hop duo. I think they've done a lot of concerts and stuff like that. And I think Stevens appeared as a rebel soldier in Rogue One, a Star Wars story. Oh, right, in 2016. In 2018, Jordan produced his own single under the name Owl the Native, the first track entitled The System. And they appeared on The Late Show with James Corden. He's done so well. So well. But it was such a good... There are two songs that just kind of sort of resonated with me this morning. I can't think of any other reason why they did, but they did. Oh, they both do their own separate things. They're actually from Brighton, poor souls, but somebody's got to be, haven't they? All got our cross to bear. And then what did I see the other day? I was watching something else. Oh, I was watching some more of those YouTube in America. And so would you like to tell me, madam, why you parked in a disabled spot? No, I won't. And eventually there's this woman. She winds the window down a little bit. And he says, can you wind your window down fully? What for? Because I've told you to. Wind it down. You don't mess with the Americans. The American cops over there, you don't mess with them at all. And so she says, well, why do you want to wind it down? Because I'm giving you a citation, and I don't want to put my hand through the window in case you move the glass up and all the rest of it. OK, out of the car. She totally ignores it. Out of the car, I'm going to break your window. He's very patient. He does it about 10 times. And in the end, he not only breaks the car window, he opens the door and tasers her. He tasers her. She screams in agony, because she's basically a buffoon. Basically a buffoon. It's ridiculous. Sally says, I thought you'd like to know it's not spliff, it's not sploff, it's splick. Ah, right. It's a splick. So, is that one splick, two splocks and a sploff? That's right, that's how it works. I couldn't work it out, actually. James says, I've got euphoria coming in my ears as we drag on through January. Do you do loans? Oh, no. We get paid this week. Do you get paid this week? Not everybody, but a lot of people. Tony from Bearsted Says, I buy premium bonds each month with my tax money, then pay it off when due. Yeah, you can do that. You can cash them in. And I suppose I could do the same thing, couldn't I? I could do the same thing. I keep it all there. And no way, says Shane, did LBC play my favourite Rizzlekick song, Mama Do the Hum? Yes, 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 yes. Of course. Heavens above. Listen, I'm getting an audience here. I'm not messing around. Time he gets to breakfast, there's too much competition. This time of the morning, no competition. And Chris says, are you trying to get noticed by Capital next door? Do you think they've noticed? Actually, I bet some of them... They will have done. They will have done. I know some people listen on the way in. In the Rizzlekicks video, Steve, it was their real mums. Oh, it's fantastic. I thought they were so good. It was what I call a feel-good song. And that's what I think songs are supposed to do. They're supposed to make you feel good and sort of get you because it's something out of the unusual, isn't it? It'd be like sort of listening to our classic station and hearing heavy rock coming out or something like that. That would be equally exciting. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Because you could get away with that, couldn't you, really, I suppose? All I can say, Rizzlekicks, is come back, says David, Al McCogan. And 20 tiny fingers. Al McCogan. Bless. Never mind, David. It doesn't matter. Listen, age is a great thing. Age is a good thing. I mean, if I had my way, I'd be sort of asking people what their favourite songs would be and playing little clips on, because I think it's amazing what you have. And even though this is a speech radio station, and you will discover after my good self this morning, they'll be talking about they're still going to talk about Prince Philip today. If it hadn't been Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, they wouldn't be talking about that. Just would have been another accident. He was the one who ended up on the roof of the car. The woman is the one who's milked it. The other woman hasn't done anything at all. There was another car, remember, involved at the same time, and she's not having anything to do with it at all. Dallas says, when I'm away for a TV, I listen to a slightly off-colour cricket radio station called, which intersperses the action with funny jingles, some of which are real songs with new lyrics. Aha. And Pablo says, I once asked for a brimful of Asher in the butcher's. When that was unavailable, I said, OK, I'll have a Quantum of Solace instead. They didn't have that either. And John in Weybridge, so known because of the Weybridge. If one pays the tea charge, where does the money go? I think the mayor just pops it in his pocket. It goes into the budget, doesn't it, of TfL? No, they actually don't want you to drive in. They actually basically want to close London down and have it all pedestrianised, sort of a bit like Amsterdam kind of thing, just with bicycles, which is utterly, totally ludicrous. But there again, most of these people haven't got the faintest idea, have they? How does it continue to clear pollution? It doesn't, because people who've got those cars, they just pay the 24 quid and they can come in and pollute as much as they want. And so, doesn't that defeat the object? Answer, yes. Are we right? Yes. What are we going to do about it? Nothing. Me again, of course. I'm the only person who thinks about that one. Jackie in Watford says it's a spliff. I don't think it is, actually. I don't think it is. And somebody says, why do you not take any phone calls? Why don't you go back about 10 years? OK, I'm too bored with people like you. You're too dull. Go find something else. It's really dull. Who cares? Listen, because we'd end up with people boring like you, who would hold things up. The whole idea is to keep you're waking up early in the morning. You don't want to sit there and go, oh, hello, I'd like to talk about Brexit. No, thank you very much indeed. I've heard enough about Brexit. Nobody seems to know any answers. Even the experts don't know any answers. Although, actually, there was a lovely piece on, Diane Abbott's complained about her appearance on Question Time because she thinks it was a bit biased. The BBC have said, no, sorry. Might have got a few facts wrong, but apart from that, it was nothing. And then she says, I've done numerous appearances, only 30 on Question Time, and each and every time it's trying to unravel what she's on about, because nobody knows half the time. You all remember the infamous, and you can find it on YouTube. You can hear her talking to Nick Ferrari, where she hasn't got the faintest idea about loads of things, and he does try and go round the house to try and get an answer out of it, and she just didn't know. She was so ill-prepared. Very embarrassing. One here, from Ron. How are you trying to pop to the loo? Oh, easy. Well, songs. They've got songs. How do you think, there's songs. And also, it's not, oh, I can't say it because I can't say it. It doesn't, Christine says, as one who knew in my misspent youth, it's definitely a sploff. Definitely. Yeah, I thought it was sploff as well. Carl in Wigan, no chance. No chance, I'm afraid. No, this isn't a request show. This isn't BBC local radio with your favourite comedy tunes of the day. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Here we go. Front page of the Sun. Peasant rucker is an unpleasant, pleasant plucker. Thank you. If there's one thing I can do, it's tongue twisters. It's tongue twisters. Also, oh, look, here's a picture of Geordie Shore, Vicky Patterson. Good God, I didn't know she was still alive. Where do they go to, these people? They sort of disappear. Apparently, she's glossed over rumours of a relationship with former Towie star Erkan Ramadan. Who? Who's that? Where's he come from? But apparently, it was on her Instagram feed, or his, but then it was quickly deleted. Not surprised. All these people, all they do is drift from relationship. Oh, Lydia Dim is single again, just in case anybody, was interested. I don't think they are. Especially as we had her on an old Towie going, because I'm like going to get married to him. And you think, is there something the matter with all of them on that programme? And the answer is yes, the blokes are a bit thick. In fact, the blokes are very thick. We had little Joey Essex dressing up as if he was like sort of Action Man from the 60s with a little bandana around his head. It looked... Oh, Arj was going to get married to Lydia, and then she finished with him because, she didn't want to go out with him anymore. And then he went out with Gemma and Arj, who's about as thick as they come. I mean, seriously, you couldn't get an intelligent conversation out of him if you try. But you will see him tonight at the National Television Awards, where Bros will be making an appearance. So anybody over the age of 70 will be going, Bros? Sing, when will I... You don't think they're going to dance around and sing, do you? Dear God, we couldn't be that unlucky. And I'm glad you don't take phone calls, says Jack. Nice to have a couple of hours during the LBC day when the Brexit bigots haven't got a platform to spout their rubbish. The trouble is, everybody's got an answer to Brexit. That's the thing, isn't it? And I don't want to be just another programme that sort of, talks to loads of other people. I don't think there's much else you can say about it, but that's just my opinion. I'm doing the bit here so that you go, well, it's like, give a respite, because the moment Nick starts at 7, we can go back into it. There is a YouTube video of the police in Scotland asking a driver to wind his window down. Driver refuses. Other police cars arrive, but they end up leaving. Driver was saying there was no reason for him to wind the window down. Don't think he likes the police. Oh, Dean, and this woman, wind your window down. I'm giving you a citation. Wind your window. He keeps repeating it again and again, and she's going, what do I have to do that for? In the end, they get her out the car. She's face down on the ground. Face down on the ground. I saw one of those police interceptor programmes, and it was up in Manchester, I think, and it was a mother who phoned. Her son had pulled a knife on her and threatened to stab her. A son. I mean, seriously, that's how bad. Anyway, who have they got? One police officer. But the good news is, he has a dog. And they find the bloke sitting in his pants on the stairs holding the knife. And the bloke gets the dog out and he said, drop the knife. Drop the knife now or I'm setting the dog on you. And the dog would have no hesitation. The dog would actually die for its owner. It's as simple as that. And it was amazing to watch, because eventually this guy's out. They've got him on his knees, face down on the path, and then the other police officers turn around. Here we go, Gemma and Jason off screen. Row goes toxic. Gemma, the drag queen. I tell you, there used to be a guy called Mark. Oh, used to play at the Black Cap in Camden. Mark somebody. Anyway, looks exactly like this. She just looks like bad drag. And she can't dance. I mean, I shouldn't imagine, even if she wasn't on ice skates, she could dance either. She looks as though she just wobbles. That would be about it, actually, wobbling. But that's not dancing. The programme's called Dancing on Ice. We can only do that, can't we? And sort of make sure that it's adhering to the title of the programme. A stone circle, claimed by experts to be 4,500 years old, has been unmasked as a replica. Thrilled archaeologists had hailed the discovery of the monument. It was in Aberdeenshire. In Aberdeenshire? In Scotland? Lovely. Local council official Neil Ackerman says, we're having an awkward day at work. At least you're not the guy who identified a prehistoric stone circle that turns out to be 20 years old. Experts at Historic Environmental Scotland had been convinced it was authentic. They say it might be on the modern side, but it's part of history nevertheless. Don't be so stupid. No, it's not. It's fake. OK, we had lots of fake things, and this was one of them. I mean, they say they're notoriously difficult to date. Yeah, but then once you've dated, I mean, they've left it to a long time, haven't they, really? Once you've actually dated it, so people go there, you go, oh, isn't this amazing? It's a stone circle. It's just in a field, it's a farmer's. Ali Ross talks about Gemma leaving him cold. She's just, gobby, mouth on a stick. When I say a stick, I mean basically a sequoia. And she goes out there and she sort of does her little bits and pieces. Deluded Spencer is so dull, says Ali Ross. He is. I mean, he is about one of the most boring people that you'll ever meet. He was dull when he was in Chelsea. He thought he was the big Mr. I Am. And he's had to come down to, OK, I need a reality show. And you think, how boring. And it's interesting because Ali says the only reason I watched this particular show which is apparently sort of Baby 2. It's a fly-on-the-wall documentary about Matthews and Williams. I mean, she's as dim as a plank. I mean, she really is. We saw it on Celebrity Mastermind. But it says, I wanted to find out exactly how they earn a living, as they're one of those independently wealthy couples who give very little clue as to why they're always so busy. Well, he's not, is he? And he's turned out to be a complete fool. I didn't realise, actually. I mean, she's really is. Poor old Spencer Matthews. Mr. Dim. Please say, my friend Warren is over in America, and he says it's freezing over there. He says it's absolutely freezing. He said the wind chill factor is minus 25, everything's frozen up. Please say hello to a fellow crew member, Jennifer, for me. But he's on the bus. Minus 15, he says, New York to the hotel. That's what they do if you're crew. And he flies first class. So they get there, and then they get, I think, a couple of days stopover. But if it's freezing, who wants to go out? If it's freezing cold, you don't, do you? I don't want to talk about the war vandals who've been hunted, the ones who've desecrated the Bomber Command statue. I remember the last time it happened, Nick Ferrari did a big campaign to try and get it all put back. They can actually get it back together again. They'll be able to do it with chemicals and stuff like that. But there are a few places, Churchill and Roosevelt, they were daubed as well. Once they've caught these people, I hope they throw them in prison for a very long time. Unfortunately, they'll probably turn out to come from dysfunctional families, because nobody with half a brain would ever do anything like this to people who basically gave their lives so that these bunch of toe rags can go round and desecrate their memorials. So that's why I don't want to do it, because it gets me annoyed. Because I'm afraid I'm hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. I'm not one of these, let's be nice to them. I can't be nice to people who do things like that, which upset so many people in the country. The families of Bomber Command, and luckily it's all covered by CCTV, so they're going to get you. They're going to get you. Steve, I liken the congestion and toxic charge, where you can then drive congest and toxify in towns to your heart's content, to wearing a pair of incontinence pants where you can walk around town drizzling to your own content. Yes, or your own content. Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense to me. We're definitely going to get rid of pollution. Oh, but if you pay for it, you can come in and pollute. How stupid. How's Aussie Boy doing, says Martin. Oh, he's fine. He's fine. GC looks like the drag singer from the 80s called Divine. He sang Turn Around. Because he also appeared in the film Hairspray, Divine did. You think you're a man, but you're only a boy. I saw Divine once appearing in London at the Sundown, and sweated like a pig. Why do these toe rags think they can outrun a police interceptor? Nothing is faster than a police radio, says Ron. I love it when they're caught and they push them to the ground. That's my favourite. That's my favourite time. And then we go, and you're going to prison. And the worst ones, the drunks. The worst ones are the drunks. Coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock this Tuesday morning. It's Steve Allen. Well, 3.5 minutes past 5, but who's caring? Let's face it, it is Tuesday. It is the 22nd of January. And do you know what they had in here the other day? And I only saw them this morning, because yesterday was Blue Monday. So we had blue balloons everywhere. Not only big balloons. They were bigger than your average size balloons. I walked in this morning. I went, blue balloons. I thought maybe I was missing somebody's birthday. And then I go into the kitchen, and there's blue sweets. There's blue, like bonbons or rock or something, in blue. Is it rock? They are bonbons. I didn't have one because I wasn't sure what they were. I thought they actually could have been things you put in the dishwasher to clean the glasses. So I didn't touch them. And then somebody said, you can eat them. I'm sure about that. But the blue balloons are everywhere. And it's to take away the fact it was Blue Monday, which I said to you yesterday, you mustn't worry about. If ever you get these sort of days where they go, it's Blue Monday and you're going to feel depressed and all the rest of it. No. It's only certain people feel depressed. But they went one over the odds here. Very good. Steve, read the GC, says Perry. Doesn't she remind you of that toy? Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. They're like those lights. That light I had, the little torch thing, and which doesn't fall over. And you're right, Weebles did exactly the same, which is lovely. 84850, Mark says, the woman milking the accident with Prince Philip. Well, it's only because it's Prince Philip she's on the television. If this was just a normal thing, she wouldn't be on the television. Why would they be interested? And there's an ongoing police investigation and doesn't know what the outcome could lead to. Prince Philip won't contact the victims, could mean he's admitting... Well, he's not supposed to. Nobody ever does. In fact, the insurance companies tell you not to. You call the insurance company, I've had an accident, and they go, OK, right, have you got the other person's details? Yeah, it's Mrs. So-and-so, so-and-so. And, to be honest with you, it could be her fault. It could be her fault. We don't know. We Not her, but the driver, because she wasn't even driving. She's just taken it on herself to, I want an apology. Oh, shut up. Goodness sake, people have accidents all the time. She'll bring a book out by Christmas. My Accident with Prince Philip, Why He Never Wrote to Me. The Lady in Waiting wrote. You're very lucky to get something at all. Normally you wouldn't get anything, but anyway, anybody will listen to her. So, we'll have to wait and see what happens. The people defacing the Bomber Command Memorial won't be from dysfunctional families. They'll be from middle-class families, the so-called educated, typically lefty snowflakes. And I totally agree, they need good thrashing, says Russ. Oh, happy days. In the stocks for people. We pelt them with rotten fruit. You're right, actually, because you remember the person who came from a very well-heeled family. Wasn't he the adopted son of Dave Gilmour from Pink Floyd, Charlie Gilmour, who was sort of hanging about? He climbed the cenotaph. And he went to prison, didn't he, I believe, for it. Good. I mean, I thought that was terrible. There are certain things that resonate with the British public, and one of them is defacing or having anything, untoward to do with a memorial to the war dead, the people. He did 4 months in prison. Wasn't long enough, should have been 4 years. But I was told this story about a crash where the victim didn't complain. Before a funeral, this is what happened. On the way to the cemetery, something spooked the horses, causing them to jump and take it off at a flat-out gallop. Then, unfortunately, at the cemetery entrance, the wheels of the hearse clipped the wall, throwing the coffin into the air and onto the ground. Thankfully, nobody else was hurt, but understandably, the family very upset. Do you think the person who died may have rather had a car take him on the final journey? I don't know. I'll just tell you the producer that story of that man who's dying. He's in his last hours and he said to his wife, I've got a confession. She said, what's that? He said, I slept with your sister and the woman next door. And the wife went, I know. That's why I poisoned you. Kind of, great. Today is my New Year. Do you know, actually, talking of, somebody said today is my New Year's Day. Around Twickenham and Richmond, the amount of dead Christmas trees still lying on the pavement, are the councils just completely devoid of anything? Can they not go round there with a truck and and pick up the dead Christmas trees? Because it's ridiculous. There's 2 in our road, been there since Christmas. Perhaps the council are blind. Perhaps they can't see the trees. We've got them all over the place. There's loads of them. So today's my New Year's Day. As I've junked most of January, it's been rubbish. Since the beginning of January, my diabetes all over the place. Now I'm on metformin. Oh, what were we on before? I thought metformin is the first thing they actually put you on. I had a roaring toothache, then ended up with the doctor pulling one out, and I'm returning to work after a week off due to a horrible crash. Someone left a car with no lights or hazards on in the pitch darkness of Lincolnshire on a main road, round a bend, then the biggest bang I've ever heard and the first collision in 40 years of trucking. So there you go. Jack says, how on earth is this minor road accident still getting airtime? I do hope it turns out to be her fault. Well, it can't be her fault. She's the passenger. Unless there's some miracle. So, she can crawl back under the rock. Well, I mean, she's... somebody says, do you think she'll bring out a fitness DVD in time for Christmas? See, now you're becoming silly. Silly and cynical. But, sorry? She could do arm exercises. Oh, she's milked it for so much, hasn't she? I wanted somebody to say to her, listen, if this was just a normal accident, you wouldn't be on this programme. It's only because you've milked it because it's the Duke of Edinburgh. And forget you didn't get a little letter. Why don't they do this on television? Why do they sit there and pander to these people? These snowflakes sitting there going, oh, and of course, I can't do anything with my arm and he hasn't even written to me. Why should he? Why should he write to you? He was the one whose car was turned upside down at 97. You haven't seen him turn up, have you, on television programmes? No, she's had to do it. Oh, here I am on this programme. You've been in every newspaper. I don't want anything else, thank you very much indeed. I've had enough already. And Karen in Romford says, I listen to you every morning to brighten my day. Well, this morning, I think in particular, Watra. What's Watra? Do I want Watra? Oh, water. Oh, right. Watra works here at the weekend. Is that Edwin Watra? I know. I worked with his sister, Tracy Watra. She was here as well. From Scottish... When you say you want water from Scottish Boy, where's he producing it from? Oh, God, not that one again, is it? That's up for debate. Actually, somebody said to me once that if you go... Well, we did yesterday, didn't we? I've often wanted to go trekking in the Highlands. Not really, I just sort of say that. And to go to a mountain stream, which I call, and then fill your glass up and go, oh, cool as a mountain stream. Somebody said, but there could be a dead sheep further up round. Or failing that, you might get sheep that wee in the water. And then I decided against it. I decided I didn't want the water. Yeah, but how do you know there's a sheep there? You don't know. I mean, I could keep climbing up till I get to the top of Snowdonia or Ben Nevis. That would be the only thing. actually, that would sort of worry me. I've often wanted to do climbing. Not really. Again, it's just one of those things that radio presenters say. It's like, oh, I've always wanted to drive a stock car. I haven't really. You know, I've often wanted to sort of, paddle down the rivers in Borneo. No, I haven't. I really don't. I'm not remotely interested in anything like that. Or failing that, although I have often said, actually, I'd like to go to the Titanic. And the producer says, I always wanted to start a new radio station. I know. Such a waste of money. And why would you want to start a radio station? I always think that somebody said to me years ago, said, wouldn't you ever want your own radio station? What for? What for? Good heavens above. Anybody will tell you now in radio, it's not one merry-go-round. It's a constant writing and doing this and doing that bit and then having to do that bit. But, you know, and then you've got to pick a lineup. Then you've got to get a lineup of people, haven't you? So what are you looking for? You're looking... Well, basically LBC, because that's got the lineup, hasn't it? It's got the lineup, and it's got the audience figures, and it's got personable presenters saying hello to you every morning and night time, and it's got people with lovely voices, and then it's me, I'm afraid. Have a listen to the first few lines of Bob Market's Easy Skanking. Do you mean Bob Marley? Who's Bob Market? What's Bob Market? Easy Skanking. To find out, it's sploff, not spliff, says Moz. Yeah, that's what we said. Sploff, spliff, sploof. Sploff, spliff, I was taking a bath all about a Saturday night. Okay, do you remember that one? I know you know it as splish, splash, I was taking a bath. But in fact, it's splosh, sploof, I was taking a bath. Unfortunately, the person missed it because they were stoned. So they didn't actually get in the bath at all. I've had baths like that. I don't do baths now. Do you know, I realised I've not had a bath in years. I would think at least 40 years I've not had a bath. Ugh, dirty, dirty, dirty. And the reason being, why would you want to wash yourself in your own dirt and then lie in it? No, a shower uses less water, is more economical, and it's much nicer. And you've got the chair, of course. But baths are not relaxing. You look silly in a bath. Yes, you do look silly anyway, you're quite right. But no, baths are sort of... No, I don't think, actually. Up the spike. No, I don't have candles around the bath. I've used them all up now, actually. I bought some other nice candles the other day, actually. Vanilla. It's a bit predictable, I'm afraid. I wanted to go and get some Joe Malone, but I didn't think. Steve, what time is the eclipse, says Mark in Bristol. Oh, should be coming up for... Oh, you've just missed it. Just missed it. Never mind. He says, apologies for being late on parade this morning. As I say, just get a letter from your parents. That'll do. And then we shall cover you. It was exactly this time yesterday, wasn't it? And I'm looking at the picture. I said they'd be in the papers. The Super Blood Wolf Moon. And they had the woman from The Chase, Anne Hegarty, who's lost a hell of a lot of weight. And she was talking about it. Why is it called this? Why is it called that? Which is the question we were asking the other day on the programme. Why was it called the Super Blood Wolf Moon? That's... Where's he going? No? Water. Gone to get water. Oh, good. That'll be nice. Actually, we had in the kitchen a short while ago, we had strawberry, and you could add water to it. It was a Robinson strawberry. We don't seem to have that anymore, actually. That was particularly nice. And then I bought a bottle, and it wasn't as nice. I didn't like it. Perhaps we had a different one. I don't know. Perhaps I should have checked. A friend of mine, as I say, has given up his telephone. It's part of his sort of New Year raison d'etre. He's ditched it for good. Now, whether or not everybody in the family has ditched the phone, I don't know. But... He says, it's not too late to discuss our New Year resolutions. I made 2. I no longer have a telephone. I don't have one. It's not in my glove compartment. In my car, it's not locked away. I don't have 0 screen hours. I don't have a phone anymore. Because quite a few other people have gone. And I began to wonder, actually. I went into quite a panic. Quite a panic. And I thought, could I live without my telephone? And I thought, no, I can't. I couldn't. Because I don't use it as a telephone, but I use it for the news and stuff like that, and sending messages to people. In other words, how would people wish you a happy birthday and stuff like that? They send messages to your phone, but I suppose it depends how big. Well, I texted the other day. And got nothing. Yes, it delivered, yes. But it didn't deliver to this person. I think it delivered to the person who looks after them, kind of thing. Yes, so the phone obviously... Yes, of course the phone still... I guess the phone must exist, mustn't it? Wait a minute. There's a trap here coming up. I've just thought of that one, actually. So wait a minute. Let's have a think. Right. So if if it says delivered, the phone is still active. Right. I'm going to try. I'll probably get the thing back from the person who looks after this person's office. But I'm just doing it as a try. Okay, just as a try. So I've said hello. 5:15 today. Delivered. So it's gone somewhere. It's gone... Shh. So anyway, thank you. Oh, not as good as yesterday's glass, is it? This is plastic.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find them. So.
This is not a speaking role. Okay, thank you. Oh, blimey, honestly. It's like being on Emmerdale Farm, isn't it, really? Yeah, so that's interesting. So that's... I'm now going to get another thing back from this person's... The person who looks after their office. And then I shall know. But now you'll be able to tell this person. That was Steve Allen checking. I'm just waiting to see if I get something back again. I bet I will, actually. I had to try it. Because it says... No, I can't read the whole message because it's private. But it basically says the person that you're writing to, you know, doesn't have a telephone anymore. Now, I wonder whether this is permanent or whether it's a temporary thing. I don't know. Yesterday, the moon was small and red. Today, says Ron, it's massive and white. I know. I used to row, says Holly, on the river... Is it Nena? River Nen. River Nen. And we had a dead sheep by the riverbank for a few weeks. It was bloating up bigger and bigger, and we were advised not to knock it with our oars in case it went kaboom. Yeah, they do. That's what happens. Well, that's the same, apparently. Scottish boys tried the bonbons in the kitchen, says they're horrible. I didn't like them at all. I'm not sure they are bonbons. I think I might have just made that bit up just to make it more... Of course, he's so gullible. He's so gullible. It's fantastic. Simon Conway I just bumped into. I say I bumped into him because he only comes up to my waist. And, cheap gag. But I said, wait, because I worried that he was ill. And he said, no, he went to a stag weekend. I said, as you can well imagine, I've never been to a stag weekend. They don't invite people like me at all. I can't imagine why you'd want to go to a stag weekend. What's the point of that? Do they have strippers and things? You're a bit more diverse. Well, they couldn't have been... Oh, a lot of drink. Oh, right, not for me at all, then. Jack says, I don't do baths. I can't bear to sit there in a soup of my own filth and a £5 Lush bath bomb. Nothing relaxing about it at all. I agree with you. I'm with you. You know, I've always said that. Do not sit in a bath full of your own dirty water. Thank you, no. I'd rather have a shower. Much nicer. Steve, when you mentioned the police officer with a dog who took on the knife thug, we've been watching Dog Detectives. It's a brilliant programme about police officers and the dogs. They're amazing. And the bond between them is amazing. Also features an independent dog handler who works with trading standards, hunting down hidden illegal tobacco in these crummy little backstreet shops. It's on Quest Red. I saw one the other day and it wasn't called Dog Detectives. But you know there is a company called K9 who advertise in Country Life. They've taken out full-page adverts, and you can have a dog trained to the standards of police. It's basically a command dog. So, in other words, it can be a family pet. Apparently, they're very good with children and everything else. I think they cost a fortune. But somebody has trained it, and it can defend you if necessary. It will defend you, provided it gets the key words. Imagine if inadvertently you say something and your Auntie Enid is dragged down the stairs. That could be slightly disturbing. But they apparently turn out about 280 of these dogs every year for families who want a guard dog and they want a family pet. Always slightly disturbing when you see a very small child who doesn't even come up to the top of these Alsatians, and you look at them and you think, it is quite a vicious dog at times. It's trained to work to a command, but still clever. Still clever. So, you know, just because it's free, you'll eat anything, won't you, really? If it's free. Oh, how much does that cost? Oh, it's free. Oh, I'll take some of those. Isn't it nice? What are you eating it for, then? You know what'll happen? It'll turn your tongue blue. And then people with... Oh, my God. Go and look in the mirror at how bad your tongue looks. Seriously, you look as though you've got the plague or something. You can't go meeting people looking like that. Oh, dear me. Don't come anywhere near the studio, thank you. I've had enough trouble with you touching the blooming door handles and making us all ill. Try it, and I have an instant cure for people like you. Believe you me, you wouldn't like it. Steve, are we 5 minutes late for the travel? I'm so sorry, actually. I know, you watch, though. She will not betray a flicker. Not betray a flicker, even though Is it supper, dinner, tea? What was the other one? Brunch. Brunch is in the morning. No, brunch isn't in the morning. No, it's not. No, brunch is lunchtime. Breakfast. Yeah. Oh, shut up. Shut up. It's not... Oh, anyway, is this going back to the Meghan Markle, what she's serving? Is that she was... Oh, right. Just off kilter on this one. Steve, were hair and makeup playing a joke on the GC? Bad drag is right. Love from America. It was... To be honest with you, she could have fitted into that show in Blackpool, Funny Girls. She just looks like drag, which is bad. Selling Kent wants to know if it's dinner or tea. Interested to know what you're having for dinner. I don't have dinner, I have tea. Because dinner, I think, is later. I have tea because I have it at around... Well, it's probably late lunch. Yesterday, 2:30, 3 o'clock. That's lunch, is it? No, lunch is 12 o'clock for me. Lunch is... What do you call 12 o'clock, then? No, lunch... You call it what? Don't eat at midday. But I have to go to bed early, so consequently, I'm eating at about 2:30. I don't want to eat just before I climb into bed. That wouldn't be very useful at all. It's like they always used to say, you can't eat a big lunch and then go swimming, which is just as well because I can't swim. So you can't eat a big lunch and drown, which is not the same thing. Steve, I've not done much in my life to be proud of, but I can claim never to have seen Gemma Collins, heard a word she's spoken, or seen a photograph she's had taken. Have I gained from such discriminating taste? Yes, I really do think I have, Sir Spicer. Somebody says, I've seen the canine handlers and their dogs giving obedience and apprehending criminal demonstrations many times at the country shows. They're brilliant, says Joan. Well, you can buy one. You can buy one. You can buy your own dogs. I say they turn out about 280 a year. I should imagine the best place to see them would be at these shows. That's where you get to see the dog shows, isn't it? The owls and the eagles and stuff like that, which I like, actually. Another one here. Monica says, better don't advertise such a behaviour on your programme. What would you do if all of us would decide to ditch the phones? Well, you see, I'm interested. This friend of mine is mega big, and has dispensed with the telephone. But however, it still goes to something, so somebody's got it somewhere. I suspect that what's happening is it's in the office. He has an office. And the person running the office is fielding the calls off there and sending messages back to people going, he's not using his telephone at the moment. I think that's what it is, actually. I think that's what it is. Very lonely show if we have nothing to text you with. Well, we have emails. And I do as well on the emails as I do on text. So London is very sleepy today. Can you tell people it's coming up 5:30 and time to get their cab? Have a good day, says Monica, your favourite cabbie. Actually, I've got quite a few favourite cabbies at the moment. I'm doing quite well, actually. Carol, we saw yesterday walking down the road. She's getting fitter and fitter. She's becoming more invisible as she walks down the road. And Spiker Lola Guyot is listening. Shh. Great picture, isn't it? Great picture. Is the blanket super glued to the kids' hands? Is that how it works? You go, what kids are like. I told you we've got lovely cine film. Twice, because my brother tried it as well. And when we were in Hong Kong, my father thought it'd be a very good idea to film my brother coming out of an Alibaba basket. So my father put my brother, Andrew, in the Alibaba basket and then started filming. He went, OK, now, nothing. So, OK, Andy, you can come out. Nothing at all. He was sulking. In the end, he threw the lid off, and that was it. We didn't get anything else. And my brother tried exactly the same with his daughter. Will Guyot reckons that Lola's first words will be 84850. Done in a little girl voice. Because I can only do the David Beckham voice, I'm afraid. It doesn't seem to work for anything else. 84850. I wonder if you could do that. I wonder if you could actually train a child to repeat a number. There was a woman the other day in America arrested for shoplifting, and her kid held his hands up. He was only about 7, and the police are there, and the kid's got his hands up like that, like, I surrender. I don't think it was really that's what he was doing, but that's the way they interpreted it. Dinner is more formal supper. Tea is between 3 and 5. Oh, tea is between 3... Oh, well, I'll just scrape in on lunch then, I suppose. But, no, it's Meghan served avocado on toast. How dated, dear. Especially now we know that avocados, really, we shouldn't be buying, should we? Because of all sorts of allegations Australian boy does that sort of thing. I've tried it a couple of times. I go, oh, would you like avocado on toast? Not really, no. It's a bit naff. It's a bit gooey and messy, unless they're sort of properly, nice avocados. But even so, you don't need things like that. And also to serve it up as sort of a party, as if it was party food, ridiculous. Perhaps she thinks she's being on trend. Okay, do you want avocado on toast? Okay. Oi, servant, come here. Avocado on toast for 2? Thank you. And so they've sort of laid it out, and somebody said, she's missing pimento, she's missing onion, all sorts of things on there. Baby, it's cold outside, says Sandra, but last night I purchased my latest Diamante bobble hat with faux fur pom-pom and matching furry snood from Aldi. Boy, do I look stylish. Steve, brunch is between 10 and 11:30. A mixture of breakfast and lunch, sausage, egg, toast, chips would be a good example. That sounds quite nice, actually. We could all eat that now, couldn't we? We could all eat that now. Sausage, egg, toast and chips. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much indeed. Loads of other people have given up their telephones, apparently. Simon Cowell and Elton John are chucking away their mobiles. Well, who will Elton John talk to? I have to be honest, it does change us. Oh, still to come, an Instagram rich kid, obviously a bit thick as well, was blasted by a judge. And I'll tell you what she did in a moment. She's not a very nice person. LBC News Time, 5:30. Those headlines this morning. It's nice. Welcome to Tuesday, the 22nd of January, from Gemma Collins to dog handling. Andy in Purfleet says I'm saying nothing. It's not nice, is it? In Four in a Bed on TV, this is people who've got guest houses. I mean, some of them are disgusting and horrible, and you wouldn't want to stay there. Some of them are lovely. And somebody marked the B&B down because they couldn't get a phone signal. What a sad life some people now live. People sit on a train, sit on a bus. What's everybody on? Their phone. We have a woman sometimes in our bus. She plays music on her phone. Very irritating. Very irritating. Steve, not very cold outside today. When do you think we're going to see some snow in London? I think this week. I'm pretty certain this week. What time do you eat an all-day breakfast at? Well, I think I don't know. Anything up to sort of 12. I would think, or some places do an all-day breakfast, and you can have breakfast all day because you might not want to eat something else. And I need my phone to stream LBC all day, Steve, says Matt, the straight truck driver with neon lights. Yeah, so you say. No good trying to hide your little light under a bushel. We know. When I was at school, we had dinner at midday and went home for tea. Nowadays, we have lunch at 12 or 1 and dinner at night. You see, I'm never awake at night, so consequently, I'm eating all the wrong times. I don't eat anything after 5 o'clock. I really don't. Christine in Bristol, Super Show, says working class people call their evening meal tea. I should know. Well, I have tea. But then everybody else would go, no, you have late lunch. So, I don't know, really. We shouldn't have dinner ladies at school. Should they be renamed lunch ladies? Right. Steve, I bought a Rottweiler from a security dog company. It was great. 9 stone at 6 months old and 1 year. He could put his paws on my shoulder. I'm 6'1" and look me straight in the eye. The only problem was he wouldn't let the missus upstairs for the first month. Oh, I like things like that. Somebody says, I read a little while ago, Steve, about the army trying to rehome dogs. Yes, that served in war zones. Instead of putting them down, they'd be good guard dogs. Sometimes not. Sometimes not. It's like you would think that the dogs that they put down from the hunts, the hounds, would be good pets. No. So that's why they kill them. They literally, you might not know that. I'm sorry if I ruined your day, but that's what they do. Sean is a private hire driver in Telford. Oh, we know about Telford. Why do we know about Telford? There's a bridge, Thomas Telford, who's very famous, and there's an iron bridge in Telford, isn't there? That's all I know, actually. But it's obviously very frozen up there. Very frozen. Well, see, I don't mind frozen. I saw a picture the other day in the newspapers of 2 people, could have been in Telford, walking along with the side of the road, and it was all snowy. And I remember thinking, that looks great, until you say, 2 minutes later, they've all fallen over. Holly says a good hotel had a photo montage on a screen in reception to show their facilities. I had a quiet word. They had one entitled The Dinning Room, Dinning. Oh, I'm seeing that constantly, Holly. That's nothing new. I see it outside coffee shops. Misspellings. I mean, really embarrassing. Anyway, talking of embarrassing, here she is. An Instagram rich kid. In other words, just a silly little show-off again. This is Stephanie Scolaro. She was blasted by a judge the other day after she illegally imported £18,000 worth of endangered python skin fashion accessories. What a sick person. Heiress Stephanie sold the baseball caps and bags via a website and her social media account, which has more than 80,000 fans. Well, it probably hasn't. It's probably got about 20 or something like that. But the judge called her utterly self-centred. He said one reason is all her life she's been given exactly what she likes. Focusing the spotlight on herself, it's all about me. There's no thought for anybody else. Referring to the cruelty pythons suffer, he said, how they're skinned alive, how they're endangered, it doesn't concern her. Exactly, she's thick. She doesn't care about things like that at all. She's got a luxury pad in Marylebone, riveting, and she appeared with her sister on a Channel 4 show called Rich Kids of Instagram. In other words, silly little show-offs. And here they are, looking at these accessories. It's disgusting. She admitted ordering the Indonesian items, got a 12-month community order, 160 hours of unpaid work at Southwark Crown Court. She says, I've been portrayed as an anti-animal killer when I'm not. People make mistakes. What do you think it was, dear? Hamster? You can see it's python. Surely even you with half a brain could have checked something like that, but they don't, do they? They don't check anything. It's disgusting, really. Only 80,000 people. As I say, Jamie Oliver's got like 6 million. You're way down the list. You know, whether or not you're, you know, they always put people up, don't they? They go, oh, she's an heiress to a fortune, the daughter of an Italian mining tycoon. Obviously deeply embarrassing, your daughter appearing in court, mate. A secret collection of paintings. Some people are very good at doing things like this and some people aren't. This is by a farmer's wife. Barbara Holiday developed a passion for art in the 1960s. To keep herself entertained while her husband worked the land, she bought a flat in Chelsea to immerse herself in her passion, but kept many of her purchases from galleries and auction houses at the home in Cumbria. She had all sorts of things. Anyway, she died last year, aged 82. And the collection was sold by sons Mark and Johnny, who chose a few personal items to keep. The total amount, £665,000. That's what you call a mummy who knew exactly what she was doing. £665,000. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I love things like that. Gun cops, I think that's police officers with guns, smashed their way into a prisoner's home to free his gerbil. Apparently it was found alive and taken to an animal charity, but the Saturday night rescue in Derby was branded crazy by the local MP, Pauline Latham. She said, why did they need the armed response unit? What did they think the gerbil was going to do? Surely there's more important things for them to be doing. The police wrote on Facebook, our officers have been on the sharp edge of policing as always. The RSPCA informed us that an individual who was in prison and had been for nearly a week now had a gerbil. Why didn't the RSPCA go in there? What are they doing? Nothing. More than happy to sort of, appeal for money. And yet, when it comes to doing something, this was the same organisation that prosecuted somebody for going on holiday and leaving their goldfish in a bowl. Goodness sake. But apparently they also turned off a gas fire. Derbyshire Police said yesterday attendance had no impact on operational policing. It was a gerbil. Should have been up to, really, the police opening the door for them and the RSPCA going and rescuing it. Sometimes you do despair, don't you, at what these people do. More than happy to make television programmes. If there was a film crew there, they'd been there like a shot. Like a shot. What else we got? Oh, Chris Packham. He's going to be going and taking the Golden Shilling today. Just to complain about the royal family and their hunt, shooting and fishing. He's going to be taking them to task. But, surely, I would have thought turning down a CBE instead of accepting a free day out at Buckingham Palace sends a bigger message. But obviously not. He's decided that he wants the CBE. A bit like Janet Street Porter. If you read all of her little sort of tantrums and everything else about people who accept things like this, you would think it was the worst thing in the world. The moment she was offered one, she couldn't wait to pick up her skirts and run down there. A bit like Chris Packham. So can't really take anything on board there, I'm afraid. Steve, in the old days, we used to eat indoors and we outside. Now it's the other way round. Probably is, actually. The amount of people who it's like the streets have become a giant toilet. Really. It's very embarrassing, really. If Joanne, says Kevin the Milkman, ever goes live with the travel news, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you saying? Instead of pre-recording, you're going to copy it in the ear. You're, oops, a bit late, the travel Joanne. Oh, you finally remembered me then, Stephen. Thanks, pal. I don't suppose I'll get an apology. And another thing, your ears will be ringing for a week. I know. I'd probably have to get my lady-in-waiting to write her a letter going, I am commanded by Steve to apologise. Carl says, I saw a misspelling on a menu in a local cafe. Instead of saying vegetarian menu, it said vegetarian. Is that the gag, vegetarian? Oh, veterinarian. Oh, sorry, see, even I can't read properly. Look at me, honestly. On a Tuesday as well. I'm normally quite good at things like that. Normally quite good. The front page of the Daily Mail. This is a story I did yesterday. It's amazing how many people pick up on stories we did on LBC the day before or 2 days before. And this is Lionel Richie's son, Miles. Obviously, Miles doesn't have a brain. Obviously, just got cotton wool shoved in there. He's been held over a bomb hoax at Heathrow. He said he had a bomb. And he said it was going to be detonated. And you do begin to wonder whether or not he is just as thick as he looks, or whether his father should have him locked up for his own safety. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Avocado on toast. Truffles, not a scone in sight. Nobody serves avocado on toast for a little, tea thing. This is the Duchess of Sussex put her own twist on it. For instead of neatly sliced cucumber sandwiches and scones with jam and cream, she appears to favour ultra-trendy avocado. I'm sorry, avocado is not ultra-trendy anymore. Might have been for a very short time until people realised where many of them were coming from. And people decided they didn't want to fund international drug runners. Thank you very much indeed. But they say here, she's taken her tea without milk as well. Makeup artist Daniel Martin had posted photographs online of the afternoon tea with a twist. It looks ghastly. Looks absolutely ghastly. I should imagine the staff there are going, she's having what? Avocado on toast. I wouldn't mind, but they haven't even cut the toast and it's not even done properly. It looks horrible. As somebody said here, it was just mashed avocado served on silver plates. And people are saying it's missing all sorts of things. Somebody said it looked bland. It does. It looks absolutely naff. Absolutely naff. Most fans were impressed by the down-to-earth tea. God, there's some stupid people out there, there really are. The Labour MP who used the House of Commons notepad to plead with a judge to spare her son jail for drugs charges. Kate Ossamore introduced herself as the Shadow International Secretary with a drug runner for her son, saying, it's nothing to do with this, but she wrote it on House of Commons paper. I'm writing on behalf of Ishmael Ossamore, who's standing before you today. I would like to introduce myself. And so then she sort of jumps in on the bandwagon and says, I implore you to recognise the power you yield with regard to the future of my beautiful son. What, the drug runner? The one who's selling drugs at a festival? Fantastic, honestly. Just what we need, isn't it? His £2,500 drug haul, cannabis, cocaine, the cocaine he had, which would have made between 75 and 150 lines, ketamine, and ecstasy. Could make about 250. I mean, seriously, how this woman ever got to be an MP, God alone knows. Seriously, it's just unbelievable. But she says, he insisted in his letter he was not a criminal. What do you think you are then, dear? I don't want to point out the patently obvious. He'd simply got caught up in the festival environment. Well, loads of people get caught up in festival environments. They don't start turning to drug dealing. Goodness sake, he has changed considerably. Whatever. It's just, you sort of despair, don't you, really? It's sort of, you're supposed to know better. You're supposed to know better than these things. Why is it that the pictures that we've got of the super blood wolf moon look better than the pictures we got live on the television? Steve, I was reading a very interesting article about a man of 28 years who already visited all 193 countries in the world. It took him 10 years to do so. Didn't say how much it cost. Was amazed that only 9 people on the planet have completed this feat, says Anthony. And then somebody, a little bit worryingly, said, after we told you the story about the gerbil being rescued, says, you've obviously never met a gerbil with a gun. It's the trouble, you open the door and the gerbil's going, make my day, punk. And you're not going to argue with it, are you? You're not going to argue with a gerbil. 5:45 is... do you know that 1 in 25 young adults are gay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There you go, it's you. I wonder why people have said... Well, they've said it's 1 in 25. Well, that's actually 1 in 25 who say that they're either lesbian, gay or bisexual. Which covers... See, I was always told it was 1 in 4. Not 1 in 25. 1 in 4. So they always used to do that gag. If you're sort of sitting next to somebody, the person on the left looks all right, the person on the right looks all right. It's you. Okay? You don't need to worry about it. But 1 in 25 doesn't seem quite right, does it? Especially not in this building. And, I mean, that's far more. Why should it make any difference? Since when did you ever discuss sexuality with people? Since when did people ever sort of go, gay, lesbian? And you go, oh. And they go, well, what? It's like sort of telling people your religion. Why would you want to tell people your religion? Got nothing to do with people at which church you worship, whether it's the church of standing up or sitting down. I've got a decaffeinated coffee table. How eco am I, says Ian. What's a decaffeinated coffee table? I don't know what that is. It sounds terrible. And somebody says, every time I see a grey Bentley, it's Grey, but it doesn't matter, I think it must be Steve Allen. I saw one in West Sussex the other day, and I was sure it was you. But when the car overtook me, the driver was a blonde-haired woman. So unless there's something you're not telling us, I presume it was not you. Ben, the trucker, is in Brighton. He said, I've got my neon light shining brightly. Oh, don't worry, you will not be lonely for long. I promise you. Just pull into that lay-by and you'll meet all sorts of people. But, yeah, especially around in Brighton, I would have thought. On TV last night, Brian Cox said in 65 million years the sun is going to swallow the earth and then explode. I don't know what I should be doing. Yeah, packing? I don't know. I mean, moving to somewhere else? I mean, who knows? 65 million years, the sun is going to sort of blow us to... Okay, I'm not going to be around. I don't think anybody listening at the moment is going to be around. Avocados grow here, and they're salad ingredients. The thought of it on toast makes me nauseous, says Dallas. It was fairly popular here, but among the nouveau riche. Oh, let's have avocado on toast. People went, oh, that's very exciting. It was a bit like putting cabbage in mashed potato. It was equally as dull. I had a bowl of porridge with a lot of custard for supper last night. Haven't had a shower for years. Only have one shower when I'm away, and that's happening very seldom these days, says Grace. Talking about misspelling, a website describing a wheelchair was meant to say, allows you to shift properly. Thank you. Well, that's, so you can... I keep seeing people in these electric wheelchairs. They're very popular, aren't they? Some of them can go up curbs and, and I've often thought, can't wait. I used to joke with a friend of mine. We used to work together years ago, and we used to joke about getting a double one. I've never seen a double what do they call them? I can't remember. They call mobility scooters. I've never seen a double one, but you could effectively have that, like a push-me-pull-you. Somebody sitting at the front, somebody sitting with their back, not quite like a tandem, because you never get down the high street. There's no room, is there, in between the poles and the things. So it would have to be sort of normal one, but with a seat at the back. So at the back, you could sort of sit there waving a flag or something, or doing something interesting like that. The ones with indicators. I've not seen one of those. Are they around? I quite... Brake lights and everything. Good Lord, honestly. So, I've seen some on the road, but they go so slowly, don't they? They really do. And generally after the people have been to the pub or something like that. We've got one round our way where obviously he parks it outside the pub and then goes in for a few little bevies. Do you know what the secret to long life is? Go on, you want to know this. You really want to know why there is a long life available to you. Less than an hour's exercise, okay? Bad luck, though, fellas. That only applies to women. Why do you think women live longer than men? Most of the time they do. Happy birthday, as I say, to Graham Kerr and Linda Blair as well, the actress known for playing Regan in The Exorcist. Yeah. And then the head spun round. Do you remember that one? Did you ever see that? And all this sort of green smoke came out of her mouth. You ever remember The Exorcist? Well, it's not really a horror film. I mean, her head doesn't really spin round. It's only pretend. But she goes... And she's only a child. She's only a child. She's 60 at the moment, and as she was shouting the line, "Mother, please make it stop, it's burning, it's burning," she said the tears in the scene were real, because she had to pretend to be a possessed person. I pretend to be a possessed person most days, actually. I've seen a double mobility scooter in the Belfry shopping centre in Redhill, somebody says. Steve says, like you, I haven't had a bath for 40 years, but I wash my feet regularly. Oh, it's something nice about having your feet washed, isn't it? I need to go to a chiropodist, actually, just to sort of, Steve, how could you possibly forget, says Alan, in Spain, Auntie Flo, Mark Fleming at the Black Cap. Yes, Gemma Collins is a reincarnation. Would-be hecklers be afraid. Oh, I saw Mark Fleming, Alan, up at the Black Cap with Dale on many, many occasions, and he'd come on, he said, "I'm the biggest Jewish mummer you've ever had." And he would tell stories, the like of which would have your hair curling, and woe betide you if he decided to pick on you. He was very good at the ad-libs, and very friendly, actually, with Mrs. Shufflewick. Very friendly with Mrs. Shufflewick, another very famous drag act, who, in fact, did better than Mark Fleming. Mrs. Shufflewick is on the board at the Windmill Theatre as playing there, and he used to play as sort of an old sort of char lady kind of thing. But, oh, the Black Cap. Oh, happy, happy days up there with all the people. David Dale was up there, and the Harlequins, and Regina Fong. All these great acts, some of whom were mimes, some were patter acts. But Mark Fleming, I always remember, because I think his other half used to stand at the bar with his used to look very smart compared to Mark, who was totally outrageous. And then you used to get Mrs. Shufflewick standing there, and he used to have his flat cap on and his raincoat. Then he'd go and change into this little outfit, which he looked like he'd bought in a charity shop. Very funny, very funny. Happy days, though. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. Lionel's little liability. Here he is. This is angry young man, tattooed Miles. Richie, who's quite clearly an idiot of the first order. And I just wonder. I mean, we had Nicole and her drug taking, and it's just dreadful. Sophia is driving me crazy, like Nicole did, he said, and now his son, the ridiculous Miles, talking about, I've got a bomb. I'm going to detonate a bomb, and we're all going, I think people like you should be locked up. You can stay in prison for the rest of your life, as far as I'm concerned. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Fury is the thug who kicked the WPC in front of a bus, gets only 3 years. That's all. It should be more. There has to be more protection for the police officers. When you go out there, you should feel as though you're going to be safe, as opposed to not feeling you're safe. And the amount of people who've been there kicking people and doing all sorts of dreadful things to them, I think the courts have to come down very heavy. Oh, look, here's something else that Meghan can serve. Baked sweet potatoes with chilli. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Tofu and cashew stir-fry. Not really. Don't really do tofu. This looks nice. Butternut squash dal with cauli rice. It's basically you stick a cauliflower in the blender and it sort of blitzes it up again. I saw somebody do a pizza made out of that the other day, which looked reasonably okay. The slow cooker, bean, veg and quinoa soup. It's all these revolting, disgusting things, honestly. Who eats this stuff? Where do they come from? Are they all in Hampstead? Are they hipsters? Like, okay, because when I first saw this stuff, it was quinoa, and somebody said it's pronounced quinoa. And I went, well, what is it? They went, it's quinoa. I mean, everybody knows what it is. And it's pretentious rubbish. It's for idiots. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's for people like you, isn't it? People like you. Oh, and this is one who eats, a Big Mac, and he's eaten a ham sandwich as well. And he's had turkey soup. And he goes, oh, it was only once. Yeah, only once that we found out about. All the rest of it, oh, I'm eating quinoa because it's really good for me. And you go, absolutely. The animal dies once. The plants, it's forever going on. Forever going on. Shame on you. Shame on you for sort of dragging the name of vegetarianism down to a new level. But, I mean, if you want to eat this sort of stuff, eat it. But don't make out it's some superfood or something like that. Nobody knows how to do it. Nobody wants butternut squash. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. Oh, God, honestly, you need to grow up and get over yourself. There's something the matter with you. It really is. Oh, I'm having some quinoa today. Yes, ooh, and I'm so much healthier. No, it's been proven. People like you are less healthy than us. We're actually more healthy than you are. You're ill more time. You are. It says it in the paper. They did a survey of who's going into, taking time off and stuff like that. You won't find me taking time off. And also, you miss out on vitamins. There's no vitamins in your life, are there? What sort of vitamins do you have? Nothing. Nothing. Do you take vitamin? Really? Because you always look so dead when we see you. I just wondered, actually, how that works. You arrive here in the morning at 4 o'clock. Seriously, we'd have had more luck raising Lazarus from the dead than sometimes you as well. Apparently, I've just checked, Steve, on a mobility speed record, 112 miles an hour in Germany in 2017. I'm assuming the person's dead by now, aren't they, as this thing crashed off the side of the motor. 112? They don't get up to 112 miles an hour, do they? They must have a different engine. Well, exactly. And also, you've got to cling on, because if you notice, a lot of these mobility scooters, you've got the fag in one hand, your phone in the other, and the dog tucked under your arm. How many times have you seen that? Loads of times. Loads of times. I mean, I'm amazed they haven't put the kitchen sink on there and started washing up as they're driving along. It's phenomenal. It really is. I saw one the other day. She had a fag on. She's got the mobile phone at the front. She's got it all decorated with fake plastic flowers. And she's holding a dog. Yeah, the Brexit sticker. And a dog under her arm. And I remember thinking, slightly unusual, this country, isn't it? It really is. Steve, your show is like one big hug. Yeah, well, we don't do the tactile stuff, I have to say. Although, actually, I do it occasionally with my boss. I can see him visibly shrink when I do it. Come here, come on, you little huggy. Steve, get off. Oh, look, news at 6 o'clock. I found you a lovely terraced house, by the way. If you're looking for a place to live in London, you'd like this one. I've knocked a lot of money off the price. I'll tell you how much I've knocked off for you. You're going to go for this one in a big way. Also, schools are right to ban expensive trainers, says ministers. Marry again, says Julie Cooper. A dog is better company. I know. And always so grateful. And it's nice to have your company. National Television Awards this evening in town. The good, the great, the talentless, the boring, the tedious, and the generally dull will be turning up at the O2 Arena this evening. And surprise guest, Bros. They're that desperate, they've dragged up somebody who hasn't even sold out their poor gig at the Brixton Academy, which is 4,000 standing and about 2,500 seated down. Seated. Whether or not they're just doing it to try and sell a few more tickets, I've got no idea. I can't quite work out what they're doing. They come and say, yeah, because Bros love you. Like, it's really embarrassing. It'll be the biggest house that Matt's played to in donkey's years. Luke, of course, his films go around the world, so that's okay. I don't know what they're doing it for. Somebody said in one of the things that they're doing it... Wait a minute, I shall find a quote. So that they can sort of start Bros Mania again. And I was thinking... I don't really think we want Bros Mania again. I don't think we do, anyway. But it was fine first time round. Second time round, it became a little bit tedious. And this time round, I just don't think people are particularly... wonder where it was, actually. Can't find the thing. I shall find it in 1 minute. And so they get... But, I mean, I thought things are supposed to be a surprise. Why would you want to ruin a surprise for certain people? Peter Kay's out on the town. He's not been seen out for ages and ages. And Ant McPartland taking his Tula. He must go out with a photographer every day of the week, take his girlfriend out and the dog, just to really wind the ex-wife up, I should imagine. And Gemma Collins has landed Dancing on Ice in trouble with telly watchdogs. Apparently she flew into a rage with Jason Gardner. The trouble is, she's a bit like one of those... Who is it who came up with that line which says, I never apologise for anything? I can't remember who it was. It could be somebody at all. But Ofcom's had more than 80 complaints from viewers about her outburst. But that's what they want on this programme. They don't care that there's an outburst. It's playing the game. And the game is, we need an audience. Because that's why they dumped it last time round, because it didn't get an audience. It's terribly boring. Emma Fairweather, who's turned up on everything to anybody who'll actually listen, says Prince Philip should be prosecuted. I wasn't aware that you were a police officer, love. Or that you have anything to do with it. You weren't driving the vehicle. As far as I know, it wasn't your vehicle, so what you're interfering for, I've got no idea. Yes, only if it's found that he was responsible. But you can't stop sort of... I mean, his car turned over. The one that you were in didn't. She claimed Norfolk police had not taken a statement and asked if Philip should face prosecution. She went, absolutely. My God, it is. It is the 5 minutes of fame, isn't it? It is the 5 minutes of fame. Phil Spencer reckons millions of Brits can make their houses worth more by being energy efficient. I like the idea of being energy efficient. People are very good at doing things like that. The Spice Girls T-shirt thing rumbles on, and it doesn't seem to be coming to a close. And also, they were saying, Strictly are looking... They think, the best dancer in the country to go onto the Strictly programme for this time round. And I thought, I wonder who that would be. Who do you think it is that they've named? I mean, I assumed it was some sort of pathetic sort of joke. Bez from Happy Mondays, as being a great dancer, as being a talentless person. I had no idea what he was doing on it. Jones says, do you think David Attenborough will reverse the questioning and ask William why his family continue to shoot and stalk wildlife? Shall I give you the straightforward answer, or do you want the official answer? The straightforward answer is no, he won't. And the straightforward answer, they wouldn't answer it anyway. Maybe Matt is suffering, Steve, from Bros Mania, says Grace. I don't know. Could be, couldn't he? Could be. I don't know. I sort of worry about things like that, because poor old Matt. A whole page or 2 pages on Gemma Collins. I think this is the year it's all going to disappear, isn't it? And Cheryl Tweedy with somebody's fake bits of horsehair stapled to her head. Still trying to get an audience for this dancing programme. It's not happening at all. And you know the reason? Hardly any dancing. Hardly any dancing. If you watch a dancing programme, we want to see dancing. We want to see it. The Strictly tour's taken place, and it's all very exciting if you like Strictly. And a lot of people seem to like it. I can't knock it. It seems to get a good audience. Emma Fairweather again. Yawn, saying the same thing. So insensitive, but as I've said to you a million times, and I got this from Nick Ferrari. I didn't even think of it myself. which makes me feel a little bit remiss, doesn't it? Which is when he's never heard of people contacting other people. If you've ever had an accident in your life, do you contact the other people? Of course you don't. And especially if you're the Duke of Edinburgh, why would you want to contact that? What? She's going to pop round, be given a room at Sandringham or something so she can stay and recuperate? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. There's also... who is this one? Oh, this is an internet troll. I like a story about an internet troll. And this one once left Crime Watch presenter Rav Wilding fearing he'd be shot like Jill Dando, has been convicted of religiously aggravated assault. Tonita Beckford, 33, grabbed Debenham's assistant, Mahbouba Kamali, and told her, "Go back to your own country, you effing Muslim." God in heaven, honestly. But I'm glad she's been found guilty. Nicola McLean alleged she was abused online by Beckford, and she'll be sentenced next month. But I did see the most amazing... I say amazing, I shouldn't be at all surprised. In America. And it's a black guy. And he's going in to a block of flats. Now, he obviously hasn't got his key with him because the woman goes in and he then, you know, as you do, if you're going into a block of flats, something like that, I always, if it ever happened in our place, all I do is hold back and see if they could get through the next 3 doors, which they couldn't. And so the woman goes, she stops him coming in. She stops him actually coming in. She says, what are you doing? He says, "I'm going to my flat." She's a white woman, by the way. I mean, quite clearly, it is very obvious that within about a minute, she's an out-and-out racist. That's exactly what she is, but she's refusing to accept it. And so he goes, "I'm going to my... Can you move out the way? I want to get to my flat." What flat would that be? He says, "I'm not telling you." It's obviously one of these big apartment blocks. Anyway, it goes on for ages. And I was sort of watching it thinking, she's a racist. Why has he not turned round to her and said, "You're a racist, you are"? The reason she's stopping him going in is because he's black and because she thinks that he's going in to rob. That's what she thinks, but she hasn't dared say it. Because otherwise she'd be caught on camera. It's been retweeted, God knows how many times, this thing. And I was watching it, and I was thinking... And then eventually he managed to get in and push... And she goes, "Don't push past me." He goes, "I'm going to my flat to get out of the way." They get in the lift together, and she goes, "I'm going to follow you to see where you're going." And, of course, he does own a flat there. He does own a flat there. She looks a complete turnip. She went, "Well, I was just checking." He goes, "Don't ever come near me ever again." You know, everybody else is saying exactly the same thing. She should have gone to prison. That's right. Mary Poppins. I never explain anything. I never explain myself to anybody. That's right. I think she was doing it to Mr. Banks. I'm pretty certain. When he said, "Well, I never do anything like that." Which is good, actually. The good news is... Charlie Girling's back today. Thursday, Charlie. I'm not in till Thursday. I mean, I know I'm here now, but I've got interviews. She said, "I want to come and give you a big kiss." Okay, I think that's HR. Thursday. I shall come and see you on Thursday. She's been away for ages and ages. Steve, I had a short break in Benidorm recently. You couldn't move for tandem mobility scooters, all parked outside the bars. I saw a programme on the television about it, a couple who rented them out to people who couldn't be bothered to walk. Steve, says Kevin, "Doris and me went for a long weekend in Benidorm last month. That's how we roll. Those 2-seater mobility scooters everywhere. You can hire them. Always 2 English fatties on board." Stephen Hamburg says, "It was my wife who says I never apologise." And if it helps, says Chris, John Wayne used the phrase "never explain, never apologise" in the film she wore. Was it a yellow ribbon? I remember that she wore red ribbons and a hooly skirt. That's the only thing I remember. John in Whitton says, "I will not eat quinoa since it's become fashionable with those health foodies. The people where quinoa comes from have become too expensive for them to eat." Which is not good, is it, really? Rob and Sally are travelling down to the Albert Hall this coming weekend. We'll be meeting up with our daughter Jennifer and husband Ricky, who is over from Jersey. We're going to watch Cirque du Soleil. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. You'll love it. Great show. Have I seen it? No. I'm just telling you what everybody else says who's seen it. So it's a lovely, lovely show. You will really, really like it. Front page of the... Have I done the Mirror? Yes, I've done... Oh, it's got dreadful pictures of the desecration of the Bomber Command. Really, I mean, it's on the front page of the Daily Star. It's... I hope they catch these people and they throw the book at them. I really, really hope they throw the book at them. Also, what was the other one that I had, actually? Oh, the Sports Family. I've got a sports... I'd forgotten about them, actually. This is a famous sporting family. Set up a charity and then basically thieved from it, basically. Ex-footballers. I don't know how you pronounce these names. You might have to help me on this one. Is it Effie Sodji? Oh, right. Effie Sodji. Stephen Sodji. And ex-rugby player Bright Sodji. I'm not sure I read that one. Anyway, were jailed for siphoning off money from the Sodji Sports Foundation. Cash raised at dinners, football matches and clay pigeon shoots went into the Sodji bank accounts. An event raised almost 11.5 grand, but not one penny went to Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. Thieving little toe rags, honestly. But these people wonder, there's all these sort of things. You need to check these charities. But anyway, the brothers' convictions in 2017 can only now be reported at the conclusion of a separate money laundering case over some people who were cleared over the fraud at the Old Bailey. Isn't that disgraceful? I've heard it's not unusual, actually. Kate Moss says, never complain, never explain. Never complain. I would never complain. Who's that? Who's that? Do you know, why does he look like somebody out of the... I watched The In-Betweeners the other day. That's rude, isn't it? Oh, goodness me, language, the like of it I haven't heard. He does look like Joe from The In-Betweeners, doesn't he? But... Oh, really? The language on The In-Between... I was horrified. Seriously, I'm not easily shocked, but by Jove, I tell you, language I've not heard since I was in my local church a short while ago. The vicar was having one of those rants from the pulpit, which I've always liked. Hellfire and brimstone, always the best ones. 6:15, please, we've got a picture of a bloke in the paper today. What was he doing going down the motorway? It's always unusual, isn't it? This one was shaving. Shaving as he was going down the motorway. I mean, he was that stupid. Mind you, I felt a bit guilty the other day. I was coming back from my brother's and I had a bottle of water in the car. And as I'm driving along, I'm undoing the bottle of water and drinking from it. Really, I need to find probably a better way of doing it, don't I? I mean, I'm very good at doing things like that. I can open a bottle quite easily. John Wayne's film, the She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, classic John Ford Western about Custer's last stand, says Justin. Right, I never did those sort of things. Was that the Battle of the Little Bighorn was Custer's last stand, wasn't it? I seem to remember. And that's where basically the entire Sioux Nation came down on them. But obviously Custer got away. He must have done because he came to this country. Or was that Buffalo Bill? No, I think that was Buffalo Bill. I just remember they did the big Buffalo Bill Wild West show in town with real Indians and cowboys and everything else, and people flocked to see it. It was fantastic. He died there. Custer died at the Battle of Little Bighorn, yeah. That's what I say. I think it was Wild Bill Hickok who came over. He was very wild, very wild. Steve, the woman who didn't let the man into the flat left the door open and she had her dog out. Yeah, the dog was going to the toilet. He did have his key, but the door was open. Had no need to use it. But he also wasn't telling her. She was the racist. I'm sorry, a black man in our block of flats. Where did you come from? That's exactly what it was like. You're not coming in. Who are you? I'm not telling you. What's it got to do with you? Who are you? She said, well, I live here. He said, well, I live here as well. Oh, dear, she was dreadful. Guy Mitchell had the song She Wears Red Feathers on a Hooly Hooly Skirt. It was a hit for Guy Mitchell. I don't know what a hooly hooly skirt is, but I think she wears red feathers and a hooly hooly skirt. Veganism is bad. They commit vegicide. Vegetables are beautiful and belong in a field, not on my plate. Green is murder, Steve. Yes. Plants have feelings too. Somebody says here, you say I'm polite for vegans. You know the mind so perfectly. Fine, who doesn't want to substitute 5 grams of meat with full bucket of corn flour or similar healthy food? No, not so, no thank you. You just need to eat as much as a cow, daily buckets of this substitute food, says Marius. No. Listen, you want to eat it, you eat it. You know, but it's of no interest to anybody else. I'm saving vegetables, I think, for the world. It hurts. They cut them. Ow. They were doing a thing the other day. They were growing all these vegetables on this farm, and down the road from them was a zoo. And apparently rhinoceroses love all sorts of veggies. They like lettuce, they like rhubarb, they like kale, they like just about everything. So they were getting really, really good fresh food. There's a bakery in the paper today. There's always a bakery. This one has unveiled a vegan Cornish pasty. Uproar predictably follows, because a Cornish pasty is a trade name. It has to be made to a certain standard, and it has to be made in Cornwall. Otherwise, you cannot call it a Cornish pasty. You certainly can't have a vegan Cornish pasty. Although, to be honest with you, I've had Cornish pasties before which just had vegetables in and potato. It didn't have meat. But I'm quite sure Scottish boys eaten a meat pasty, haven't you, at some point? Of course you would have done. That's where it comes from. Yeah, you've eaten meat pasties in the past. And did you like it? Was it really good? Yeah, it was good. It's good. How many have you eaten? Many? Quite loads. Yeah, loads. Is he saying? Oh, 2 or 3. What, a week? Is that? Because you can get... No, they're not. But you can get this one, which has got carrots, leeks, and potatoes in like a gravy in there, and they're quite nice. They're not a Cornish pasty. I forget what they call them. I don't know. They should call them a pasty, I think. But you can't have a vegan Cornish pasty. It's not physically possible because Cornish is protected. Good news for Michelle Keegan fans. Okay, right. She's coming back to star in a 4th series of the army drama Our Girl. Okay, again, I ask, anybody ever seen it? No. She must be the only person in the army with full makeup on. How does that happen? They must go, OK, we're going out into combat and we'll all be ready for 8 in the morning. Keegan, 8, not 10, not 11. OK. Chelsea's world-winning cup striker, who's called Olivier Giroud, could lose his driving licence. He's being done for speeding 4 times. In less than a year. 4 times. Good Lord. He's got a chrome Bentley. Oh, that sounds quite nice. And Richard says Indians is not the correct term. It was when they toured over here, dear. It was when they toured over here. I'm sorry, Christopher Columbus originally named them Indians because he thought he'd landed in India. But, yes, but that's what they were called over here. It was with their Wild Bill Hickok. Times have changed, Richard. We understand that, dear, but, bit of a snowflake. Stephen Hamburg says, hooly skirts are what we wear on occasion down the Reaper barn. What is it? I understand the gag, but what is a hooly skirt? That's not a hula skirt. That's the ones from Hawaii, which look very thin and you go, ooh, doo, doo, doo. But I don't know what a hooly skirt is. There you go, Wikipedia. She wears red feathers. Oh, that's a hooly skirt. Oh, right. Looks quite nice, actually. Well, as skirts go, I suppose. They look quite nice. I liked all that 50s sort of fashion. And this was 53, so it would have been a fairly good fashion. I like Guy Mitchell. Wasn't he the man who did Singing the Blues? Well, I don't wanna sing in the blues. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Without you. God, he was good looking, wasn't he? Blimey. He had loads of hit singles with all sorts of people. In fact, he was going, 52s, 53s, 50s, things like that. Loads and loads of films. And singing the blues. Yeah, I knew I'd be right. Ross from Friends, the lookalike. They put him on the television and they got a picture of him. He's just a thief. He then skipped the court date, so they've arrested him again because he's up now on a fraud charge. So obviously not a particularly pleasant person. The Stones, I'm thinking, do I like the idea of a chrome Bentley? I quite do, actually. It'll be offered for sale very cheaply, very shortly, I should imagine, if they take him off the road. The ice melt threat for the Big Apple. Do you know it's melting faster in Antarctica than it is in the Big Apple? One of those sort of things. Many years ago, Steve, there was an experiment on a rubber tree plant. They wired it up, threatened it and cut its leaves. The sensors picked up varying signs of distress, depending on the level of threat. Oh, it looks like mine. That's chrome, is it? Oh, not sure about... Oh. That's my colour. Mine's actually slightly... I've got better wheels. Look at me, I'm talking like a petrol head. Talking like... Oh, no, not orange, definitely not. Wayne Rooney's got an orange one. Oh, never going to miss you staggering out the pub, are they, dear? And that's a supercar salesman to the stars. That means he's flogged a couple of things to a footballer, and that then makes you a superstar salesman. It's like being... years ago they used to have sort of celebrity hairdressers. Right load of old codswallop, it really is. Celebrity makeup artist, whose makeup have you done? Done Jordan's. Yeah, OK. That's his car, is it? Oh, no, I'm not sure about that. I don't like the wings at the front. They were spotted making their way back to the car following a romantic night out. I always have great difficulty getting into my car because it's a bit lower than I would expect it to be. I don't see that as being particularly interesting. Not really. And black. So even my brother said, don't get black. Don't get black, he said. It'll be the dirtiest car on the lot. And so because we've had a little bit of rain this morning, mine looked perfect. Looks perfect. And I've got loads of the polish. I gave my brother one of the cases of this polish It comes in a suitcase. I mean, it's terribly exciting, terribly exciting. But it's the kind of thing that you have to have. I don't know why you have to have it. Somebody said to me you could use pledge on leather seats, and that seems to work. Cricket ace Andrew Flintoff and his wife accidentally booked into a sex hotel. What the dickens is a sex hotel? England retired Ashes hero was stumped when the porter showed them to their room featuring a sex toy war chest. Oh dear, honest. Don't need things like that, do we? But he said it dawned on me. He starts getting this sort of box out. There's a mini bar and a safe and stuff like that. Then he gets this sort of box out. And he says if Willy Wonka did sex hotels, this would be it. I think just Willy. It's just ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. But that's it. A lesbian asked to keep her sexuality a secret by her boss has won her discrimination case. Ashley McMahon disclosed the fact she was gay to her boss in the first week of her new job, but she was told the company owner was old school and the firm didn't have any other gays working for it. So she was sacked 8 months later. But she's won the discrimination case. You can't do things like that. You can't get rid of somebody just because somebody's gay. Goodness sake. I mean, does it really make any difference? No, it certainly does in some parts of the country. It really does. What's this one? Jennifer Aniston. An ex-Playboy model and former Miss UK has been told her brain tumour is inoperable. She's been battling cancer, poor soul, for 5 years, and now she's got this as well. A friend of mine lost his father the other day. Lost his father, and then his sister, I think, has developed cancer. It's just really terrible at the moment. Steve, Cornish pasties will no longer be protected after Brexit, nor will Melton Mowbray pork pies. Because, as far as I know, this is the law, EU laws say food and drink products linked to a certain geographical region must be made in that area. For example, Prosecco can only be grown in the Italian region of Prosecco. If there's a hard Brexit, they'll be able to make it in Basildon. Not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. Basildon. And Basildon, Prosecco from Basildon. It doesn't quite work for me, that one. I might have to ponder on it. Prosecco from Basildon. I'm going to have to check the labels on this stuff. I don't think that's right. Because I told you I discovered the other day that San Pellegrino stuff, that's made in Ireland. I wanted it to come from vineyards in Italy, but apparently not. Also, I have eaten Melton Mowbray pork pies, but they're so bad for you. It's the pastry is really fattening, and the pork and everything else. So no, I think we have to leave those. But a Cornish pasty, yum yum yum. LBC with you at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC for breakfast. Theresa May scrapped the government's fee for EU migrants to apply to stay in Britain permanently. On the very first day, the scheme was being tested out. But Nick will ask if you think this is just a move to distract from the chaos of her Brexit plans. He'll also get the best reaction to reports that Jeremy Corbyn is set to back a second referendum. He'll also speak to a former prisoner of war to get his thoughts on the memorial to Bomber Command airmen being vandalised yet again, and find out how the roll out of the now legal medicinal cannabis hasn't been as simple as had been hoped. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. So you've got Lionel Richie's son arrested at Heathrow after saying he had an explosive device. I'm not sure whether or not Mr. Richie's son is as stupid as we all think he is, actually. He signed to a modelling agency and has 200,000 followers on Instagram. Unfortunately, it doesn't stop him being an idiot. So consequently, as far as I'm concerned, he should be locked up for his own safety. Far too stupid. Also, drivers are clueless in the cold. You know, we have to keep repeating to people, well, I do anyway, that, you know, if you're going out driving and the weather is likely to be a bit yuck, then you take a blanket, make sure you've got water in the car. If you take medicine, take your medicine, take some sweets. It's always good to have a couple of, mind you, in my case, of course, we've got loads of sweets in the boot, but I mean, it's always the best thing, isn't it? If you've got sweets that you can have in the boot of the car, that in the event of, you know, the motorways grinding to a halt as the weather gets worse, although, to be honest with you, we haven't seen any evidence yet. The nearest we've actually got is from Spicer, who says, you could have warned me, it's hailstoning, bleary-eyed and half asleep. I staggered into the garden, cup of tea in one hand, bag of household rubbish in the other, wearing a very thin dressing gown. Now I'm half soaked with cold tea and wet feet. Thank you. I know. See, it depends where people are in the country. I can't do the itemised weather out. Steve, you have to try and make a plate pasty, says Nicola. A plate pasty. You ever heard of such a thing? My husband's from Cornwall and his grandma taught me, who's not the best cook in the world, how to make one. A lot less pastry, as the filling goes straight into a deep dish with pastry on top. I think I'll make one for tea. I used to go to a restaurant in London when my dad lived in Knightsbridge, right behind Harrods, and they did a little sort of like a bowl with the meat in there, and then they put a puff pastry case over the top, so it wasn't all puff pastry. So, and that sounds quite nice, actually. Kids love it, says Nick. I think I'll make one for tea. A lot less pastry, because so the filling goes into the dish, and the pastry is just over the top. Nathan says the racist white woman who tried to stop the black man getting into his flat was then fired from her job. Oh, was she? Oh, right. Good. Because the moment something goes viral, you know, it's like the other woman we talked about the other day, the one who started berating the police officers for pulling in somebody. Nothing to do with her. She was just an annoying old bag. And she started interfering. I'm a commissioner. Obviously a very stupid woman, because she got fired the following day because it went viral. And this person in this block of flats, you know, why should a black man, even, I mean, in this day and age, that's what I found so remarkable. You know, and she's sort of basically saying, you're not coming in here because I think you're going to rob us. And he said, I've got a flat here. Where? I'm not telling you. Why would you tell somebody? Why would you tell somebody? It's like there's some woman the other day. They always do the same. I've seen it on the television loads of times, on the police programmes, and then I've also seen it on the police arresting people in America, and somebody will be filming. What are you filming me for? You're not allowed to film me. And the police officer has to say to them, you're in a public place. Of course he's allowed to film you. If you're out on the street, out here, somebody can film you. You have no say on it whatsoever. If they walk into your house, they're not allowed to actually do that. And so all these people go, there was some woman, she started being really mouthy. The policeman says, listen, one more, I'm going to be arresting you for a public order offence. She said, she keeps filming me. He said, she's allowed to film you. She's allowed to film you. You're in a public place. You have no jurisdiction over that at all, but you have to explain, actually. Steve, the sex hotel sounds lovely. I don't... Yes, well, I'd never heard of one. I'd never heard of a sex hotel. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking for a fried bread hotel. If you can find different things in different hotels, fried bread and a nice cooked breakfast, it's brilliant. A man approached me in the workplace, says Holly, saying, I saw you in the shop last week. You're so rude. You never said hello. He was frighteningly angry. I said, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Turned out it was a friend of a colleague, and then the penny dropped. I told him that as he saw me and didn't say hello, he'd done exactly what he was accusing me of doing. He started spluttering and turned puce. Some people. I love the idea of people turning puce. I think that's quite a nice idea. But people are like that, don't they? They go, hello. And I go, hello. Sometimes people look at me twice. They're not too sure if it's me. Steve, take sweets, medicine, a blanket, shovel. Up north, it's a bit chilly. Best wear a coat as well. Yes, definitely. But you must take these things because, I mean, there was a farmer a short while ago. Was it last year? It was last year. The snow kept coming down and it was getting really bad. And so he had a tractor. And for 25 quid, he was towing people out of the snowdrift. And some people going, I'm not paying £25 to be towed out of the snowdrift. So, I mean, so he was very enterprising. He said, well, it's all right, you don't have to pay for it, you stay there. You stay there as long as you like, because the snow was getting worse and worse and worse. And for the 25 quid, he was towing people up the hill, leaving them at the top so they could then coast down. Much, much easier. But, of course, there were those people, I'm not paying £25. He said they're sitting there in cars which cost thousands, but they didn't want to spend the money to get themselves back on the road again. Some people. So daft, so daft. The Spice Girls T-shirts back in comic relief for gender justice, made by female factory workers earning 35 pence an hour. This is such an old story now. I've done that 2 days running. 2 days running. Traffic queues at roadworks are set to be wiped out by flying robots, which can repair potholes in under 60 seconds. My God, that's quicker. I tell you, you're going to make people redundant very shortly, aren't you? You're not going to need people anywhere at all. But anyway... I can't find. I don't know where I've lost it actually, but there was a piece on Bros doing this appearance at the National Television Awards this evening. We don't quite know why actually, but they are. Here we go. Love Island couple Kaz Crossley and Josh Denzel are to reveal the secret to their relationship. Money, I think, actually, dear, isn't it? Isn't it money? That would be it. And nobody's interested in anything else. Apparently the pair will speak to students at the Cambridge Union. That'll be thrilling for them, won't it? Apparently they're going to talk about their time on Love Island and the secret to their relationship. Yeah, your agent said stay together, because otherwise you won't make any money. I don't know how these people work these things out. No idea. Rhiannon Sugden, laughingly called a glamour model, says that her boobs are too big for her usual lingerie. Oh, that's lucky, isn't it? So, of course, they're spilling out all over the place. Prince Philip, in all the papers, Jason is real, Jem as a judge. Of course he is. He's telling the truth. Telling the truth. And, the row about the Cornish pasty traditionalists after a baker unveiled this vegan version. You're not supposed to have it. It's not right. I mean, you can have it later, but at the moment you can't. It's the Cornish Vegan Pasty Company. I'd quite like to try one, actually, just out of curiosity. Wouldn't you want to try that? Michaela Strachan has sent out a warning that her BBC Wildlife show is not a Disney movie. It may feature fluffy rabbits and cute owls, but unfortunately there are a lot of bloody scenes that take place. It's never good out there. Danny Dyer might be distantly related to the French King Louis XIV, but his potty mouth could have got him into big trouble. Yes, he can't speak without swearing, which is a bit of a shame, really. But I'm sure he's very happy indeed. Shirley's still got it. They're out on tour. This is the first review of the Strictly Live tour. I don't know what they're bothered about. It's just a money-spinning event, isn't it, which people like doing, and it's for the BBC, and they're all very happy. What's this one here? Oh, yes, somebody drives into a hotel that they've just finished working on because he claimed he was owed 600 quid. And then, so he took this, little digger thing, little crane thing, right through the front door. You know. Steve says, I've not seen the video, but if somebody you didn't recognise came to your apartment block, would you not question them regardless of colour? No, I wouldn't, actually. This is a big apartment block in America. It would be ridiculous for you to know everybody who lives in it. There must be, I should imagine, over 50 or 60 flats. No, why would you question it? What's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. It's all caught on, it's all caught on CCTV. That's why it went viral. That's why she lost her job. Steve Allen's wrong, says Andy, about the £25 tractor. In America, it would be racketeering that'd end up in a federal prison. It wasn't in America, it was here. What are you talking about? It was here, it wasn't in America. So I'm absolutely right, Andy. Honestly, it's embarrassing when you have to backtrack in it and try and apologise without actually sounding like you're backtracking and apologising. Morning from snowy Saddleworth. I think we might be in need of one of your survival kits for the car this week. Rather bad weather. But at least you could cheer us up, Steve. And Mary says, I've just driven from Oxford to my daughter's house in a less than posh bit of Southwark. I'm parked next to a grey Bentley. 100% sure it's not you. Be a bit difficult, dear, as I'm in maybe Leicester Square. I don't have to explain, honestly. Yes, somebody's nicked the car. Thank God for that. We get the insurance money. 5:45. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. 11 minutes to 7. Lovely piece in Ephraim Hardcastle's column today, which says Diane Abbott, 65, who thinks Question Time presenter Fiona Bruce turned the audience against her by mentioning during the warm-up her past romantic relationship with Jeremy Corbyn, says, I've appeared on BBC Question Time innumerable times, but I've never had such a horrible experience. What, you're saying you didn't go out with Jeremy Corbyn? You did go out with Jeremy Corbyn. Which bit are you disputing on this one? Anyway, Miss Abbott, the Shadow Home Secretary, isn't always to be trusted on figures. You'll remember in May 2017, she said on LBC that Labour planned to hire 10,000 new police officers at a total cost of £300,000. Then she changed the figure to 80 million. Told by Nick Ferrari that would mean them being paid £8,000. She went on to say they'd recruit 250,000 policemen and women. As for Question Time, she's hardly appeared on the show 30 times. Hardly innumerable. There you go. She can never remember anything half the time. But, I mean, her appearances get more dismal, I'm afraid, as they go along. But I don't host the programme, so I don't really care about it. Tokyo rail bosses have come up with a novel idea to reduce the rush hour crush. They're offering free noodles. It's a bit like Waitrose offering a free cup of coffee in the morning. I hear no end of people going, oh, could I have a free cup of coffee? And they sort of seem to get free cups of coffee. I don't know what the criteria is for getting it, but I haven't got it. I haven't got a free cup of coffee. Perhaps I should have to register. Just having a quick look. I cannot find this story, which is now annoying me no end, because you know when you find a story in the newspaper, you go, that's a good story, I'll use that definitely again. It's just the story of Bros turning up to the National Television Awards this evening. Why? I've got no idea. Why? Seriously, I have no idea what they're doing there. The show isn't till much later in the year. They haven't sold all the tickets out. We've discovered that they are still available. And it's only a 4,000 seat venue. Sorry, it's a 2,000 seat venue. 4,000 if you want to stand, and they haven't sold all of those. Whereas before, they sold it. It's too soon. Too soon. I think what they thought was, or somebody, some bright spark went, oh, this is a good idea. You brought out this DVD, which people think is hilarious, And so, consequently, let's capitalise and stick a thing in. They've got, are we doing Wembley? No, we'll have to find somewhere a bit smaller, actually. Steve, Lorraine in Hounslow. And have you heard the rumour about Ryland Clark being the new host for Supermarket Sweep? Well, he hasn't got any other work, has he? He does a few little bits on, I think, on This Morning. He's not Dale. But that's it. Dale made it his own. It took him a series to do it, but he definitely made it his own. Monica says it wouldn't be racketeering even in America. Nobody forced anyone to use the service. It was a simple service offered to drivers. I know. Imagine, though, all these people go, I'm not going to spend £25. You go, well, sit there then. Sit there then. Don't complain about it. A vegan Cornish pasty, is that just a jam tart? I don't know, actually. Darren is in Staines, which is good news. And I'm very upset, says Tricia. I've just woken up late, so I've missed most of it. I know I can podcast, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Actually, good show this morning. You'll love it. Oh, we were cooking with gas earlier on. All the Warner adult hotels offered fried bread on their buffet breakfast, as the nearest hotel is Hungerford, says Robin Chertsey. Oh, that's too far to go, Hungerford. Far too far. Steve, somebody should create the Wild Nature programme or documentary for vegans where all the bunnies kill all the predators so they can live happily ever after. Well, that's our sort of giving bunnies submachine guns and letting them say, come on, punk, make my day, sort of confronted by a gang of field mice or something who are about to sort of tie you down. And just see that, actually. I think it'd be quite funny. I've often wanted that for the foxes. I'm not particularly, for foxes or anti-foxes, but I'm just sort of always thinking, foxes, they're so brazen now. They really are. Steve, rear the woman challenging the other person in the flat. Why didn't the other person just hold up their key and say, I live at number so-and-so, thanks for being a vigilant neighbour? No, he didn't want to, because we knew she was a racist. You could see she was a racist. She wasn't letting him in because he was black. Why should he have to prove who he is? I'm so sorry, I'm a black person with an apartment in the same block as you. No, he didn't have to do that at all. I wouldn't do that. Can you imagine if somebody had said that to somebody over here? My God, they'd have dragged you into court so fast. Ridiculous. Ollie says black people have been questioned when entering apartments by white residents in America. It's quite common. Well, this one lost a job. A former member of President Obama's staff was arrested because his neighbours thought he was a burglar. It's ridiculous. Stupid, never such. Anyway, she was an out-and-out racist, and she paid for it with her job. Following day, out. Kind of people like that. Good heavens above, honestly. We've moved on a little bit, believe it or not. Ramp up the hunt for our girls' killer, Mr. Javid. Can anyone explain to me what the Home Secretary actually does? He makes lots of idle promises. We don't seem to get anything. The charity T-shirts on the Sun this morning. 2-day-old story. Don't know why they're doing with it. Jason and Emma Row goes ballistic. She'll be making the entrance in the National Television Awards. You so wanted to fall over, I know. Peasant rucker is an unpleasant pheasant plucker. One has to say it very carefully. It's on the front. It's another royal rumpus. Just whatever. The Daily Mirror, Shirls Twirl, the Strictly judge, wows at 58. She's only 58. They make it sound like she's 97 or something. She's 58. Good God, I'm old. Anyway, other stories in the Mirror today. Hundreds of residents are living in a tower block covered in cladding similar to that from the Grenfell disaster. Blimey. And call that a plan B, Mrs. May? Obviously not. Obviously not. Front page of the Times this morning. Women live longer the closer they are to their weight, age 20. And also it's another fashion show in Paris with people wearing the most ridiculous outfit. Do people actually wear this rubbish? Or are you supposed to take it with a pinch of salt? Because I look at these people. You look at the picture on the front of the Times this morning. There's a woman wearing... Where do you wear this? You can't wear it for shopping on the high street because you just look like a complete and utter turnip. It's a circus-themed show, and she looks like she's just wearing a tent with sort of these other sort of squidgy black things all around her. It's all very odd, actually. The taxman saying sorry for a £100 penalty notice blunder. I was sort of very honest at the beginning of the show and told you I've paid my tax. If you're self-employed, you should have had your thing through from HMRC. It will tell you how much to pay and how to pay it. I don't know whether they do deals or not. You know, whether you can sort of say, I'll just pay half of it now and I'll pay half a little bit later. I just pay it and get it out of the way and then try and forget about it. Labour activists round on Fiona Bruce. I don't carry any particular flag for Fiona Bruce, But she was accused of being hostile towards Diane Abbott. They obviously sat down and counted how many times she interrupted Diane Abbott. Such is the insecurity within the Labour Party. The I paper, ministers plan mass resignation, incredulity in the Commons. Plan B is Plan A again. So dozens of ministers threatening to quit. Also, 66 days left. Work and Pension Secretary backs plan to delay Brexit. £65 charge for EU citizens to stay in the UK is scrapped after the outcry. And the Brexiteer ministers calling on Number 10 to stand firm against the EU until the deadline. Plus, The Guardian, Rio Ferdinand. Oh, God, how dull and boring. What does he do now? Is he just he's just a pundit? In other words, so he's talking about booze, Brexit, bereavement and ballet, all the B's, I think. But he's in The Guardian today. May rules out second vote as threat to social cohesion. Also, Tesco, Marks & Spencer and Mothercare use the same Bangladesh factory that pays 35 pence an hour to make Spice Girls charity T-shirts, The Guardian can reveal. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Alarm over sea level as Greenland ice melts accelerates. In fact, it's melting quicker there than it is anywhere around the world. Greenland melting faster than scientists previously thought. The pace of ice loss increasing fourfold since 2003. Enormous glaciers are depositing ever larger chunks of ice into the Atlantic. I love it when a glacier, the whole front of it just falls off and you think, the thing is moving. You know, even though you can't actually see it, I promise you, it is actually moving. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Quite amazing. Steve, if Bros are looking for a suitable sized venue, the Salvation Army Hall on my road has reasonable rates, says Kevin. If you're free tea or coffee, you just need to sign up to the My Waitrose card. Very easy and well worth it, says Angela. And Annie says you need a My Waitrose card. Oh, does that mean they get your name and address? I think not. I think not. I fancy handing your name and address out to a company. You don't know what they're going to do with it. What do they want it for? What do they want it for? Are they selling it on to somebody else? I don't do that. Oh, would you like to sign up for this? No, thank you. No, thank you. But I do need to go home. But before I go, I'm going to tell you what's coming up on my free podcast for today. On the Little Bit Extra, I'll tell you all about the onslaught of tears from the GC, who's very, very upset that all the nasty people are being mean about her. Her fan wants Jason Gardner sacked too. Hilarious. You'll hear about the rather strange man hanging around outside this building last night wanting to meet our Kelly Brook, who works on one of our sister stations. I mean, you wouldn't believe some of the people myself and the producer meet out here outside here some mornings. Plus, I'll be chatting about this morning where all they ever seem to do is have a few bevies and talk to really dreary people, like the one from the car crash. Go away.